When the boy from the village entered the academy, no one believed he was capable of anything. They thought Ronin would be a punching bag. But when they decided to test him, he quickly showed them who was the boss here. With a single wooden sword, he cut a third-year student's spear into pieces and humiliated this bastard by beating him with his bare hands like a slab of meat. If the teacher hadn't stopped him, Ronin would have beaten up the whole group of arrogant seniors. Well, in fact, he's not just a simple guy from the village. He's a regressor who fought the gods who invaded this world. With everything covered in blood in the aftermath of a brutal war, Ronin seems to be the last one standing. Even then, this isn't the end of the battle. One of the monsters our boy is supposed to deal with is still alive, taking his final breaths on the ground in his pathetic state. Turns out this giant is known as Ayut, and it arrived 20 days ago with 2 others, bringing destruction to the kingdom. Nobody knows why they came, but they have caused great damage and fear. Seeing this bastard still alive, Ronin feels frustrated because the entire empire became a literal cemetery while fighting these creatures, and yet this is still kicking. But Ahayuda assures him that he won't be living much longer. Our boy thinks that's for the best since his fallen friends will be waiting for him in hell. Speaking of which, Ronin then hints at how the other 2 giants got defeated pathetically. One giant ended up as a fried roasted mess thanks to a hot-tempered red dragon, and the other got sealed for eternity by an old man named Lorahan. But Ayat does not seem afraid. He is still glad that even after being defeated, his other 2 fellows still managed to kill as many people as they could. He also believes that Ronin should be proud of what he has done. No one else has fought the giants like he has. But he warns that this small victory will not last long. Soon something called the Starlight will destroy their entire world. So he cautions our boy not to get ahead of himself as his time is quickly running out. My guy, on the other hand, makes sure it is the giant's last word by cutting off his head with a final blow. He, covered in blood, walks away without looking back. His mind is already consumed with deciding what to do about everything that has happened. After memories flash before his eyes, he recalls the good times he spent with his comrades, who now lie as bloodied corpses on the ground. He calls them fools for being here, wondering what kind of pride made them fight until their last breath. He questions whether they truly believed they were strong enough simply because he was. In truth, he would have preferred that those fools had run away after realizing it was not their fight, as he gently shuts the eyes of a fallen friend. After all this, he finds himself dwelling on the strange thought of how one of the giants could sense the strongest sword aura. Not only that, he wonders why his sword was the only one capable of wiping them out. Otherwise, a disciplined soldier like him would not have been on the front lines, and they would not have been the first to die. All is done, and he sinks to his knees, sulking with no hope, until a voice cuts through the silence, asking if anyone is there. It belongs to someone who cannot move because of injuries. The sound catches him off guard. He never anticipated hearing it. He had not expected this person to still be alive. After summoning the very last of his strength, he pushes himself up with support and makes his way toward her. At first, he clings to the hope, even smiles at the thought that his Grand Commander Redusan is still alive. But when his eyes fall on her severed leg, horror crashes over him again. Stealing his words. Commander's expression, however, remains unchanged. The horror of Grand Commander Adashan's severed leg hits Ronin hard. He is stunned to see someone of her rank, a leader who once stood at the very front of every battle, reduced to a single leg. The commander, however, does not flinch. She points out with dry composure that our boy, a corporal in less than ideal condition himself, is hardly in a position to judge. Without lingering on her own state, she turns to the matter at hand and demands to know whether he has finished the Ayut. Ronin confirms the kill, explaining that the giant's body lies not far from here. The news draws tears to Adashan's eyes, and she offers him her gratitude for making what seemed impossible a reality. Ronin stands speechless for a moment, absorbing the weight of her words before a thought stirs within him. There he seizes the moment and asks if she would now hear the request he has been holding back. It is about the cleanup of the disciplinary soldiers. By regulation, they are usually abandoned or burned, but Ronin asks if just this once, they can be treated with dignity. The lady studies him for a moment before remarking that he looks more alive than she does. She delivers the line with a straight face, then adds that she would prefer he personally see to their care. Our boy tries to counter her point, suddenly coughing up blood as if to prove that he is in no better state, though the effort does little to change her mind. Still, Ronin insists he could drop dead at any moment. After wasting so many days fooling around, he feels it is unfair that he is about to die without having done much. Adashan, leaning against a boulder, asks if there is something he would do should he survive. Our boy admits he has a list in mind, but the only thing that surfaces now is wondering what it would be like to attend the academy. The answer catches Adashan off guard. Ronin goes on to confess that the giant's words have been bothering him. But more importantly, his late sister had wished for him to study there. However, fate seems set against him and he believes he will soon be joining his family instead. To reassure him, Adashan explains that the search party will arrive any moment after the rain stops. Even so, Ronin tells her he is a lost cause and sees no point in pretending he will make it. In the middle of their exchange, something shifts in the air, catching them both off guard. The rain stops without warning. A heartbeat later, the ground trembles violently, throwing them off balance before a divine being emerges into view. Ronin's eyes dart upward, counting a total of 8 wings. The being is not alone. It has brought an army. Our boy cannot fathom where they came from. Nothing like this was in his plans for the day. Meanwhile, Adashan stares in disbelief. She had thought the 3 giants were the end of it. Yet here stands another force beyond imagination. A cold shock grips her as she realizes there may be no saving this world. There is no end to them. This is the 3rd time with only one last chance left and she cannot think of a single way forward. Her mind begins to numb. The sound of our boy calling for his commander fading into the background. A few seconds later, Ronin pulls Adashan's attention back, urging his Grand Commander to get a hold of herself. He decides to take a chance, asking her to use telekinesis or anything at her disposal to launch him upward. Almost immediately, he realizes his sword will not reach them from here, and frustration flickers across his face. Adashan looks at him confused, wondering if he plans on not killing them at all. Her shock deepens when she sees that our boy, in his current condition, still intends to fight. He asks if she plans to sit back and simply wait for the end. For someone like him, he says, if death is inevitable, then he might as well give these jerks a beating before he goes. Grand Commander Adashan is shocked to her core to see Prince Charm still carrying enough spirit to push forward. Then it clicks. This is exactly the kind of man he is, the reason they have made it this far. If it is him, she can see a sliver of light through this ordeal. She grips his shoulder, which annoys him as he insists he is busy, but he does not expect what happens next. Without warning, this iron rose kisses him, slipping a small blue orb into his mouth. When Ronin demands to know what she just put in there, she leans in and whispers something in his ear, words he cannot quite make sense of. He presses her to explain herself, but she only steps back with a faint smile. Then, with a calmness that unsettles him, she tells him that if they meet again, she wants Prince Charm to remind her not to do anything reckless and to simply become a tailor. With a smile, she admits to having done many things, but nothing quite like that. Meanwhile, the 8-winged being prepares to strike with a thunderous blow, yet it is inches away. Ronin does not flinch. Suddenly, a blue light falls and something about it catches him completely off guard. The scene shifts to a wide green valley where Prince Charm calls out for his Grand Commander, only to find no trace of her. It takes him a few seconds to realize he is standing in his hometown of Nimbuan. He wonders if he has somehow traveled into the past. It is day 1 of his regression. Under the shade of a tree, Ronin tries to process everything that has just happened. He never imagined that the Grand Commander's words would actually come true. His mind drifts back to the memory of their kiss. The moment that became the turning point in the chaos of the battlefield. That was when Adashan placed a blue orb in his mouth. The very thing that has now turned back time. He recalls her explaining that it was the reason she, once a tailor, was able to rise all the way to the position of Grand Commander. Commander explains that the orb grants a total of 4 regressions, but she has already used it 3 times, leaving only this final chance. For that reason, she told him she was entrusting it to him now. She tells Prince Charm she believes he is the key to stopping the world's destruction. The one person with the strength to bring down the giants to make it happen. She instructs him to hone his abilities, noting with some satisfaction that he already carries the drive to improve himself. She has seen that spark in him, especially in his desire to attend the academy. If he truly wishes to learn, she tells him, then he must set his sights on Fian Academy and move forward without hesitation. No wonder Filian Academy is home to remarkable people who could help our hero grow in his learning. Before parting, Adashan makes one more request that when he meets her past self, he should tell her not to do anything reckless and instead become a tailor. She admits to having done many things in her life, but nothing quite like that. Back in the present moment, Ronan finds himself banging his head lightly against the tree, hoping he might wake from what feels like a dream. Yet, the thought lingers that if he truly has returned to the past, he has no idea what he is supposed to do on his own. Pushing himself up, he decides to take a look around his hometown as it once was. Then his mind catches up with the reality. If this really is the past, it means he can see his older sister again. At that moment, he snatches up a stick and pushes his way through the busy crowd. A smile tugs at his lips, knowing that if he goes just a little further, he might finally see her, but the sight ahead wipes away that warmth. A group of punks stand under a tree, laughing as they dangle a kid upside down from one of its branches. Ronan cannot believe these jerks have not changed one bit, even in the past. Then he notices something that stops him in his tracks. The child is not hanging by a rope, but is being held there by magic, a sight that catches him completely off guard. Magic users of this caliber were rare even on the battlefield. And the thought of finding one here in a quiet countryside town feels almost unreal. Although our hero is fairly certain they were around here at this time. Another kid nearby, shivering as he wonders how long these thugs will keep tormenting the boy and what will happen to him. The child begs them to stop, insisting he has no money. He explains that his mother's medicine was especially expensive this month. The head of the jerk says it is not his problem, emptying the boy's pockets as if the mention of his mother's health means nothing. Then, with no hesitation, the scumbag slaps the boy hard and tells him that if he is trying to be a filial son, he should have earned the money himself. At his shout for more, Mr. Goldilocks orders the asshole to lift the boy to the top of the tree to make him come to his senses. The cutie looks uneasy, admitting he is afraid the boy might slip if he goes any higher. The head of the jerks tells him to man up and stop acting like a girl, snapping at Dolph quit behaving as if he is the one hanging there. He warns her to hurry or he will end up hanging alongside the child. The whole mess makes Acel wonder if it was a mistake to learn magic in the first place when all he ever wanted was to prove that he is good at something too. The boy never thought his life would come to this, and with tears in his eyes, he admits he is too afraid to go on. He tries to stop them, but his voice does not reach the jerks until Ronan smacks his head and warns him to quit the nonsense or else he will kill the kid. Asel's focus breaks and the child drops to the ground, infuriating Goldilocks. The punk charges at the cutie, raging that he stopped just because some nobody told him to. The pretty boy panics, insisting it was not on purpose, but our hero cuts in, telling him not to worry about trash like that. Dollface listens as he insists on having a talk, asking where he learned telekinesis. Asel explains he learned it from a grimoire he bought from a peddler. And Ronan is stunned that he could be this skilled with such a cheap book. For now, it feels incredible, and our hero is certain he can learn even more after seeing a little further. As Ronan's thoughts drift to giants, his eyes widen at the sudden glint of a sword in Blondie's hand. The jerk looks furious, clearly offended at being ignored by what he sees as small fries. His glare locks on our hero, and he recalls the time he purposefully lost to him in the past. But today he makes it clear through every movement and word that he intends to correct those manners. Our boy is certain it is a real long sword, though he has no idea where this punk managed to get it. His posture is sloppy, but he is strong enough to make it work against most people around here. Against Ronan, however, that is not happening. Blondie's eyes widen in disbelief as our boy slips past his first attack like it is nothing. In that instant, our boy feels his battle sense return in full. The discipline and instinct forged in him as a soldier still sharp even in this younger body. Blondie starts laughing, convinced Prince Charm only got lucky, claiming he was moments away from taking his fingers so he could never lift a spoon again. Ronan mocks him in return, saying, luck must be on his side today, even if life has never been kind to him. Blondie's expression hardens as he demands Prince Charm kneel and beg for his life, promising to let him leave with only one arm. He adds with smug cruelty that after Prince Charm's death, he will be sure to treat his sister well, then admits he thinks about her round hips every time he sees her. Just as the word sister reaches his ears, Ronan's fury explodes, and in a split second, he slices off Blondie's ear. It takes Blondie a moment to register what has happened before the pain crashes into him. Prince Charm stands steady, glaring at Blondie to ask if this jerk is looking to die here. Blondie's on his knees while his chumps are practically stunned to watch Ronan cut off his ear, and that too with a stick. Prince Charm asks the chumps if they are enjoying the show. He stomps at Blondie, asking the pricks to get this guy and get the hell out of here before they end up just like him. Plus, he requires the money they stole, as well as the cost for ruining his mood. The scums are ready to pay the toll. Later, the hero hands the victim a bag of money the kid never expected to see again. The boy hesitates, asking if it is really okay to take so much, especially since that gang had not stolen nearly this amount from him. Ronin waves off the concern, saying he only cares about keeping the sword, and assures him there is no need to worry about them coming back, as they will not have the courage to show their faces again. The boy thanks him while his cell lingers awkwardly in the background. Suddenly, Femboy blurts out an apology for tormenting the boy alongside Hans, admitting he knew it was wrong, even if Blondie had threatened him. Dropping to his knees, he confesses he was simply too scared to resist. The boy reminds Acel that he had been crying the same way when Hans dragged him here, practically in the same mess as him, so it's not his fault at all. Nevertheless, he appreciates his apology. After parting ways, Ronin draws her attention back to Pretty Boy and he believes this girl isn't so bad. The hero mentions that he had business with Dollface earlier and plans to meet her here again in 4 days. This feels strange to her, so she asks what this is about. He says he is busy for now, but they will meet when the moon is up in the night sky. And before walking out, he warns her to make sure she comes or she is dead if she is late. Then he eventually arrives at the house. Wondering if the flowers might be too much, but remembering she liked them, he picked everyone he saw along the way. While he is grumbling at the flowers in mild frustration, a woman's voice drifts toward him, asking if it is Ronin. The woman is overjoyed to see the hero again, and he stands stunned, realizing he is finally looking at his sister. During his years as a disciplinary soldier, he imagined 1,000 different ways to greet her when this moment came. He thought about apologizing for leaving without a word or simply telling her how much he missed her. Thoughts that circled endlessly in his mind. Yet now, all he can manage is the simplest thing. His sister smiles warmly, remarking that he is home early today, and Ronin settles for saying he is back. The table is already filled with food, and Il, his older sister, is startled when her usually cold brother hands her flowers. She lets out a joyous cry, saying she never thought she would live to see such a day, and with genuine care, she asks if her cute little brother would like something more to eat, or perhaps more stew. Ronin waves her off, insisting he has had enough already, but then casually asks to confirm her age, which she replies is 22. She tilts her head, surprised he would forget such a thing, and wonders aloud if he has a fever or has hit his head. Lord Ronin's thoughts drift to the grim reality that there are 10 years until Ayat invades. Yet, as he looks at Ariel, he realizes she is just the same as she has always been. With her bright, kind, and warm nature, Iroh makes Ronin wish this moment could last forever. Yet, he knows that to protect his sister and the world from Ayut's destruction in 10 years, he must do what is necessary. Drawing her attention, he finally admits his intention to join the academy. The confession sends Arrow over the moon, especially since he never listened whenever she brought it up before. She rushes about the room, declaring she has no time for this. She always knew this day might come, and assuring him that because he is smart, he will excel at anything. Then she produces his surprise gift, a cauldron full of money she has been saving to afford the academy if he ever changed his mind. Lord Ronin is at a loss for words, moved by the effort she has made, but he knows it will not be enough. Hero, however, is certain this will make it happen until she learns that Ronin's goal is none other than the Imperial School, Fian Academy. The revelation is enough to make her scream in shock. The Imperial School of Filian Academy stands as the Empire's foremost educational institution, celebrated for its unmatched standards and prestige. With the continent's most exceptional professors and the generous backing of the Imperial family, it delivers an education of the highest caliber. This factory of heroes has shaped the brightest minds of the age, including Grand Commander Adishan, Swordsmaster Shulfin, and even the most infamous criminal, the Winter Witch, among many others. Commander once remarked that Fian's men proved remarkably useful during the war, a statement that made perfect sense to Ronin. Yet, the fame of this place comes with its own obstacles, from sky-high entrance standards to staggering fees. Even so, Lord Ronin's main concern is his sister's reaction, as she glitched like a wind-up doll trying to support his choice. Regardless, he is determined to prove himself and show her results. Before that, Ronin hadn't expected the girl, Ms. L, to be here at all. She quickly corrected him, her name is A.L., and reminded him that his earlier threats had left her with no choice but to show up. Lord Ronin adds that they had a busy night ahead, so let's forget that part. He explains that he has plans to test her on something. Then, Lord Ronin comes right out with it. He wants Pretty Boy to use her telekinesis to lift him as high as possible, and yes, he's giving his full consent. The sudden request leaves her sweating. It's not every day someone asks to be flung skyward like a sack of grain. She hesitates, aware of how dangerous the stunt could be, but Ronin is insistent, making it clear she's to do exactly as he says. Our boy assures her he won't die from it. So Dollface finally gets on board, conjuring an invisible hand to lift him into the air. The moment it happens, he's stunned. It feels far better than he imagined. Still, he can't help thinking she can do better. The height is lacking, and the stability wavers. During his battle with a Hayuta, this exact sensation flashes through his mind. Telekinesis was the very thing that let him fight the giant on equal terms. There's no doubt in his mind now. Telekinesis is a rare ability among even the rarest mages, and a cell might just be the key to his next battle against a Hayuta. While Ronin's busy enjoying his wild train of thought, Acel is struggling to keep her focus. Admitting it's getting harder to hold him up, he tells her to hang on just a little longer, he's got one more thing to test. Then without warning, he drops himself, slashing his sword through the air mid-fall and severing her mana in an instant. Acel's caught completely off guard by Ronin's sudden stunt, demanding to know what he just pulled. Our boy shrugs it off with a flimsy excuse, saying it's just an acrobatic move he's been able to do for a long time. She's not buying it, pressing him for answers until he finally tells the kid to just drop it. He doesn't fully understand it himself. In truth, our boy knows this is one piece of homework he's still stuck with. Figuring out his own ability, especially why his sword had worked against the giant. He intends to think it over slowly, but there's something more urgent to do first. He reassures Acel that she's passed the test, then tosses her a bag and tells her to follow before the moon disappears. When she asks what for, he grins and says it might be the first page of his biography, the Empire's greatest history book. On their way, Acel is surprised to hear they are heading toward Filion Academy, a place reserved for the Empire's elite. Ronin grows annoyed with her questions, asking if she doesn't want to come. She admits that while our boy has talent for martial arts, she knows nothing and accepts being cowardly and timid. Ronin challenges her, asking if she wants to live like that, pointing out that with her innate talent, she's just wasting her powers on meaningless pranks. He bluntly admits he sees her foolish side as a coward, a crybaby, and someone easily scared. Acel feels like she could throw up. Ronin insists it's nothing permanent and that change is possible, but time will not wait and one day she'll regret letting it pass by. He recalls his own regrets from his past life, but snaps her out of her shock, though she is too stunned to believe anyone cares so much about her. Our boy offers her a choice to turn back, reminding her it's her life and he won't force her. As he starts to walk away, Acel shouts that she wants to change, that she wants to go to Filion with him and learn from him. Prince Charm feels glad to have word-trapped Acel into this. For the first time, he sees a spark of courage in her, a hint of manliness he hadn't noticed before. Now, it's time to present the first hurdle for this manly Dollface as they begin their mission. Meanwhile, Ronin smirks like a scoundrel, enjoying how easily he's manipulated her into it. Upon seeing her first obstacle, she gets a chill run down her spine. Prince Charm reveals the opponent he's chosen to test her skills, a lunar goblin leader. Excitement lights up Ronin's face, while hers turns utterly pale. With a grin, he asks if they should begin now. Lunar goblins are a common sight in this area. Easily distinguished from regular goblins by their yellow skin and disfigured bodies. But their most unique trait is their obsession with treasure. They go wild over any loot they can find. These creatures often ambush merchants to steal their goods, gathering everything in one place to hold a festival on nights with a full moon, just like tonight. Acel is quick to figure out that they're here to steal all the treasure today. Acel never imagined hearing something like that. And what surprises her even more is that Ronin knows such details. Still, he keeps his past life a secret, refusing to reveal how he knows. Putting that aside, this cunning guy wants Pretty Boy to use her telekinesis to move all the treasure into the bag he's handing her while the goblins sleep. A second passes and Acel starts doubting herself, worried she might make a mistake and wake them up, which would only make things worse. She considers taking a moment to think it over, but Ronin quickly calls her a coward. He explains they need two things to get into Filion Academy. First, the money to afford the insanely high tuition fees, and second, real experience. Even if money is a problem, Prince Charm insists that gaining experience is far more important to secure their enrollment. After knowing Filion is filled with aristocrats who have trained since birth, Ronin explains there's only one way to beat them, by gaining real experience through risking their lives. For him, the lunar goblins are the perfect opponents to earn both money and experience, killing two birds with one stone. Still, Acel, a first-class coward, asks if he has a better idea, but Ronin has already decided to stick with this plan. As they begin, Pretty Boy's telekinesis proves invaluable in filling the bags quickly. She pushes close to her limit, but Prince Charm orders her to stop once the last bag is full. He pats her on the back, saying this kind of experience is the best. Honestly, he wasn't confident they'd pull it off, and he never imagined she'd adapt so fast and perform even better than expected. This wicked freak claims he's found a really good minion. Since the bags are full, they decide to get going before anything goes wrong. Somewhere in the forest, men are chasing a trash-talking bird, and the noise catches the duo off guard. Hotshot wonders what kind of psychos are causing a commotion in the middle of the night. To their bad luck, the lunar goblins wake up, shocked to find their treasure chest empty. One goblin wakes the others, shouting that they'd been robbed. Unfortunately, Ronan and Acel are exposed near the bushes, making it obvious they're the main suspects. Femboy's face turns pale while the goblins charge headfirst toward them, desperate to reclaim what's theirs. In his defense, Hotshot actually finds it odd for everything to go this well, as it was too good to be true. Acel suggests they throw the bags and run for their lives, but Ronan's not the one to give up their tuition. Ronan asks if Pretty Boy's really planning to earn their tuition fee this way because there's no other way to afford Filion. She points out that's not what matters right now, but the goblins are practically inches away. Ronan whips out his cheap long sword, confident it can withstand maybe 15 strikes against 30 goblins. In a split second, he unleashes a flurry of 15 attacks, chopping off their heads, leaving 14 still standing. As the crows call loudly, goblin heads crash to the ground one after another. Hotshot lands the final blow and realizes this wasn't as bad as he thought. Acel can hardly believe her eyes, watching Ronan behead 3 goblins in a single strike, head-on. She's even more stunned by his swift combat against the goblin mob that follows. Her jaw drops as she sees him vanish for a moment and reappear, instantly slashing through goblins one after another with ease. Hotshot, catching her zoning out, turns and asks if she's going to keep spacing out like that. He tells her to hurry up and grab her things because they're heading home. On their way back, Ronan didn't expect the journey to be so uncomfortable, but by now he no longer expects anything to go smoothly. He notices his muscles aching, maybe from all the goblin fighting, or perhaps because he's still growing. Determined, he decides it's time for some hardcore physical training. Meanwhile, Acel finally summons the courage to ask about the horrific shriek they heard earlier. Ronan admits he doesn't know either, his memory's hazy, and wonders why there were screams in the middle of the night. He tells Acel to hold on tight, promising he'll make sure to pay for making this so difficult. Amidst the tension, an arrow suddenly flies through the air, aimed at Acel, who barely sees it in time. Ronan reacts instinctively, catching the arrow mid-flight, leaving Dollface wide-eyed and shocked at his unexpected skill. She asks where the arrow came from, but Hotshot's frustration quickly surfaces as he mutters that this forest feels cursed, full of crazed fools lurking in the shadows. Moments later, 2 young men leap into view, demanding to know who they are. When they realize Ronan and Acel are just children, Hotshot's irritation grows. The men apologize for startling them, explaining they heard rustling in the bushes and feared it must be a monster. Ronan isn't fooled by their act. When the 2 men ask if the kids are hurt anywhere, our boy tells them it's all written on their faces and they can't hide the look in their eyes. He demands they drop the act and reveal who they really are. Sensing serious trouble, one of the men nervously steps forward, trying to introduce himself, but suddenly draws his blade against our boy. The man says his name is Calabaro, which immediately raises the hero's suspicion. Without hesitation, the hero grabs his wrist mid-strike and delivers a sharp punch to his face. The other man snaps in anger, drawing his blade. But Acel quickly senses the danger and uses her telekinesis to freeze him in place, alerting Ronan. The hero enjoys the sight as he swiftly disarms the man and delivers multiple precise slashes. Before he can say a word, Pretty Boy watches in shock as Ronan ruthlessly butchers the man, confirming he's killing him on purpose. Ronan defends his actions by explaining that these men are Calabaro, infamous for poaching, kidnapping, human trafficking, and every other crime imaginable. They are the Empire's most dangerous criminals. He points out that if it weren't for him, Acel's organs would have been harvested by now, and she'd be buried in secret. Letting these men live after knowing their identity would be a crime. In the middle of the hero's speech, Calabaro's bag suddenly begins to levitate, startling the 2 of them. Then, Ronan opens the bag and lets loose a bird that dives out. He wonders aloud what this chicken-like creature is. With the bird freed, Ronan and Acel are caught off guard as the chicken-like creature flutters over him, its feathers an unexpectedly vivid blue. Acel's eyes light up with excitement, for it is the first time in her life she has ever seen a blue-feathered bird. Ronan's thoughts drift to Calabaro's trap, the infamous poaching shackle, a device that disrupts a prisoner's mana and restricts movement, typically reserved for rare cases or the capture of fantastical creatures. While he tries to make sense of why such a device would be used here, the bird suddenly manages to link with them and Estelle freezes when she hears it speak. Panic flashes across her face, but the Rizzler remains calm, assuring her that it is only communication magic. The bird wastes no time speaking the moment it is freed, leading Ronan to suspect that the bag it was kept in had been blocking its mana. He guesses the speaker must be the bluebird's owner. Introducing itself as Vin, the voice explains that it is currently researching fantastical beasts at the institution and is also the guardian of Moors. Voran adds that his communication magic had stopped working, so he was on the verge of finishing a report, but the issue is now resolved. When asked about their involvement, Ronan casually replies that they are simply righteous passers-by who ended up in a fight with poachers who had kidnapped the bird, leaving the rest of the bloody memories all unspoken. The Rizzler ends by saying he saved the bird, and panic flickers across Vernon's face before easing into relief. Though clearly indebted, Vern has no idea how to repay him. Ronan brushes it off, instead asking how they can return the bird, noting its exhaustion from being chained. After removing the cuffs, the man guesses the bird will fly better, and Vaughn agrees, knowing this little one has a strong homing instinct. With a single swing of his blade, the chain snaps, and Bluey is ready to go back to his father, thanks to this charming lad. Suddenly, the bird shoves its rear toward Ronan's face, leaving him puzzled. Vaughn explains that Bluey wants him to pluck a feather before leaving. As a dream bird's feather works like a compass to guide its main body, it's his way of wanting to meet the Rizzler again. He adds that if our boy ever comes to the institution, he should visit Moors in him, strongly, promising to repay him. Bluey takes off into the sky, and Estelle notices something on our boy's head that stings him slightly, though neither of them can tell what it is. A few days later, Duan Caribal, the owner of the Caribal merchantry, tries to buy the jewel for 20 gold coins, impressed by its value and craftsmanship. The old man calls it his lucky day to see such a fine item. And Ronan is pleased to have a customer who appreciates his service, relieved to meet someone who understands him. Before this, he had dealt with scamming merchants who dismissed his treasures as worthless and offered only 5 gold coins, which infuriated him. Finding such a conscientious merchant makes his efforts feel worthwhile. Alongside the jewel, Ronan takes out a purplish egg for appraisal, though Duan makes it clear he does not want to buy it, only to know what it is. It turns out to be what the dream bird left behind. At first, our boy thought the bird had repaid his kindness with poop droppings, but it was actually an egg. He, curious about its strength, once hurled it at a boulder, only to see it carve a hole into the rock, proving it is a remarkably tough item. Though unsure if it's truly the bird's egg, the time traveler suspects it's at least a byproduct of such a rare, fantastical creature and possibly a valuable treasure. Duan studies its color and texture, making Ronan think it's promising, but then casually guesses it to be horse poop. After bruising our boy's pride, Duan laughs it off, calling it an unusual object and suggesting he take it to a specialized appraiser. Even Estelle wonders if it might actually be hardened poop, while our boy plays it cool, secretly too curious to sell it anyway. Ronan takes the chance to ask Duan if he sells books about Filion Academy, mentioning their plans to take the entrance exam. Duan is surprised, mentioning that his daughter is also applying. He adds that she might be able to help them. Just then, Duan's only daughter, Maria, enters. Ronan is caught off guard to learn she's Duan's daughter. Duan proudly introduces them as important customers with whom he just closed a big deal. Senpai, unimpressed, teases her father for doing business with little babies, which irritates Duan, though Estelle quickly calms him down. Ronan, intrigued, asks Maria if her middle name is Sin, surprising her with how much he knows. He can't help but notice how much she resembles someone he knows, and leans in to quietly ask if she has a sausage down there, which pretty much ticks her off. Maria stares at Ronan in disbelief, wondering what kind of nonsense she just heard from this random nobody. Meanwhile, our boy is lost in thought, noting she definitely doesn't seem to have a sausage, which only pushes her patience to the breaking point. He starts wondering if Duan might have another child he doesn't know about. Before he can think further, Senpai snaps, slapping Ronan hard for being such a jerk. The moment the sting hits his cheek, our boy feels an oddly familiar sensation. Certain it carries the same vibe as that man, Count Maria Senator back in his disciplinary soldier days, Ronan served in Armorland, where Senpai was in charge of supplies. Known for a strong work ethic and an easygoing nature that let him get along with anyone, Mario was an impressive guy. However, he had one strange quirk. This guy would fly into a rage whenever men talked about their dongs. Worse yet, he had a habit of slapping people on the spot when triggered. This time traveler had always been curious about the reason behind this odd behavior and planned to ask one day, but never got the chance since Maria died before he could. Ronan never expected to get his answer here, that senpai had been a woman all along. Still fuming at his laughter, she lunged in for another slap. Our boy, not in the mood to take more of this, smacked her on the head, reasoning that he'd accepted the first hit since he was in the wrong, but this was pushing it. Maria's fury didn't fade. She wanted to slap him again simply because he deserved it. The two clashed back and forth while Asel and Duan stood frozen, stunned by the scene before shouting at them to stop the violence. Afterward, Asel still couldn't figure out why Maria and Ronan had fought like they were out for blood, only to suddenly be getting along. Now, the two dimwits were side by side, casually inspecting the swords on the table to decide which to buy. Next, Senpai questions why they're leaving 3 swords and a magic wand behind, thinking it might be hard to carry them all. Prince Charm explains that his sword use is still a bit rough for now. When asked, Maria says the swords aren't bad, but the black iron one feels the best, as black iron is a sturdy material, highly sought after by renowned knights. Plus, Senpai's pretty sure this sword won't break from Prince Charm's rough use. Ronan recalls the black iron sword being his first weapon in the past. Maria then points out that the wand has a good magic stone and quickly figures out that this cutie is a rare mage of some sort. Asel blushes when Senpai asks about her type of magic, and she answers that it's telekinesis. Maria is surprised the cutie wields such amazing magic that could earn her a sweet scholarship. However, she considers Ronan and herself the problem, asking what special technique he plans to use to impress them during the practical exam. Ronan's dumbfounded, so Maria breaks it down. The practical exam is all about impressing professors with their techniques to get into Filion. No wonder the theory test is tough, too, but in a different way. Simply put, if they do well in the practical, they pass. If not, they should drop their dream of entering Fion's gates. Ronan's stunned. He thought a swordsman just needed swordsmanship. So, what's with all this? When he asks, Maria explains that nobles show off their family's secret techniques, while martial artists and other applicants demonstrate personal mana combat skills. Prince Charm's shocked to hear that kids his age can use mana even without being mages. Maria's even more shocked that he doesn't know that. For prospective Fion students, sensing and using mana is a given, something he should have noticed from the start. Mana is combat one-on-one in Filion. Reading his clueless expression, she's floored to realize this big shot can't sense mana at all. When Ronan compares it to sensing auras, she nearly loses it with him for daring to lump aura and mana together. Without another word, she orders him outside, borrowing his short sword since hers are still at the blacksmith. On the way, Prince Charm angrily asks what if she damages his sword. Maria assures him she'll pay double or triple if that happens, saying she's giving him special training. She explains that mana is the root source of nature's power, like air, present everywhere, but not just anyone can use it. To wield it, one must see and feel their own mana, then use mana sense to progress, train inner talent, and so on. Usually, it takes a year to start sensing mana, and Fion's applicants surpass this stage before applying, already mastering their personal mana techniques. After explaining, Maria is baffled that Ronan can't even sense mana or aura, yet plans to enter Fion. She explains that aura is a type of mana, but the difference between them is like the sky and the earth. Those acknowledged for their talent usually have at least 10 years of training, and only through blood-curdling effort do they barely awaken the innate power known as aura. Thinking back, Prince Charm remembers meeting aura users on the battlefield, flaunting strange powers. Annoying as they were, their abilities were undeniably impressive, even if they still died when cut down. Maria begins the training, believing Ronan might learn quickly if he relies on his body instead of his head. Just as Prince Charm is thinking she's only a young girl, she suddenly dives at him, catching him off guard. Their swords clash, and Ronan finds himself impressed by her sudden, aggressive charge. Their swords clash, and Ronan's impressed by Maria's sudden, powerful charge, especially for someone so young. Seeing her wield 2 blades shocks him further, making him wonder if it's a mana-based style. Meanwhile, Senpai is surprised by how he handles her sudden attack. She had planned to finish him in one blow to show the power of mana and make him give up on the entrance test. In her mind, it was better for him to quit than face humiliation at the testing grounds. But now, the situation is completely different. Instead of dominating, she finds herself pushed back by this so-called amateur. Maybe this is the kind of skill that only someone who can't use mana could possess. Amid the fight, Ronin notices Maria lost in thought and asks what she's thinking. Besides dodging over blocking, he keeps pressing forward, forcing her back. She retreats, admitting that hesitating would have been bad. Still, she adds he's not normal, something Prince Charm thinks of her, too. Aside from her mana use, Senpai finds Ronin surprisingly skilled with a sword, though she admits feeling rusty with her center of gravity. Before leaving, he advises her to fix it to improve. Maria flips out, thinking he actually believes he's won. Ronin doesn't mind as long as she keeps her word, casually hinting at his damaged sword. She's confused until her own blade suddenly snaps into pieces, leaving her stunned. She has no idea when it happened, but Prince Charm simply tells her to have the sword's price ready. While Maria is still processing everything, Acel taps her shoulder, assuring her she did a good job. The little cutie kind of understands what Blondie is going through right now. Right then, Ronin calls Acel back, claiming he's tired. As they both walk out, Maria stays frozen in place, wondering who these guys even are. The next day, Prince Charm shows up to collect his payment from Senpai, but instead he finds something else waiting. Turns out she's hand-picked Filian Theory exam workbooks and summaries she personally made to compensate for the loss of his sword. Blondie reminds him there's only a month left until the exam, insisting he needs them. Prince Charm doesn't get why she's going this far. He even threatens her, warning that if she's trying to mess with him, he won't let it slide. But Maria assures him she's taken a liking to both him and Acel. She declares this to be a service so they can all pass for free, even offering to personally teach them if possible. Because of other commitments, she has to leave now. So, she tells them to study hard on their own. If they fail after she's given them all this help, she promises she won't let it slide. With that, she boards her carriage, calling out that she hopes to see them in the capital on exam day, insisting they read the book thoroughly until then. Meanwhile, Ronin realizes his weak body needs both training and studying, though luck isn't on his side. Even so, it's not a bad feeling. Life after returning home stays mostly the same but changes gradually, like eating with until his stomach nearly bursts from all the calories. Hunting monsters on the village outskirts and working to build his stamina and adaptability. Late in the forest surrounded by a pile of monster corpses, he tells himself to call it a day until there are no more monsters left near the village. Alongside hunting, he studies hard, which would be unthinkable for a disciplinary soldier. Still, Ronin finds memorizing the North's etiquette unnecessary, though he does his best. A month later, they finally reach Valen, the capital city, whose center houses the Empire's top educational institution in the White Tower's small city. A cell gap at the massive Philly Academy, a masterpiece in itself. Ronin steps in, scolding her for wandering the streets like a country bumpkin and warning that they might be late for the exam. She apologizes, but her comment about him growing bigger over the past month earns her a smack on the head and a curt order to get inside. Walking in, Ronin thinks he might meet Sword Saint Schlieffen, descendant of the prestigious Grancia family, a genius, the strongest in the Empire and roughly his age, though he doesn't care much. Just then, Acel asks if he has the dream's feather that will lead them to its owner, Vaughn. Prince Charm packed the feather, planning to visit its owner after the test, but it suddenly points to the highest floor, startling them. Meanwhile, Vaughn complains that he's not cut out to be a professor and wonders if it's time to return to research. He asks Bluey if she's cheering him on, which she is. So, Fian's zoologology professor, Baron Fananish, also a werewolf, keeps going, determined to repay the hero who once saved her. Vaughn opens the window for ventilation, worried that a visit from their hero could cause trouble for them. As he does, a creepy figure smirks at the door opening without a knock, startling both. Ronin instantly recognizes Bluey, knowing the big guy was once human. Vaughn's scream echoes from the top floor, and the big guy cannot tell who the strange man is or how he entered. Ronin steps through the window with Acel, grumbling about being startled and nearly deafened by the noise. Vaughn assumes the man is after Morpez, but Prince Charm shows Bluey's feather, sparking recognition. The big guy hesitantly asks if they are heroes. Vaughn feels guilty for behaving indecently in front of their heroes and begs Ronin to forget it. Prince Charm reassures him that it is fine, but asks why he keeps bringing it up, adding that to be specific, Vaughn is not entirely at fault since he climbed through the window. Acel confesses to using telekinesis because the stairs sounded annoying to Ronin. Suddenly, Ronin tells her to stay quiet. He then turns back to Vaughn, admitting that he did not quite imagine things would play out this way. It is far from Prince Charm's expectations that Vaughn is a war lion, a rareware human, and on top of that, a bird owner and a professor at Fillion. Vaughn himself seems equally surprised to realize their heroes are the entrance applicants. The exam is today, and had he known they were coming, Vaughn might have prepared a recommendation. He does not expect it, but he adds that if Ronan fails, he might write one. Prince Charm is not concerned with Vaughn's possible recommendation for now. His focus is on what Bluey had popped into his hand that day. At first, Vaughn does not realize that Marquez placed it on him, but after a closer look, he confirms it is a dreamered egg. Vaughn is unable to believe what he is seeing, so Ronan asks if it is too. Surprising for a bird to lay an egg. The dreamered egg shocks Vaughn, but what unsettles him even more is that he has no idea what will hatch from it. Ronan points out the obvious. A bird laid it, so a bird should come out. Vaughn explains that the dream bird egg is different. The dream bird absorbs unique mana and lays an egg shaped by the environment around it. In a lava-filled area, a phoenix wrapped in flames might hatch, or a monster if it rests in a monster's nest. In many cases, the egg may not take the form of a bird at all, making its outcome unpredictable. With his expertise, Vaughn believes he can predict the impossible by analyzing the mana emanating from the egg, perhaps even guessing what kind of creature will hatch. He senses a myriad of chaotic mana. As if molten metal is smelting uncontrollably, yet he remains uncertain about what will hatch. Ronan, noticing how much significance Vaughn places on a mere egg, asks Bluey where he had been wandering before laying it, remarking that in all his history, he has never seen such a shameless bird. Vaughn requests that Prince Charm take care of the egg, explaining that the dream bird lays only one egg in its lifetime. The fact that Marquez did it in front of heroes suggests he felt something special. Blue chirps happily, and Vaughn, wishing to honor his friend's wishes, entrusts the egg to Ronan, who is also curious about what will emerge. As they prepare to leave, Vaughn considers giving them something that might aid the egg's hatching. As he hands Prince Charm the scroll, it sparks Ronan's curiosity, leaving him eager to see what it contains. A while later, in the practical testing hall of Galilean Castle's main building, the waiting area for the martial arts applicants buzzes with quiet tension. A man announces that the exam for number 111 has ended, and now it is time for number 112. Ronan grows impatient with the long wait and asks Maria, seated beside him, if she feels the same. She shrugs, claiming all exams are like this. His attention drifts to her slightly uncomfortable attire, but Senpai explains that Fillion is a private academy for nobles who may become valuable clients later. So she has no intention of appearing shabby. Despite that, she wishes their little asshole were here, though the magic testing hall is elsewhere. Ron silently hopes Fenboy is not crying. Soon, it is Ronan's turn, number 113, and Senpai reminds him firmly to do his best, warning that if he fails, she will not let it slide. Grateful for her heartfelt support, Ron swears to return victorious. Ronan steps into the hall to face the Fillion professors, each carrying an extraordinary presence. Though the old man at the center draws his attention most. He is Archmage Cravater, Headmaster Alien. Beside him sits the swordsmanship instructor, the Grand Sword Saint Nabarros, whose overwhelming aura makes Raw intense. Not even in his past life has he felt such vigor. After a brief introduction, Crava assigns him a match against the magically engineered dummy to demonstrate his technique. When asked what he plans to show, Ronan replies that he has nothing special and that a simple fast cut will be enough for the dummy. His words spark interest when they realize he means to do it without mana. One old man mutters that there is always some oddball who treats the magical dummy like a fool. While another remarks that the applicant must be from a faraway land unfamiliar with such things. The magical dummy after all is built to withstand aura, regenerate quickly and stands as a masterpiece of precise magical engineering. The old bones gossip about the so-called genius Schlieffen who barely left a mark on the dummy, wondering what this newcomer plans to show. As they chuckle, Crava with an earshot of their remarks finds it offensive to speak that way with Ronan standing right there. Crava, however, wonders if this child might prove them wrong. Suddenly, he senses a vigor he has never felt from an applicant this young. Then, Mr. Calm makes his move, cutting the dummy clean without using mana, catching Nabarros completely off guard. He calmly sheathes his sword, showing no interest in giving them more. The old bones find this single-cut display tricky to judge, but the headmaster is left stunned. Nabarros slams the table and charges at Mr. Her clean cut as if to take his head. Yet, he does not even flinch. Ronan admits she startled him, but Nabarros demands to know who he is and where he learned such swordsmanship. It is clear she means business. With her blade close enough to take Ronin's head, Nabarro's murderous intent is clear, hinging on his answer to who he is. She demands to know exactly where he learned his swordsmanship. At first, Mr. Calm does not quite understand, so she rephrases, asking if he noticed her movements. He replies that she is impressive herself, having unsheathed her sword and swung it 3 times from that difficult position in an instant. Nabarros confirms it, saying that is exactly what he displayed in his so-called arrogant cut. This catches Ron off guard as she presses further, asking if he thought they would not notice such reckless swordsmanship. She even calls out his last act, deliberately slowing down the final cut in case they missed it, as if sparing them the embarrassment of missing it. Nabarros flat out calls Ronin arrogant, as if he has forgotten where he is standing. The professors are left dumbfounded while Krava watches closely. Ronin knows it is a misunderstanding as he had only adjusted his strength because he thought his sword might not withstand the final cut. But judging by her mood, Mr. Clearcut doubts she would believe him. Still, Nabarros lowers her blade, promising to remember him from this day forward and vows to teach him herself. This is the last thing Ronin expected to be handpicked by Nabarros of all people. Kra notes that she has already claimed this student and he knows he must pay attention. He decides to end the test with a question that has no definite answer, one that will reveal the most through the way it is answered. Krava poses his final question, asking Ronin what he hopes to learn at Filion. Memories of blood and war flash through Ron's mind, and his answer comes easily. He wants to learn how to live without regrets. Krava is struck silent by the sincerity in Ronin's words, letting him leave unharmed. As he laughs to himself, he wonders how he could ever teach such a thing. One of the professors, still puzzled, asks if Ron used some clever trick to leave such an impression on both the headmaster and Nabarros. Kra admits it could be called a trick, but corrects him, saying it is talent. That is when they notice the Dumei's head, cleanly severed, finally drops to the floor. Outside, Ronin's thoughts drift to the lady's sword, wondering if his past self could have defeated her. Despite all he has endured, he knows he still has far to go. Yet, coming to Fion feels right, driven by the memory of Commander. If he is here, the hero is sure he will learn plenty, and all that remains is the written test. He has been memorizing material for a month, so he expects it to be a piece of cake. Moments later, however, Mr. Calm has become Mr. Depressed, sulking in front of Maria and Acel, insisting he is completely doomed. Senpai cannot believe he failed to finish even half the test, and reminds him she told him to check the contents of his bag. Acel then admits that he moved Ronin's study materials while he was hyper-focused, and he completely forgot about the bag afterward. Dollface takes the blame. But Maria calls Ronin a fool, realizing he has been sulking like this ever since the test ended. And now the announcement of the results is moments away. Senpai tries to lift Ronin's spirits, reminding him that the practical test carries more weight and that his skill should make up for it. Just then, someone shouts that the list of passing applicants is up, drawing everyone's attention. The announcement begins with the magic department. Acel places 12th in practical and ties for first in theory. Next is the martial arts department. Senpai ranks 9th in practical and 9th in theory. The two exchange excited looks before breaking into full smiles, celebrating their success. Senpai is stunned to see take the top spot in theory, even if she shares it with 2 others while Pretty Boy is over the moon. Then she turns to Ronin, asking about his rank. Her smile fades when she sees his sour expression and hears him say his name is not on the list. The cuties are stunned by the news, but Maria mischievously pries our boy's eyes open, urging him to check again. He insists his name is not there until a fireball lands nearby. It's the entrance exam's final cannon fire for each department's salutatorian done by the Glory Phoenix. With a flutter of wings, it shoots a fireball at him, revealing his results. Martial Arts Department's salutatorian practical first in theory 5712. The cuties scream with joy. Maria declaring she always knew he was a genius. Then it hits him. If Ronin took first, that means someone else lost to him. That's when he senses an ominous aura approaching and realizes in disbelief that this is how he meets Sword Saint Schlieffen, who confirms his first place finish in the practical test. Sword Saint Schlieffen approaches the crowd buzzing at the sight of the Empire's rising star. Mario suspects he wants to speak with Ronin while Acel feels the tension in the air. He finds him bothersome and wonders if he is still the same man who cannot stand anyone better than him with a sword. Schlieffen's intense stare strikes him as outrageously spirited. When Schlieffen claims he did not get first place, Ronin says he has no idea what is going on. Accused of lying, he calmly tells Schlieffen to stop picking on him without proof. At Schlieffen's demand for proof, he suddenly swings his sword at him, who blocks in under a second. The cranky saint smirks, saying the hero couldn't have reacted like that unless he was first, and demands to see the skills that beat him. Irritated, Ronin decides to show him. He sends a slash from afar, but Schlieffen counters it roughly. When the hero asks if that's enough, Schlieffen admits the technique explains his high score, but insists it's still not enough to surpass him. Ronin calls him crazy for being this butthurt, but the saint refuses to accept it, determined to drag out every skill the hero is hiding. He can't help thinking this guy's got serious issues and might just be coming at him to die. The fight drags on and Ronin already regrets ever crossing paths with this guy. In the heat of their clash, he realizes Schlieffen's about to manipulate his aura, turning the fight dangerous. With a single slash, Schlieffen unleashes the Tempest Sword, a roaring aura storm. He knows he can't withstand it, but Schlieffen shouts at him for turning his back mid-fight, asking if he plans to miss. In a split-second move, Ronin retreats and grabs Estelle, holding his sword to her neck. When Schlieffen demands to know why, it only enrages him further that Ronin would use a woman as a shield and still dare call himself a knight. Assel is horrified the sword saint can't tell he's a guy, while Prince Charm peers over his shoulder with a creepy grin. Ronin had expected this. Schlieffen still the same, clinging to his knightly code even near death. Using that to his advantage, Prince Charm suddenly charges, catching Schlieffen off guard and forcing him to his knees. He quickly signals Estelle and Maria to run, leaving the cranky sword confused. A bald security officer rushes in, demanding to know why a fight broke out, but Prince Charm's group has already fled. As he recognizes Schlieffen, the man asks if he's all right and who dared attack him. Schlieffen brushes it off as a fair fight and says no investigation is needed. Only then does he notice a crack in his prized myethal blade. Damage done by Ronin. The skill didn't look extraordinary, yet the result was undeniable. Schlien vows to remember Prince Charm's name. The next day at Shemo Forest, Estelle trails after Ronin, questioning if it was wise to pick a fight with Schlieffen, the heir of the Grand Kyle family, second only to the Imperial line. She reminds him he even broke the man's nose. When asked what he'll do if Schlieffen retaliates, Ronin shrugs him off, saying Schlieffen's a good man, just obsessed with the sword, a principled role model who protects the weak. He predicts Schlieffen will simply call it a fair spar or else Ronin would already be in chains. Soon after, Estelle points out they've reached the Fernando Spring, just as Professor Verani mentioned. Fernando Spring is a rare place where mana from across the world gathers into a single pool called the Mana Vein. Anything nearby absorbs its power. Ordinary rocks become top-grade mana stones. Weeds turn into miraculous herbs. Its value is so great that many try to monopolize it, making Professor Verani seem generous for allowing them to use it to hatch one egg. Estelle, overwhelmed by the dense mana, admits it's her first time feeling such power, strong enough to amplify her magic. Noticing the egg in Ronin's pocket absorbing mana at an incredible rate. When Estelle asks about the smell of blood, Ronin is certain someone arrived before them, and it's a visitor that are not welcome here. A group of masked men appear, ready to fire crimson arrows, but Prince Charm does not even flinch as he cuts them all down in an instant. From their weapons, he recognizes them as the same men from the disciplinary squad's former campsite. He recalls a red-haired boy boasting that these very arrows could blow an orc's head clean off, trying to sell them with his ridiculous pitch. Ronin found the talk boring then, especially since the boy was caught poaching. Yet, the redhead had the nerve to keep bragging. Now, the redhead claims that anyone who has used the arrows AH-100 times has succeeded in poaching and earned a place among Calabaro's bloodhounds, an elite unit whose name carries more weight than Ronin would like to admit. Ronin's irritation spikes when he realizes it is Calabaro's group again, ranked as bloodhounds. Taking matters into his own hands, he warns Estelle to hide unless he wants to end up like a porcupine. The masked men gape at how easily he cut through their mana-infused arrows while their leader orders them to surround him. Ronin shouts for them to stop and demands if they cannot recognize their own allies. Boldly declaring himself the youngest bloodhound of the Damas branch, Ayut. At first, the head of scum scoffs at Ronin, refusing to believe a kid like him could be a bloodhound, assuming he belongs to some low-level group. Mr. Calm tells him to confirm with their branch's wolf and warns that nothing is more pathetic than dismissing what others can do simply because he cannot. The jab riles up Scarface, who furiously threatens to cut off Ronin's limbs. Prince Charm counters that people with such violent habits always meet bad ends. Just then, another masked man points out that Ronin clearly knows the Calabaro ranking system. Wolf, bloodhound, and feral dog, knowledge only insiders share. To avoid a clash with the Damas branch, he suggests confirming with their captain. At that moment, a commanding voice reminds them their orders for everyone to stand by and stay on guard. Their captain, Vyum, the Demir branch's wolf, steps forward, demanding an explanation for the commotion. The head of Scums immediately blames Ronan while the rest brace for the lecture they know is coming. Prince Charm notes that if the wolf is here, then the whole squad must be as well. Vyum questions if Ronan is really a Heuda of the Damas branch, reminding him this mountain range belongs to deer. The hotshot calmly reveals he is not a Heodi at all, leaving the intruders stunned just as he cuts them down without hesitation. Outraged, Vyum shouts that Ronan chose the worst name possible, but Prince Charm only smirks, saying it was enough to pass as a poacher. He charges and cleanly decapitates the captain. The head of Scums freezes in terror, remembering Ronan's warning that his end would be ugly. Dropping his blade, he panics and even severs his own fingers in shock. Lord Ron coldly tells him to pull himself together and write down every branch location he knows or he has no reason to stay alive. The man trembles, insisting he has nothing to write with, but Ronan points out the bloody pen already in his hand, his severed fingers dripping onto the ground. After he finishes, Lord Ron mockingly praises his effort before cutting him down as well. Dusk settles in as Asel struggles to catch her breath. He had warned her to be prepared, but the trail of animal corpses proves too much for her. When she asks if this is the work of Calabaro, Ronan coldly replies that letting those scum live would be the true crime. Asel still finds the scene gruesome, but Lord Ron reminds her they were wanted criminals who needed to be dealt with, adding that Varun would be crushed if he ever witnessed this. Just as they turn to head back, something strange interrupts them. As shivers run down her spine, Dollface urges Ronan to look ahead, and what he sees unsettles even him. Droplets of blood from the corpses rise into the air, gathering at a single point. The sight terrifies Asel, and Lord Ron prepares for battle, only for his dream egg to suddenly glow with blinding intensity. To their shock, the egg itself is absorbing the blood, leaving them both with no understanding of what they are witnessing. Ronan is certain that whatever lies inside the egg is no ordinary creature. Once it finishes draining the mana, the shell begins to crack in an instant, throwing them both off guard. Excitement surges as they prepare to witness the hatching, and Lord Ron can hardly contain his anticipation to see what treasure lies within. But before he can take a closer look, something smacks him square in the face, leaving his nose throbbing. Blinking through the sting, he tries to focus on the newborn. At first, he wonders if it might be some kind of dream bird. Yet, the tiny paws and claws tell a different story. Asel, wide-eyed, suggests it could be a dragon like the one she's only read about in books. Ronan is left stunned, questioning how Blue could have absorbed enough mana to lay something of this magnitude. One thing is certain, the creature is undeniably cute, though its playful greeting across Lord Ron's face quickly irritated him. Yet, before he can react, the winged newborn releases a burst of magic that instantly heals his nose. Asel, overjoyed, realizes the baby possesses healing abilities and looks even more fond of Prince Charm. Convinced it has more hidden powers, she eagerly suggests giving it a name. While they mull it over, the creature suddenly leaps from Ronan's shoulder. Its attention fixed elsewhere. Ronan follows its gaze and spots a leftover scum, Ballrouse, an errand boy from the Deer Branch, bolting in fear, desperate to escape. When Ballas returned from an errand, he found his entire group slaughtered. A sea of blood pulled in one place. Confused and terrified, he fled, only to be hunted down by the little thing. Tripping, he injures his leg, panic consuming him as the newborn beast closed in. Ronan intercepts, halting Sita before it strikes. Calmly, Prince Charm reveals he'd already chosen a name. Belis, recognizing Ronan from the past, was shaken to see the creature at his side and wondered if it belonged to him. Prince Charm asks if he was all right, surprising Belis further by knowing his name. Though stunned by the reunion, Prince Charm teased him about poaching under the guise of a talkative Caliber bloodhound. Ballrose denied the title, insisting he was only an errand boy, but Ronan dismissed his rank. He had a task for him, and it wasn't a request. Ronan and Asel receive a high price from Maria's father in return for the spray of water. They decide to thank Professor Vin for this favor and show him Sita as well. As they reach his office, they find out that Professor Verity has gone on a long-term business trip. Ron realizes that the map he received from the Bloodhound was more than a greeting and he had instilled so much fear in Ballas that he wouldn't attempt anything else. Later, Asel asks him what he's going to do with the money as he has nothing major to pay off. Ron starts wondering about it. A few days later, Il arrives at the capital city, Valen. Ron greets her, asking if she's tired from the trip. excitedly explains how surprised she was after seeing the carriage Ron sent for her and then asks if he's eating well, to which he reassures her. He also introduces Sita to her. Then he suggests they hurry as he will get very busy after entering the academy, so there are things he must do beforehand. Later, Ronan gives her many beautiful expensive dresses as a gift which suit her perfectly. Errol is surprised and says that apart from the fact that he made a lot of money and also receives a scholarship, those gifts are still too much for her, to which Ron refuses, saying it's about time she benefits from him. Gets teary, realizing that her little brother has grown up. Then Ron suggests exploring the workshop as his sword was damaged a while ago. As he opens the door of the workshop, Schlieffen stands there, startling Ron badly. Ronan asks if he was stalking, to which Schlieffen explains that he came to order a new sword as the previous one got defective because of him. Ron curses him as he gets annoyed and pulls out his sword to show it's equally damaged, insisting on a rematch. Schlieffen agrees but suddenly comes between them, asking Ron not to use foul language and apologizing to Schlieffen, taking the blame herself. Schlieffen, the heir to a noble the Grankia family, is nervous and blames his lack of discretion. Errol excitedly grabs his hand as he's the only friend of Ron and asks him to take care of her brother. He is clearly blushing now. As compensation, he gives her his family's proof of identification badge, allowing her to go anywhere by showing it. Ronan is flabbergasted at his foolishness as the badge is worth many villages. The next day at Filian Academy, the headmaster, Kravakar, conducts the entrance ceremony, greeting class 787 and introducing himself. He praises them for their proven potential and congratulates them all for entering the academy. Just then, he teleports the entire place to a battlefield where these freshies meet the seniors. The meeting is between the freshmen and the Year 2 seniors, where the first and second ranked freshers are appointed to one of the 4 Year 2s and they will carry out a one-on-one spar. This is a special Filian event. In this way, they will get to know each other's abilities and weaknesses. These duels are educational, and through this each year's representatives will get to demonstrate their first step. The headmaster announces that the freshers can choose their opponents and also decline the duel as well. Ron is irritated as according to him they are just hazing the freshmen. The headmaster introduces all 4 martial major arts sophomore seniors Nasto Brown Caron, and now with ranks 1, 2, 4, and 3 respectively, along with Ronan and Schlieffen. They are excited to fight each other. Ron decides to show his older sister that he doesn't go around getting beaten up. As the headmaster asks them to choose their opponents, Prince Charm interrupts, confidently suggesting that he would like to duel with all 4 seniors at once. The headmaster is astonished and discusses it with instructor Navarros to get her suggestion. She agrees with it as according to Fian's overarching principle, the skilled one is free to do whatever. Karun and Erna get irritated as Ronan looks down on them, but Nazda suggests they calm down as although Ron is arrogant, Schlieffen is the skilled one and they can't look down on him. He commands them to go all out from the start. Arrow is worried and screams at Prince Charm to be careful. Just then, the announcement commences the first match and Nasto pulls out his first strike on Ronan, which makes him realize that these seniors are a couple of levels higher than Maria. Ron dodges them smoothly and tries to block their attack. Their teamwork is really impressive. Suddenly, Brown shows up behind him and delivers a swift and finished move, which he dodges again. There is a follow-up attack afterward from the remaining 3, but Ronan, with his incredible speed, manages to sidestep them all and strikes back. Brown unexpectedly turns up again, on which Ron comments that he should remain considerate till the end. With that, he chops his sword into pieces, shattering it around. Brown is clearly surprised when he realizes that the stance Prince Charm used is exactly the same as Instructor Navarros's. The crowd is loud as they didn't expect this kind of fight from a freshie. Errol is clearly being a bully out of excitement. The seniors are in shock, but Nasto isn't upset as the fight was one-sided. Everyone calls Ronan unreal. Just then, Prince Charm shows his gratitude towards the seniors and politely thanks them for accepting his challenge. He also praises their unimaginable strength and apologizes for his earlier rudeness, saying he looks forward to learning more from them. They are confused by his politeness. Then, Braum steps forward, realizing he was wrong about Ron and instead encourages him to be confident. He praises Ronan in front of the whole academy. Later at dinner, Ron wonders why the entrance ceremony banquet is so grand. He isn't surprised as the institution is the best after all. Assel asks about his sister, to which Ronan explains that it took him a while to reassure her as she is always so worried about him. He left Sita with her to get home safely. Suddenly as he starts eating, that creeper Schleifen startles him. He appears asking for information about Iriel, the condition of the road to her home and many other random things related to her. Ron is annoyed to death and starts abusing him. As the two argue, Akalusia shows up. She wants to have a word with Ron out of interest. Schleifine knows it's her evil hobby and takes his leave. Assel tries to explain about her, but Ron already knows how overwhelming and powerful she is. Akalusia explains that she is here to offer something a mere criminal could never dream of. Akalusia's invitation. It's a bright purple badge. The Akalusias prioritize talent unlike others. They debuted many talented individuals and became one of the two pillars of the empire. They offer an opportunity to become part of their family to those who display potential. And the symbol of that is this invitation. Ronan asks about it and realizes he had heard of it from a passerby. He remembers when his Grand Commander, Adashan Akalusia, showed him the invitation and explained that he would become part of the Akalusia family like her once he had it, but only if he could pass the test given by the Patriarch, which only the skilled can complete. She also predicted he would end up receiving the invitation since he is talented. Elizabeth suggests he make a wise choice and leaves. Ronan is glad, knowing it will be helpful for him. Filion Academy prioritizes students' abilities above all. Here the environment changes depending on one's grades, such as the dormitory system. Intermediate rank students are assigned to Nitaya Hall, where everyone gets a clean room, a high-grade cafeteria and other nice facilities. On the other hand, students in the bottom 30% are assigned to Critier Hall, a shabby and old place where 4 students share a room, and the cafeteria, showers, and bathrooms are all shared. Lastly, the top 10% of students, including Ronan, are assigned to Nabardozor Hall, which can be described in one phrase: a huge luxury hall. As Ron enters, he sees the class registration form where he must write down the classes he wants to take. He's heard not to choose too many classes, but they all look interesting, so he decides to take all of them. It's a common misunderstanding of a first year who has yet to experience hell. Later, the main instructor of the Empire Swordsmanship Basics class tells Ronan that he no longer needs to attend as he performed all the basics of the Empire Swordsmanship at the start of the class. Ronan sits alone, irritated, not just by the Empire Swordsmanship class, but also because he was kicked out of today's bowmanship and monster hunting classes. Suddenly, Instructor Navarro shows up, learns that he completed all his classes on the first day, and realizes how quickly he copied her technique. Then she asks for his sword and strikes a powerful blow into the river behind them. It only makes a huge splash. And as the sword gets damaged, she tells him that something like this can't be called a weapon. It will only wear down the user's power. Instead, she shows him her sword, which pierces through the air, making the water gather in the sky. And with that, it starts raining. This is what he is lacking. The lady shows Ronan what he is missing, and that is a personalized weapon. Warriors use sturdy, sharp steel to fight opponents. These weapons should not break easily, but even if they do, warriors can replace them. To Ronan, weapons have always been simple, replaceable tools. That changes when he sees Instructor Navarro's demonstration. Prince Charm thinks it is unbelievable. He is sure Navarro's used the same sword as before, but her slash is much stronger. She explains that even one breath and a handful of strength can change a life on the battlefield. Ignoring such details can be deadly. She adds that if the hero is using mana, he needs a weapon that suits him. But since he still cannot use mana, he cannot get one yet. Ronan asks if she knew all along, and she confirms it. She still praises him for being amazing without mana and assures him that one day he will use it. To prepare for that day, she orders him to find his perfect weapon. When Ron stays quiet, Navarro teases him for thinking too much, then invites him to her class. He asks if she is serious, and she says yes, but warns that he must bring a proper weapon. Not the lump of steel he carries. Now the next day, the hero stands with Acel and Maria in front of a wooden sign telling them about Navarro's offer. They join him to search for a new weapon, starting with the place Schlieffen recommended. The directions lead to a shabby forge. Senpai and Pretty Boy doubt it would even stand if touched. Ronan is unsure, but trusting Schlieffen, he suggests they go inside. They open the door and find cobwebs on the ceiling. Inside looks even worse than outside. Still, Ron stays, trusting the Sword Saint's words. Then a door inside opens and a hairy hand with long nails appears. Heavy footsteps follow and a huge wolf beast man steps out asking who they are. Acel panics while Ron finds it fascinating that a wolf beast man is running a forge. The wolf grows impatient and threatens to send them away, But Ron shows the thing that Schlieffen gave and explains they came to buy a weapon. The wolf inspects them and senses mana from Marcel and Maria. He yawns, saying the symbol means nothing unless the hero is truly from the Gria family. With a grin, he adds that he might accept the request if Ronan gives him Dollface's arm because he is hungry. Assel hides behind the hero. Ron warns the wolf that he has crossed the line. In a swift move, Ronan attacks, and the strike sends the wolf backward. The hero notices that the impact felt like hitting hard armor and he asks where the wolf got it. Ron walks toward him, saying the armor is not important and he will just destroy it. The wolf panics and quickly admits that it was only a test to check Ronan's skill. He adds that he wanted to try his invisible armor and that this is their verification process for strangers. Ronan calms down and the wolf apologizes especially to Assel, saying he does not eat people. The wolf introduces himself as Didakan, an apprentice and sometimes gatekeeper of the forge. He confirms Ronan is here for a weapon and tells them to follow him. He adds that the shabby area is only the entrance and behind a door lies the real forge. Ditkan asks if they are all good and tells them to prepare mentally. He presses a hidden button and the gears turn as the floor slowly goes down. Ditkan tells them that this is a magic stone-powered elevator. He adds that this is the fastest way to get to the forge and is the best and largest forge in the capital. Soon an underground forge appears before them named the Grand Carpadoki. Ron praises it, amazed that such a place exists below the capital. Ditkan laughs and says that as a reward for passing the test, he will take him to the capital's best master craftsman. Ronan and his friends walk through Cappadocia, surrounded by the sound of hammers and sparks as blacksmiths make swords. The hero can hardly believe a place like this exists. Ditkan explains that this forge serves only the royal family and nobles. Every blacksmith here is skilled, but the best is the elder dwarf, a master who has worked with metal for 400 years. He is stubborn, but his skills are unmatched. Without warning, Ditkan kicks open a door and calls to the elder, saying he has brought a guest for him. The old dwarf, Darren, scolds him for being loud while he works. Didite says the doorway was blocked with weapons and tells him to clean his shop. Darren complains that Dedikon nags too much for someone so young, then asks if his guests are strong. Ditkan says he tested Ron and is sure he is amazing. Darren looks at Ron thinking he seems like a child, but invites him to show his swordsmanship. Ronan draws his sword, but Darren takes one glance, calls it trash, and smashes it with his hammer. Shocked and angry, Ron asks what he is doing. Darren points to swords on the floor and tells him to pick one. Any sword here, he says, is 100 times better. Then the heroes. Ronan hesitates, but Ditkan nods for him to trust the dwarf. The hero chooses a sword and can feel the difference immediately, though he is unsure if it will change the result. He warns Don he might destroy something, but Darren says he does not care. Ronan decides to recreate the slash he saw Navarros perform. He takes his position. Don's eyes narrow and he recognizes the movement. The sword swings and an explosion shakes the forge. Other blacksmiths freeze at the sound, wondering if a blast furnace exploded. Inside the shop, both Ronan and Darren stare at the damage. The hero insists he never meant to cause this much destruction. Darren asks if Ron is Navarros' student. Surprised, Ron asks if he knows her. Durin says he made her sword, a masterpiece called the Secret Sword, Yarusa. Ron recalls how smooth and deadly it was. Darren admits he thought the hero was just a newbie, but now he sees rare talent. He warns that this talent makes it hard to forge a sword that suits him, and the sword he just used is already cracking from a single swing. Ron asks how to solve this. Dunn says he needs the highest grade steel mixed with a special material, perhaps a byproduct of a wyvern. Ronan remembers something and pulls out an eggshell. Dunn strikes it with his mythal hammer and is stunned when it does not even dent. Excited, he asks if he can use it. Ron says it is useless to him and asks if it is enough. Dunn with an excited look says yes and tells him to come back in 2 weeks for the best sword in the Empire. Darren tells Ael and Maria to meet the other master blacksmiths if they want weapons. Surprised, Senpai asks if he means it. Darren says he cannot send back the friends of a valuable person empty-handed. They should mention his name for special treatment. Then Darren begins hammering the eggshell with full strength, laughing at the sound. Ronan watches and thinks the old man is crazy. Far below Cappadocia, a man in white is angry at the sound of blacksmiths at work. He says that he will burn them all. A woman beside him tells him to wait. Their time has not come. She looks at the stone statues and says their plan will soon begin. They will start with the blacksmiths, then bring the empire to its knees. Staring at a giant statue sealed in crystal, she whispers that the day everything disappears and light is coming. A few days later, Ronin remembers that the best blacksmith in the empire is making his sword. His friends are getting their weapons from other blacksmiths. The prices must be high, but Ron does not care because he is not paying. He used the Grancha family symbol. The only problem is that his sword will take time to finish. So he wonders how to spend his days. Acel and Maria are busy with lessons, leaving him with no one to talk to. While walking around the school, he stops in front of the Galleon building, a place for upper-class students to train and attend lectures. He guesses Navarros teaches here, too. She told him to come to her class when he had a real weapon. And though he now carries only a temporary weapon, he thinks it might be enough. While he is lost in thought, Navarros suddenly appears beside him with a fierce look. Ron freezes before he can speak. She grabs his ear and demands to know why he has not attended her class. She asks if he has been skipping. Ron tries to explain, but she does not listen and drags him toward the building. He cries out in pain, begging her to let go. Inside, a girl carrying a stack of files hears his voice and stops to look out the window, wondering who is making such a noise. Someone bumps into her, and when she turns to apologize, the boy Cardan scolds her for blocking the way. He mocks her for being slow, even though she is a teacher's assistant. He calls her a loser and orders her to prepare for the day's lessons. She agrees and hurries away. In the first sparring room, students gather as Navarros announces that Ronin will be joining their class. Some are surprised he skipped a grade. Others whisper that he does not look as strong as the rumors say. The hero notices both friendly and unfriendly faces. The teacher's assistant enters out of breath and apologizes for being late. Ronin hears her voice and freezes because it is familiar. Navarro tells her not to worry and asks her to introduce herself to the hero. She smiles and says she is Ada-shan, a second-year martial arts major and teacher's assistant. In another life, she was Ada-shan Akalucia, the Iron Lady, the first woman to become a Grand Commander, a leader feared and respected on the battlefield. Ronin remembers serving under her, never expecting to see such a bright smile on her face. She clearly has no memory related to regressing, and he wonders what he should do about the last wish she made before she died. As he watches, Ron notices the students bothering her with errands and orders. She works more like a servant than an assistant. Cardan approaches Ron and challenges him to a duel, saying he wants to learn from someone with such an impressive interview record. Ronin declines, saying he has something on his mind. Cardan assumes Ron is avoiding him because he has no weapon. He shouts it out of Sean to fetch his spear, calling her a loser again. She hurries off and returns with a long spear. Cardan snaps at her, saying he now uses a short spear. She apologizes, explaining that he used the long one last class. He hits the spear on her head, telling her not to talk back. He insults her for begging Navarros to let her join the class and still failing at simple chores. Ronin cannot stand it any longer. He grabs Cardan's spear. Cardan stares at him in surprise, asking what he is doing. Ron says he accepts. Cardan asks what he means, and with a terrifying look, he calls Cardan a loser and repeats that he accepts the duel. Cardan looks surprised by Ronin's anger. He asks if the hero accepted the duel because of Ada-shan. Then he smirks and says Ron must be protecting her because they are both commoners. The hero hands back the spear and tells him to defend himself if he does not want to die. Ron grabs a wooden sword and attacks with so much force that it sends Cardan backwards. Cardan cannot believe Ron has this strength without using mana. Ron says that since Cardan complained about the spear being too long, he has shortened it. The spear suddenly snaps in half. Ronin asks if Cardan likes it now. Angrily, Cardan tells Ronin to know his place and charges at him, saying Ron will not get away unharmed. Before Cardan can strike, our hero cuts the spear into small pieces and tells him to worry about himself instead. Ron then beats Cardan without holding back. He hits him in the face, making Cardan lose balance, then strikes his hip. Cardan falls to the ground and faints. Ron tells him to be thankful they are in the academy because outside he would be dead. The other students are frozen in shock. Cardan is one of the strongest third-year students, yet he lost completely. Ronin turns to the others with a fierce look that makes the air feel cold. He points at a girl who had been asking for a towel and tells her to handle it herself instead of bothering others. He walks toward her asking if the assistant teacher is her servant. The girl screams and our hero tells her to come closer so he can beat her too. Audishan quickly steps in front of him. She says she does not understand why he is doing this and insists she is fine. Ron tells her to move. He says he cannot stand seeing her treated badly, especially by people like them. He says no one in the Empire has the right to look down on her or abuse her. He pushes her aside and says he will beat every student in the class. A firm voice orders him to stop. Navarro's presence fills the training hall like a heavy wave. She says she will not punish him for fighting Cardan, but if he continues, she will not forgive him. She tells him to drop his sword and walk away. Ron suddenly feels his body freeze. When he looks back, he sees Navarro's with a huge snake ready to eat him. This is the manner of the sword saint. She says what he is about to do is not a duel, and as the class instructor, she will not allow it. Ronin accuses her of knowing what Aidashan goes through and doing nothing. Navarro says it is not his concern and warns him again. Ron grips his sword and says it does not matter if she is the sword saint. He will not change his mind. Navarro closes her eyes sadly and says there is no choice. The snake heads towards him. A loud sound fills Ronin's ears and darkness covers his sight. A memory appears. In another life, Aidashan is the Grand Commander. Ron once asked the Iron Lady why she volunteered to take the position of Grand Commander when everyone else refused. She told him that someday he would understand that there are things you cannot give to others because they are your fate. He always wondered what burden she carried. In her last moments, she told him she was sorry for giving that burden to him and asked him not to forgive her. Ron wakes up shouting. He looks around and sees that he is lying in bed. Someone asks if he had a nightmare. He turns his head and freezes. It is Audishan. Ronin wakes up and calls Grand Commander. She is surprised and asks what he means. He laughs, says it was a mistake and tells her not to worry. But this Iron Rose is confused. Ron asks if he is in the infirmary. She confirms it. Navarro's told her to bring him and said she would correct his behavior in supplementary classes. Ronin knows he is in trouble and expects Navarro's to be angry. Aidashan asks if Ron was angry when he fought earlier because of her. He looks away and says he fought because he is a gentleman who values manners. She knows he is lying and calls him a bad liar. She asks him not to hate Cardan and the other students too much, saying she understands why they treat her badly. Ronin is shocked and angry. He says she did nothing wrong except work hard as a teaching assistant and asks why she became one. Aidashan is surprised. Ron says he thinks Navarro's let students misbehave because they are young, but he will never accept a teacher ignoring bad behavior. He asks if Aidashan is angry at Navarro's. She smiles and says no because she asked Navarro's to overlook the students' treatment of her. Ron is shocked and thinks she's joking. Iron Rose explains she enjoys privileges she does not deserve. To attend Navarro's class, one must be a sword expert, but she took a year off and struggles to control her mana. Ron is surprised that someone so powerful once feels powerless. Aidashan says she asked Navarro's to ignore the bad behavior so she wouldn't burden her. She accepts humiliation as the price for her privileges. She thanks Ronin and admits she thought she was used to small troubles, but today was painful. Ron asks if she endures this to become Grand Commander. She is surprised that he knows her goal. Smiling, she says her dream is to be the Empire's Grand Commander. Even if it sounds silly for someone not yet a sword expert, she will not give up. She is confident in military science and strength and works hard. Realizing it is time for class, Aidashan tells Ron to rest before going back. Ronin thanks her for watching over him. She smiles and leaves. Later, our hero remembers her last words as Grand Commander to tell her to stop chasing the dream and try tailoring instead, as she never tried it. Ronin feels torn, unsure how to tell her to give up. A few days later on a weekend, our hero Assel and Maria go to the Grand Cappadoci Forge because Darren wants to see them. When they arrive, no one is there. Ronin is angry because Darren sent a late-night letter asking them to come and get his masterpiece. While looking around, Ron steps on a helmet and kicks it, complaining that the forge is dirty and customers are treated badly here. Senpai wonders why Ron is so sensitive these days. Femboy said that he has no idea. Ron insists they go inside. Maria asks if he is even allowed. Ron reminds her that Darren invited them and tells her to follow. They enter an elevator and Ronan presses a secret button. Going down, he complains that Darren doesn't know the basics of customer service. Deeper down, Ron sees the forge on fire and people unconscious. A cell points out a rock giant chasing blacksmiths. Ronan wonders why rock giants are there. Assel asks what to do. Ron grabs Pretty Boy, carries him up, and places his leg on the elevator rails, ready to jump. Femboy is confused. Ronan tells Maria to get help and jumps down. He tells Assel to use telekinesis. Dollface uses a skill called the invisible hand to soften their fall. Blacksmiths are about to be crushed by the giant. Ron jumps over and destroys it. Landing. He complains that so many problems come his way in just a few days and his head already hurts. Ronan glares at the rock giants, declaring that they're done for and stands still with his back facing the giant. The giant throws a punch, but Ron suddenly starts sprinting in the opposite direction, confusing the giant. Our hero quickly draws his sword and slashes the giant into many rock pieces. The blacksmiths stare at the scene as one of them asks if that is Darren's guest who visited previously. The other one silently watches Ron slashing the giant and says that such a young child is killing the rock giants in one go. After a while, Ron stands on the fallen giant and calls out to the blacksmiths, demanding they explain the situation to him. Later, he expresses his shock when the blacksmiths tell him about how dozens of rock giants suddenly appeared in groups. One of the blacksmiths tells him that they don't know the cause of it either. The other explains that the giants appeared somewhere underground, started destroying everything and killed many blacksmiths. It even grabbed several blacksmiths, including Dawn, and returned to where it came from. They tell him Dakin chased after them, but he isn't good at fighting, and at this rate, they'll all become food. Ronan nods and says he understands, asking if there are any more giants left. The blacksmith tells him he just killed the last one. Ron tells Assel that until Maria arrives with reinforcements, she should look for anyone injured and heal them. If she does it with Sita, she should be able to conduct first aid without any issues. Pretty Boy asks, what about him? To which Ron replies that he's going to save those who were taken away and also needs something from Sir Darren. Meanwhile, Don kneels down and calls out to Ditkin, thanking him for putting his life on the line and coming here, but tells him there's no need for him to be here, too, so he should hurry up and go. He also mentions his armor, that if it's his invisible armor, it will endure. Ditkin yells at him to shut up, saying that there's already a lot going on right now, so stop saying things that tire him out, and instead suggests he swing that sword. Durin refuses, saying that this sword is his best masterpiece, and he can't taint it with his stupid swordsmanship. Ditkin replies that this is not the time to be doing that. Just then, the rock giant roars and raises its hand to punch, but Darren is pushed back by the sewer's effect. He opens his eyes to see Ditkin stopping the punch. Ditkin thinks that even the defense enchantment cast on his armor is gone. If he knew this is how he was going to die, he would have made everything he wanted to. Suddenly, Ron shows up, slashing the giant into pieces and tells Ditkin to leave his back to him and take a break. Ditkin asks how our hero got here when there should have been many giants along the way. Ronan turns around and says he killed them all, saving the other blacksmiths. Ditkin is in disbelief. Ron then asks Dawn to give him the sword since he can't use it anymore. When Dawn looks at him in confusion, Ron asks if it's not his sword that he called a masterpiece. Dawn quickly gives him the sword and Ronan charges toward the rock giants, killing them in microseconds. The impact leaves even Ron in shock as he asks what the sword actually is. Darren tells him the sword's name is Lancia, named after his favorite daydreamer. He explains that the sword is so light he can barely feel its weight, yet it's sturdier than Mithril and can withstand all swordsmanship. He didn't even cast any enchantments on it, but it possesses a trait where it restores any damage taken by absorbing blood. Ronan wonders if that's because it's made out of Sita's eggshell and praises Darren. Then Darren suggests they should get out of there. And since they are the only ones left, there won't be anyone else to save. Ron agrees and asks Dakin to take Darren and leave while he checks something out. He suspects that there is a rat hiding here, a very big one. Ditkin asks what rat Ronan is talking about, to which our hero explains that something seems off. These giants aren't known for mobbing. If someone doesn't provoke them first, they're usually quite well behaved. Also, on the back of their heads, he found suspicious marks, a magic circle he's never seen before. He asks Dawn if he recognizes the pattern. Dawn examines it, saying he isn't sure because he's not well versed in this area, but he feels the reverberation of the mana is quite crafty and concludes that this is the reason why the rock giants have gone wild. He wonders who would do such a thing, to which Ron adds that it's something they need to find out. Ron makes his way through the tunnels and caves, wondering if he's right or wrong. But the deeper he goes, the more certain he becomes. Among the rock giant's footprints, there are other prints twice the size of a human, and a defense system type mana stone is also present. This confirms to him that someone definitely planned this. He abruptly stops when he hears voices and hides behind a wall. As he peeks to find out who they are, he sees two people, Yuden and Cirilla, whispering to each other with their backs facing him. Both are wearing white cloaks and facing a golden rock giant. Ronan concludes that they are behind this. He glances at the rock giant and realizes the ones he fought earlier were mere children compared to this one. He sees that it's still sealed, but if it begins to move, it could cause problems. Yuden asks Cirilla if she thinks there's an intruder, saying he's sure because the brainwashing link he cast on the rock giant has disconnected. Cirilla replies that she believes it was done by a third party. Yuden mocks the Imperial bastards, saying they acted fast for once. He asks what they should do since they have no rock giants left and still can't operate the golden one. With an evil laugh, he asks if he should kill them all, but Cirilla says it's enough. She explains they've already destroyed most of the surrounding facilities, which will greatly impact the Empire's weapons manufacturers. She adds that if their identities are revealed, that person won't stay. Still, so it's better to retreat for now. Yuden asks if he should destroy the golden one, saying that the one snooping around smells like Smith's sulfur and it's getting on his nerves. Suddenly, flames follow Ron as he tries to dodge them. He wonders about Udon and seeing how quickly and powerfully the magic was cast, realizes this guy isn't average. Yuden asks Ronan how he got here since that defense system wasn't easy to break through. But that's what Ron wants to know, who they are and why they're meeting at this place in such an extreme way, even if they were eager to be together. Yuden jokingly asks Cirilla if he should kill the kid, to which she disagrees. But Yuden suggests they have some fun, saying there isn't much time left for the Emperor to be buried in starlight. Ron, burning with anger, questions what he means. Yuden wonders about his sudden mood shift. Ron demands they come with him, saying he has a lot to ask. Yuden sarcastically asks if he's planning to capture them. Just as Yuden is about to strike, Ron swiftly slices his hand without him even noticing. Yuden drops to his knees as Cirilla freezes, stunned by the situation. Ron grabs her by the neck and orders her to answer his questions obediently if she doesn't want to end up like him, leaving Cirilla out of breath. Suddenly, Cirilla ends up summoning her mana shield, but Ron effortlessly cuts through it, leaving her in shock and pierces his sword through her. He finds out that she is a half-elf who was associated with Yuden. Just then, an explosion echoes throughout the basement, and Yuden is standing firm in front of Ron, warning him to stay away from Cirilla. But Ron confidently claims that it's over for them and offers him a choice. Either listen obediently or he'll let that elf have a taste of death. Purposefully, Yuden chooses to listen, but suddenly Cirilla smiles, making Ron wonder why she is suddenly smiling. Seconds later, the giant becomes active again and strikes a powerful blow toward Ron. He freezes for a moment, then tries to block the attack, but fails and ends up hurting himself. Yuden runs to Cirilla, asking if she is fine. Cirilla reassures him, thanking him for diverting Ronan's attention, or else she wouldn't have been able to use her magic to activate the giant. She also mentions that the giant is heavily damaged, so she was only able to activate its arm. Yuden asks her to go to the church and report the situation while he puts an end to this. Cirilla, out of concern, asks him to be careful and warns him about Ron, saying he is a monster in the face of a child. Yuden agrees and decides to kill him because if he lets Ronan live, he will become a huge threat to them. Just as Udon is thinking this, Ron slices him down into pieces before he can even react. Cirilla stands stunned, wondering how he can do that when he's so badly injured. Her body isn't responding the way she wants it to. She is mad, but since she isn't sure they can win, reporting the situation to the church is her first priority. Cirilla warns Ron that she will find out everything about him and take everything away from him, his family, loved ones, and friends. Ron realizes he can't let her escape his grasp as he barely managed to find a clue about the situation, or else there will be no difference between this and his past. Ronan screams at her to stop over and over. Just then, Instructor Navarro shows up, paralyzing Cirilla in place, and states that she has a lot of questions. But first, she wants to confirm whether it was Cirilla who hurt her disciple Ronan. She burns with anger, her aura terrifying. Our hero is relieved to see her. She is also glad to see Ron and find out that he is fine. Cirilla is shivering with fear as Navarro's aura takes the form of a snake and paralyzes her whole body. She almost recognizes her. Navarro's walks toward her and grabs her face, adding that she has done a few things that shouldn't have been done, but it makes her even more furious that Cirilla hurt her disciple. She tells her to see the future before her eyes. Her stars begin to burn. As the stars burn, Cirilla collapses to the ground. Navarro suggests reporting the situation to the principal after treating Ronan's wounds. Just then, Ron asks her if the future she mentioned is Leland Prison. It's the prison used to interrogate criminals who have gone against the Empire to make any sort of confession. Ron requests that he be allowed to observe their interrogation just once. He insists as it is really important to him. Meanwhile, Acel and Maria ensure every injured person receives treatment. After they're done, Feboi grows concerned about Ronan and hopes he comes back soon. Just then, Ron shows up and says he received a brief summary on his way about their hard work. Senpai brought more backup forces while Pretty Boy and Sita saved half of the craftsmen who were buried. But there is still something for which Ron must leave. A few hours later, at the secret rendezvous point for Lodoland's convoy, Navarro's and Ron stand on Gregno Forest Cliff with Cirilla and Yuden laying there waiting for Loland's escort to arrive. As the escorts reach the spot, they mention that they received a call from the Empire to escort the criminals. Navarro hands over Cirilla and Udon to them, warning that Udon has an incredible regenerating ability. They acknowledge the warning, adding that this kind of fun object has come to them for the first time, and take their leave. They assure her that they will contact her as soon as the interrogation is over. As they leave, Navarro's informs Ron that 1 week will be enough time for them to open their mouths and she will let him know once she receives the call. Afterwards, time moves quickly. With the support of the Empire, the restoration of Grand Carpadoki proceeds rapidly, and Ron returns to the Empire, spending his time taking supplementary lessons from the instructor. A few days later, at Leland Prison, while interrogating a criminal, the interrogator mentions a guest will be visiting him soon. Instructor Navarro's and Ron arrive at Lodlan Prison. Interrogator Karaka, in charge of the new criminals, receives them and suggests they see the prisoners first. Ronan finds it hard to believe that this nice, old-looking man is an interrogator, but Navarro's insists not to judge a book by its cover, as he will soon understand why this man is called the worst nightmare. On the way, Karaka gives them a summary of the interrogation. Their organization is called Nebula Clasier. Navarro's asks if this is a criminal organization like Calabaro, to which Karaka agrees, adding that they are more dangerous. From the great fire that destroyed the Nalanda granary to the explosion at the Magic Engineering Research Facility Ottoman, it has been confirmed that they were responsible. Ronan wonders why he never heard of them in his past life. Then he asks Karaka if they mentioned anything about Starlight or the star's advent, which he heard during the capture. Karaka, now irritated and feeling ashamed for not having the full information, decides to show the criminals his full sincerity. As the door opens, Ron glances at Cirilla and Udon, wondering if they are the same people he met before because they have been brutally interrogated and are barely recognizable. Karaka, in his creepy form, adds that Udon has quite an impressive dark regeneration ability. So, he suggests burning people like him, piercing a burning arrow through him, and cutting his limbs with full effort. Udon screams in severe pain. Karaka makes him suffer even more, asking why he hasn't revealed everything. Yuden claims he has already told them everything. But Karaka decides to end the conversation with Yuden and turns to Cirilla as she has no regenerative abilities. So it won't be hard to get information from her, especially since she knows that if he tortures her anymore, she will die. Cirilla, her voice trembling, begs him to kill her. Just then, Ron realizes that even in the disciplinary squad, he hasn't seen this kind of violence. But he wonders how Yuden can still hide something in this condition when their identities have already been revealed. Suddenly, it hits him. He informs Navarro's that it might be forbidden cursed magic that's preventing the information from being disclosed, as this method was used on soldiers to protect secrets. As Karaka hears this, he brings out a creepy, horrible-looking monster, Cursed Eye, that devour curses placed on criminals who are unable to speak due to magic. He starts with Udon and lets the eye monster devour his head. As the curse breaks, he asks Yuden about the star's advent. Yuden says it is an eternal entity, the only grace that will save the lowly beings of Earth. The small lights that are waiting for the star's advent begin beyond the skies. They work to ensure nothing interrupts their long-cherished wish. Cirilla asks him to stop, but he doesn't. Karaka asks what it is that he says will fall from the sky. It's the star's children, he replies. As Ronin hears this, he realizes that Yuden is talking about Ayut. Ronin fails to hold himself back after hearing the mention of the children of the stars and steps forward toward Edwin. He then demands Edwin confirm if he is referring to Ayut by the children of the stars. Edwin is surprised as he looks up at Ronin upon hearing him say the word Ayut. He questions our hero about it. However, blood starts to drip from his eyes and mouth and his face begins to disfigure as if it's about to burst. Before the situation can escalate, Karaka pulls Prince Charm back and creates a magical shield between them and Edwin. Suddenly, a great amount of light begins to emit from Edwin's face before it explodes completely. Later, Karaka remarks that he didn't expect it as such a thing happened even though the cursed eye had absorbed the curse. Looking at the fuming mess of Edwin's body lying on the floor now, Ronin inquires in horror if this is a usual occurrence. Karaka refuses, revealing that it rarely worsens to this point and concludes that the curse might have been cast in two parts. The first part must be to ensure the person does not reveal anything about the star's advent to anyone outside their organization. The second part activates when words related to the star's advent are mentioned, causing the curse to explode. He then places his hand on Ronin's shoulder, which startles him and states that if he's right, then it must be some kind of secret information within Nebula Clausier. Out of curiosity, he then inquires about Ron's awareness of such confidential information, claiming that he must know something. As the interrogator of this case, Ronin reveals that there isn't much to tell except that he happened to hear it by coincidence. His statement confuses Karaka, so he questions what Prince Charm means by coincidence. Thus, Ron reminds him how he was the first person to find them in Grand Carpadoki. That's when he picked something up while eavesdropping on them. To further explain, Ron reveals that he didn't consider the piece of information to be significant until today when he changed his mind and began thinking that the word Ayut might be important. Once he has explained himself, he removes Karaka's hand from his shoulder and apologizes for interfering due to his sudden excitement. Karaka believes Ronin is hiding the truth. But despite his conviction, he is compelled to step back when Navarro's unshaved her sword and places it at Karaka's neck. She demands he stop and angrily asks if he dares question her disciple Ron in front of her. Scared by her move, Karaka immediately backs off and calling her an unprecedented sword saint, claims he was merely double-checking since it's always better to be cautious. Once all is settled, Karaka puts the cursed eye over his shoulder, exclaiming over the loss of it, as they're highly difficult to kill, unlike most fantastical monsters. Seeing it get compared to fantastical monsters, Ronin surprisingly asks if a cursed eye is that powerful. Karaka affirms and states that despite their capabilities, they look cute if observed closely. Turning to look over his shoulder, Karaka asks Prince Charm if he wants to touch the cursed eye, but suddenly stops mid-sentence. His eyes widen in surprise when he notices that the cursed eye has changed. Trying to think if it absorbed a curse from someone, he considers how it didn't even go near Cyrilla. That's when he realizes it could have absorbed a possible curse from Ron when he grabbed Ronin's shoulder earlier while using his mana shield. Karaka apologizes to Prince Charm for his rudeness before placing the cursed eye on the back of Ron's hand, and it begins to croak and puff up until it explodes. The sudden explosion of the cursed eye confuses them. Karaka calms Ron down and informs him that he's cursed before asking if he's ever faced difficulty running or holding objects made of steel. This makes Ronin go quiet, which indicates that he has indeed faced such circumstances. Therefore, Karaka lets him know that he won't force him if he wants to hide it. However, he informs Ron that judging from the power of the curse, it contains an enormous amount of ill intent from the one who cast it on him. Karaka sees Ronin and Navarro's off and thanks them for their hard work. Further, he promises to inform them about Cyrilla's interrogation once he has lifted this strong curse. When he notices the look on Ron's face, Karaka asks about the troubled look, to which Ronin admits it's due to the revelation of being cursed. Acknowledging his concern, Karaka advises him not to worry too much since he is a Filian student. It makes Ronin confused. To clear the confusion, Karaka informs that it looks like the curse has resided within Prince Charm's body for a long time. So he recommends Ronin visit Professor Ma's secret because he's the only mage on the continent who knows the most about all curses. On their way back, Ronin continues to rub his right eye endlessly, wondering what's wrong with him. After a while, when Navarro's also gets irritated by his restlessness, she asks him if it's really that itchy for him to not stop. Ron affirms before telling her that he thinks it's been like that ever since he touched the cursed eye. So, she explains that it's one of the most common symptoms that appear when a curse is getting weaker. Thus, he doesn't need to worry. Ronin thinks about how Navarro's isn't just skilled but also a nice person and gets suspicious about her since he never heard about her in his past life. Thus, he wonders if Nebula Glacier did something. The next day, Ron meets Adashan in the Sherry Forest, a training area for magic students. Iron Rose cheerfully greets him and welcomes him, happy to finally meet him after the midterm exams. She expresses her joy that they've gotten to meet because of their instructor, and then proceeds to ask him about his well-being. After seeing her, Ron remembers that he was supposed to think about something to do regarding the Grand Commander matter and decides to laugh off her current statements. Thus, when he greets her cheerfully in return, she informs him that all the guys who were wary of Cardan have become much friendlier since that day. However, she adds that she's a bit concerned that Cardan gets scared whenever he sees her. Adashan notices the worried look on his face and brings up how she heard from the instructor about having to undo Ronan's curse. He confirms the news and tells her that he's come here because he has to meet Professor Secret. However, he seems like a unique man to be found here. After hearing Ronan's comment, the lady confirms that Professor Secret and his office are indeed unique, which is why non-magic students don't come here. She reveals that she asked a younger magic student for guidance and turns around to see if she's arrived yet. Suddenly, the junior student, Eli, appears in front of Adusan and hugs her happily. While the two of them greet each other, Prince Charm takes a look at her and remembers that she's the same girl, Akalucia, who was yapping about the wolf and sheep. Once the two of them are done with the meet and greet, Eli asks the Iron Lady what she wanted to meet Professor Secret for. Before she can answer, she looks at Ron and her eyes widen in surprise. Thus, he claims that he was the one who asked for help. He then greets her by calling her Elizabeth and teases her about whether he should call her Eli. Eli screams in panic after seeing him there, but she eventually calms down and leads them to Professor Secret's office. Ronan teases her and asks if she brought him to this creepy place to bury him alive for seeing something he shouldn't have, but she yells at him for teasing her and demands that he not call her Eli. As Elizabeth leads Ron to the office, Ronan finds it strange to know that she's friends with the Grand Commander. This makes his suspicion turn into belief that she was the original Akalucia, and he wonders how they met. The two of them walk ahead, and once Elizabeth has opened the door to the office, they see an old woman sitting on a rocking chair. Prince Charm asks Eli if she's Professor Secret, but she tells him not to get ahead of himself because there's another step. She then leads him right in front of the old lady and draws her hand forward before telling him to stay still no matter what happens. After saying some words, she calls out something to open and draws back her hand. With no patience, Ronan remarks that nothing has changed until the old woman's mouth opens and keeps on getting bigger. When it's big enough for them to walk inside, it stops growing, but Prince Charm's astonishment grows instead. Eli advises him not to move and they get teleported to another place. After arriving there, she informs him that this is Professor Secret's real office and says another spell. Ronan looks around the place and can't believe they just entered through such a strange entrance. While Ron is busy calling the place weird, Professor Secret arrives and immediately recognizes him as the one sent by Navarros. She approaches Ronan and with the help of her fingers, she opens his eyes and claims that she can feel something determined within him. After taking a look, the continent's best curse artist, Maya Secret, calls Ron an interesting child before passing a smile to him. Professor Secret touches Ronan's eye and reads him. The hero is shocked and wonders if this child is really the professor. She notices his reaction and smiles kindly. She tells him not to be surprised and says she has her reasons for looking this way. She reveals she is already 80 years old. Ronan is shocked again and wants to ask how she looks so young, but she cuts him off and tells him to focus on why he came. She snaps her fingers. Ribbons with ancient letters appear in the air. She says removing the curses on Ron is more important. Ronan looks around, confused by the strange letters. The professor studies them and says she didn't expect this many curses. Some of them are very old and dangerous. Even the skillful ones cannot touch these. Ron asks if the curses can be removed. The professor says yes. Even with so many curses, she can handle them. A magic circle appears below the hero. She says she came ready for this. She tells Ronan that she will send him into a world inside his mind where the curses will appear. The hero just needs to find the root of the curse and destroy it. Ron repeats what she says and asks how he will know which one is the root. The professor says he will feel it when he sees it. Then she releases blue mana from her hand. She touches Ronan's forehead and wishes him luck. Her finger glows and the hero suddenly falls into a strange space. A few seconds later, his surroundings form. He is now inside his memories. Ronan looks around and sees a familiar place. It is his old house, the one where he lived with his sister. He wonders if the root of the curse is inside. Then someone with silver hair runs past him. He hears a familiar voice. It is young Ariel. Ariel is looking at a baby. She asks why Ron is always sleeping and if he is sick. Their mother tells her that babies need sleep to grow. She says that if Ron gets sick, I must take care of him because she is the big sister. Now promises to protect him forever. Ronan realizes this is when he was just born and is surprised by how cute and innocent he looked. Suddenly, the mood changes. A man with a dark presence enters the room. Ron feels heavy and cannot move. The man walks in and is greeted by Iril and their mother. Ronan's mother says she didn't expect him so soon. The man says something, but Ron cannot hear it. The mother points to Ron in the cradle and smiles. She is about to say Ron looks like him, but then the man's hand glows dark. He casts a spell on her. She becomes dizzy and falls unconscious. Uriel is confused and asks what happened. The man casts the same spell at her and she also faints. Ronan panics and shouts name. He forgets that this is a memory and tries to stop the man, but something blocks him. The same ribbons appear on the man's hand as he walks toward Ronan and he recognizes them. A bright light flashes. The hero blocks his eyes and realizes this man is the root of the curse he must destroy. The professor was right. Outside the memory realm, Professor Secret's hands tremble. Hera is almost gone even though she came prepared. She says Ron's curse is too strong. Elizabeth asks how many curses are in Ronan and the professor says around 10. Elizabeth stutters and says, no wonder the professor's mana is draining. Removing that many curses is too much. But Secret with a serious look says no. The curse she is facing right now is just one. In his memories, Ronan looks at the dark shadowy person staring at his unconscious mother and sister. Then the man leans down towards a child and whispers something. As the man passes him by, the confinement lifts and the hero runs towards his mother and sister to check on them, but they just fall asleep. He calms himself and decides to kill that man. He runs in the man's direction, but when he sees him standing quietly waiting for him, he realizes the man must want something from him. Burning with anger, Ron takes out his sword and rushes to finish him off as he had laid a finger on his family. The man is ready to strike back and block Ronan's attack, overpowering him. It shocks the hero how a mere curse can be so effective against his sword. He tries to move again, but the man cuts him in many places, making Ronan scream and kneel on the floor. Ron is in disbelief and wonders why his sword can't reach him, then senses the man walking away. He gets curious. Whether the man is going to leave without doing anything to him. He stands up thinking he can't let this happen because he still has something to ask him. He gets up holding his wounds and yells that this isn't over. He asks why he did that. His family's tones, expressions, and actions were affectionate, and they wouldn't act that way with just anyone. So, that must mean he is him. Ron asks why he did that, why he made his mom and Errol sad, even placed a curse on him, but still has no excuse or explanation. And yet, he still calls himself their father. But the man doesn't say a word and Ronan beheads him saying that it's okay if he doesn't want to talk. He will just find out himself so he should get out of his body. Just then the hero wakes up with a jolt holding his throbbing head and finds himself in separatio. Professor Secret behind him asks Ron if he feels fine. Ronan turns around as he feels dizzy. He looks up and as the view gets clearer, he recognizes Professor Secret. The professor is amused that the hero recognizes him so clearly. He praises his good senses. Just then, Ronan asks him why he looks aged. The professor tells him to stop thinking about it and instead asks if he feels a bit different. Ron says that from the moment they met, he sensed that she was not an ordinary person. But now he feels like his initial thoughts were just understatements. Later, Professor Secret explains that the curse inside the hero used all his memories, even ones he had never known of, to create the background. She asks the hero if he really thinks that the curse on him was placed by his father. Ron agrees. He tells the professor that he is sure about it because at the very least he has heard things from his mother and sister. He angrily says that it happened when his father messed up his family. He felt a sadness inside him that must be the reason he got so riled up too. Then the professor asks him if he also doesn't remember any memories of his parents. He says that it's like they are still in his head but he can't seem to recall them like they were cut off. Professor Secret concludes that not only his mana but his existence had vanished too. He tells Ronan that it must be his father behind all those memories being gone. When the professor tells him that the reason he was able to use mana before destroying the curse is because he recovered his lost sense, Ron looks at his hands and realizes that the meaning behind the shiny strands around his hand is the mana they hide. The professor tells him that just like other students, one day he might be able to use mana as well. That is if he removes 2 of the curses from the 9 curses he has on himself. Then she tells him to go as the sun has started to rise. Ronan suddenly notices that Secret just got younger. He casually comments if she changes forms based on the days. She suggests he stay collected as he must be burdened by all this. He agrees and decides to rely on the professor in the future as well. Meanwhile, somewhere else at the same time in the Grand Carpadocus basement, the head of the Grania Duke family, Joseph Cinna van Grancia, stands there admiring a huge rock monster. Upon the arrival of Dolan, the Duke asks him about the recovery efforts. Dolan informs him that they're going smoothly and that things will get back to normal. Additionally, he says that he found who the active student was here and suggests the Duke meet the student in person. Then the Duke orders Dolan to vacate the basement when the golden statue suddenly attacks him. The Duke grabs his sword and effortlessly slices it into pieces as he is in a hurry to meet the young hero of Filion. The next morning at the dormitory, Ronan wakes up to the sound of his door banging. As he gets to the door, Dolan stands there. The hero gets a bit rude to him. From behind, the Duke comes closer and asks Ronan respectfully if they can have a chat with him. When Ronan finds out that he is Duke Grankia, he is shocked. They show him the scabbard which was furnished just the day before. When he sees this, he asks why they bring such a gracious thing to him. The Duke wanted to show his gratitude for the family and says that his own sword, Pale Road, was made by Master Darren, who insisted on giving that sword to Ronan. He also offers him the Grancia's medallion, which leaves Ron astonished. With the worth of this medallion, Ronan could buy 3 villages. The Duke tells him that by now the 2 students who assisted him, Assel and Maria, can also receive their prizes along with the medal. Later, the Duke asks him about the person behind this incident. Ron suddenly senses something and tells him that he doesn't know how much he knows about all this, but those rats are much more than he thinks they are. When he says this, Ronan senses strange energy from Dolan and realizes that it is familiar, like when he fought those disgusting things. When the Duke asks him why he stopped talking suddenly, Ron wonders why only he can see the mana emitting from Dolan but not the Duke. He decides to provoke Dolan and asks the Duke if he knows about the star's advent and informs him about the organization Nebula Classier. Dolan is clearly irritated. The Duke is in disbelief and asks if he really gathered the information on his own, to which the hero confirms. Later, the Duke takes his leave, suggesting he will find out the rest himself. Ronan offers that he will send more info about the Nebula Classier and the star's advent to him at night. It will be interesting, especially the part about a Hayuta. Dolan's eyes widen as he hears this. Later that night, when Ronan is sleeping peacefully, Dolan attacks him, but suddenly finds the bed empty. Suddenly, Ron stands behind him and mentions that he already predicted he would come, so he brought a guest for him as well, young Master Schlieffen. The Master orders Dolan to explain himself. Earlier that evening, Ronan went to invite Schlieffen to his place. He told him that tonight he would be attacked by Dolan. At first, he denied it, but upon insisting, Schlieffen agreed. Ron also adds that he will be getting rid of one of the rats who infiltrated his family. Back there, Dolan aims his sword at Schlieffen. Ron feels his body getting heavier due to Dolan's strong mana. As Dolan charges forward, Ronan tries to block his attack, but ends up getting hit. Dolan claims that Ron ruined their friendship. When Schlieffen asks why Dolan is betraying them, he clarifies that he was never a Grantia knight to begin with, so he is not betraying anyone. Schlieffen's face goes blank and he leaves him on his own. Just then, Ronan blocks Dolan, leaving him shocked and mocks Schlieffen, saying that he made things quite annoying for him. But who knows that the young master will shift to his true form and charge toward Dolan, saying that it will be a bloodbath in Grantia for a while. He endures all of Dolan's mana with full force through his own mana. Dolan wonders if he was hiding his true powers as he seemed stronger within a very short period of time. Just then, Ron again strikes him, which he dodges smoothly. The noise is getting loud and Dolan realizes that professors are going to come here. He thinks to himself that it was a bad idea to come alone when he knew it was going to be against the 2 of them. He wants to retreat and hide until he gets the opportunity to kill. Suddenly, the young master flies into the air with his sharp sword, saying that unlike his father, he can't use the Tempest sword easily. However, no one would be harmed if he were to use. the Tempest sword except Dolan, who is a traitor. He uses the Grania family's generational secret sword technique and hits him. It creates a large smoke tornado. When Dolan speaks slowly, his star fades. He goes into the ground. The young master puts the sword back, saying that from this day on, no one in the family will recall Dolan's name, as he wasn't even a Grania after all. Ron smiles and tells Schleen that he seems pissed, having dealt with it so flashily. He wonders how they'll be able to hand Dolan over to Lolan since he's in a dead state. But according to Schlieffen, he didn't harm him that much, though he's not entirely sure. Just then, he tells Ronan that he needs to inform the household as soon as possible. Suggesting they need to track down the traitor, he takes off running, leaving the rest to the hero. Confident things will be fine with him. Ronan, irritated, shouts in anger that Schlieffen can't just leave everything to him after destroying it, and he starts cursing him. Just then, the headmaster shows up from behind, asking about the situation along with Instructor Navarros, wearing cute and catchy pajamas that catch the hero's attention. Later, the headmaster sighs in relief that Ron isn't hurt and asks him to explain the situation, but Ronan first tells them about Ayat while cursing him, which shocks both of them. Later in his office, the headmaster sits calmly and realizes there were moles hiding among the Grankia family. The issue is bigger this time, but he thanks Ron as he did quite a service this time and they were able to stop something bigger from happening. Ronan silently says to himself that he should keep it a secret for now that he can see the special mana. He's not sure about it, but if this info leaks, then everyone around him will also be in danger. Furthermore, the headmaster tells him this incident will soon be investigated and adds how their empire is constantly indebted to him since the blacksmith village situation. So, as a reward, the headmaster asks what Ron wants in return. Ronan's face brightens as he hears this and asks him to approve something he wants to do in school. The next day at the Filian Grand Plaza, Ron gathers all of the students and informs everyone that since they're tired of the on-campus club activities, he has created a special adventurer club for everyone. Everyone becomes curious and raises questions about it, to which Ron explains it is a purely constructive club with external activities including actual fighting to raise new talents who will contribute to the empire. It's the only club where they can go out with the hen's approval. Everyone is excited. He further informs them to visit Galleon Building's first arena if they want to join the club. During the scheduled interview hours, from far behind those students, a mysterious lady with a red scarf on her head looks at Ronan and wonders about him. A few days later at the Galilean Building, Ron sits hopelessly wondering why there's no one except Senpai in a cell. Maria explains it's due to the reflection of his so-called interviews over the past few days, how he beats everyone, calling it an ability verification trial, and for those who manage to last, he says terrifying words like, are they prepared to sacrifice their life for the club? Assel also hears rumors spreading throughout the school that if they join the club, they must have at least 10 lives to last long. But Ronan refuses to back down as according to him, real fights are all about this. He actually needs those who are promising. Just then, Brown stands up again to fight Ron. Ron also stands asking if he's refreshed now and insists that he didn't need to see his abilities. But since Braum kept insisting on a fight passionately, he announces that Braum has passed the interview. With that, Ron asks them all to leave and have some rest before things get practical. He also decides to stay a little longer, hoping that maybe someone skilled will drop by. The whole day passes with none of the interviewers showing up and they start packing up, during which a girl assistant with him politely adds that she would have tried it out as well if it weren't for her assistant instructor duties. Ron freezes and says to himself that even if she tried, he couldn't accept her. She gradually needs to decide whether to give up her dream of becoming the Grand Commander or not and should think about it carefully. Just then, the red scarf lady shows up. Ronan excitedly asks if she's here for an interview to join their club, to which she agrees and asks for his permission to touch something, pointing toward his body. After joining the club, Ronan gets nervous and anxiously scolds her for saying such a shameful thing so suddenly. The girl clarifies that she is talking about the thing sitting on his shoulder. It's Sita. Ron, relieved, says she should have mentioned that from the start and informs her that she'll definitely be able to touch it after joining their club, as this little animal is always with him. Ron finds this student a bit strange as he didn't sense her until she got this close. Moreover, Ron first asks for her name and grade, then tells her to demonstrate her techniques over a magically engineered doll. Magic Major Junior Oilia Dyke responds and starts her demo. As energy surges through her body, dark, strong energies surround her. They are both astonished to see that dark attribute magic and its mana are contorted this perfectly. But Ronan senses something more interesting. The blood-red energy exuding from the center of the mana. It's a shadow clan. Soon enough, as the thick fog settles down, she destroys the doll and passes the interview. Just then, seeing Ron's curious face when he notices something, she uses her telepathic magic to find out his question before he even asks. She tells him to leave it just with him knowing, or else it will be annoying for her. Instead, she suggests moving somewhere else because she wants to ask him something as well. Later, Oilia takes the dream bird in her hands and finds it interesting that it is born from containing the mana in the area. Ron comments that she is just as interesting to him because he heard they left the Empire a long time ago and that they are vampires. She explains that not all of them left. Some still remain and live in hiding as they don't like tiresome things. Ronan understands that the reason she approached to join the high-profile club is because of Sita's mana. Oilia agrees and informs him that she felt the energy of blood magic when she first saw it at the plaza, her species' innate magic. After discovering that Sita uses the abilities of a vampire, Ron isn't shocked as the very first thing Sita did after being born was absorb blood. It makes Oilia concerned and she asks him how long it has been since Sita was born. Ron, completely clueless, struggles to tell her the exact age, but ends up declaring it to be 2 months. Oilia finds it strange as Sita is already exuding blood mana of high density. Suddenly, she asks him something and pleads with him to complete her request, mentioning something about research. The next day, Ron and his club members stand in front of a special adventurer club building and acknowledge the headmaster's generosity as they dedicated a whole building to them. Later, Ron notices a change in the club members' weapons and asks if they are from Grand Carpadoc sent by Gracia, to which they confirm. Then, he notices Maria's sword, which she explains was made suitable for her strength by the great commander, so she wants to try it. Acel receives a magic bracelet made with the techniques of the Magic City, and its mana control is much better. So her speed and power have increased twofold. Then Senpai asks Ronan why he wanted them to come armed. Ron suggests they go inside first. Later, Ronan informs them that the one goal for the club is to improve their abilities through real-life experiences to prepare for the imminent day. He continues that the first place they will be discovering is the Vadian mountain ranges, which haven't been explored yet, making the club members nervous. According to him, it will be a good experience as this place is quite unusual and he has some personal business there as well. Anyways, he commands them to fight from then on. The hallway is empty. Acel asks Ron what he meant earlier. Ron explains there is a problem and to fix it, they should finish their classes early. Pretty Boy is surprised. Ronan mentions that it's obvious. If they leave, they'd be gone for about a week, but both Femboy and Maria had classes. Doing club activities while still in class would be hard, and the headmaster wouldn't allow it. So, the best way is to complete their classes early, just like Ron did. That is the key to being free. In the training room on the second floor, Ron told them he wanted to test their skills before they started their own training. He told them to attack him. He promised not to hurt them and said he'd only use the back of his sword. With a creepy face, he tells them to try hard or it wouldn't be fun. Maria replies sarcastically, saying it is already comfortable enough. Senpai comes up with a plan. She wants to show Ron how much they have grown. Ole understands, and with that, Maria pulls out her sword and rushes at Ronan. She struck the ground hard. Ron praises her strength, but doesn't know why she hit the floor. Then he sees the broken pieces floating. Femboy is using his powers. The rocks float around him, and he tells Maria to start. Lel throws the pieces at Ron, who dodges quickly. Ronan praises his better telekinesis and cuts the flying pieces. But then, Senpai surprises him by predicting his move and gets close. She tells him not to block, but to dodge, then swings her sword. Ron stepped back just in time. He is amazed. If he hadn't moved, he would have been hit. Maria doesn't stop and attacks again, blocking his strike. Looking worried while Ron was enjoying the fight. He was pleased that they had both improved a lot. Pretty Boy attacked again to push Ronan away from Senpai. A big chunk of the ground flies at him, which he sliced smoothly. He praises both of them as it is clear that they had trained hard, especially Acel seemed like a new person. With that, training is over and Ron believed they would get even better in 2 weeks. Just then, he insists on starting special training immediately, which makes Femboy and Maria run for their lives. From that day, Senpai and Acel trained hard and lost sleep. 2 weeks later, Ron gives the headmaster early completion certificates for everyone in Ronan's club. Ron said it wasn't for all subjects, but it was enough to get permission to leave school. The headmaster kept his promise and wished them safe travels and good luck. The next day, the club's first adventure was at the Vidian Mountains. Maria is amazed as the mana is pure even at the entrance. Brown is excited and asks Ron what to do, to which Ron tells to wait, and they are still far from the core. He will tell them after reaching. Then Ronan told them that their goal was to find a special item. The wind blows toward the Olympian temple. It carries a sound that the elf could hear. The elf senses someone has entered the rough land. He decides to meet the guest he hasn't seen in a long time. Ronan finally manages to find the orcs. Those orcs have already built a whole village for themselves. Not only that, but they also seem to have strong fertility. That means they will grow in number very fast. If things keep going like this, soon there will be enough orcs to cover the entire mountain range. Ron understands that this is going to become a serious problem. The people living near the mountain are going to suffer great losses if the orcs are left alone. To stop that from happening, Ronan decides that they have to dry their seeds, which means to end their ability to reproduce and expand. This is going to be their first real battle. Ron's comrades are a bit confused when they see so many orcs, but Ron doesn't seem afraid. He actually says that these orcs are going to be the best opponents for them to fight against. Still, even though the orcs are strong and many, there is another level of danger ahead. That is the dominant species of the mountain range, the ogres. These ogres are far more powerful. Ronan knows that they are going to be very hard to defeat. Their leader, the twin-headed ogre, is extremely strong. Ron himself was not able to beat that ogre in the past. However, the good part is that this ogre is not a current problem. He is going to appear later, so they do not need to worry about him just yet. While Ronan and his group are discussing their plan, out of nowhere, an elf appears behind them. Ron didn't sense him at all. He starts to guide them and says that even though their intentions are good, this is not the right time to go after the orcs. He tells them that he is just a priest who lives in the mountains. He is actually an old-age spirit with a divine name. Senator Saranti suggests they move to another place to have a proper conversation. This area is not safe, but Ronan stays alert and points his sword towards him. He adds that lately many lunatics have been appearing in their way, so he does not fully trust him right away. He asks the priest to follow what he says and curses him. Later, he somehow manages to guide them calmly and says something that makes him feel very embarrassed. He says that what Ron did to him is the most embarrassing thing that happened to him in the past 200 years. From this, they understand that he is very old and ask about his age. But since he stopped counting his age, he is not sure about it. But there is a rough estimate of about 1,000 years. Everyone froze as they heard it. Ronan realizes that he has been alive since before the Empire was even founded. That shocks all of them. Ron asks about what he said earlier, that the time is not right. Elf explains that he said this because something strange is happening with the monsters these days. The orcs, who are not even nocturnal by nature, are moving around the mountain range every single night. This is very unusual. Even the ogres, who normally never leave their territories, are now seen at the outskirts of the mountain range. This is not normal behavior at all. He advises them to stay very careful even though they have not yet discovered the real cause behind these changes. That means they are safe for now, but they should remain alert. Just then he pulls out his barrier magic and a temple appears in front of the whole group. All of them including Ronan are confused. Brown and Assel discuss that this barrier magic is on another level even greater than their masters. She asks Ron if he knew about it, to which he mocks her saying, "She can't you notice my surprised face?" He realizes that it's not an ordinary elf. When they reach the temple, he takes them inside and shows them a huge boulder. He says that he serves this boulder, but the backstory behind the boulder might be boring for them. So, he does not explain it further. Instead, he just offers them a place to rest. He tells them that the temple has many empty rooms. They can rest comfortably and ask him for anything they need. Just then, Maria mentions that it's a good time to ask about the thing Ronan wanted to know about, the cursed eye habitat. As soon as the priest hears this, he becomes shocked. He asks why they would look for such a monstrosity. Is it because of the curse on him? He understands that strange and dangerous vibe around Ronan was due to this reason. He asks Ron for some of his time because he wants to talk to him in private. Ronan agrees and both of them go to a quiet place. The elf first starts by telling Ron that from the moment he saw him, he did not feel like Ronan was a normal student. This gets Ron thinking if he is slowly getting swept up by his flow even without knowing. He wonders whether this elf is really not related to those mysterious people. He thinks about how this priest did not show any reaction even when he mentioned the name Ayut. He didn't sense their mana either. That makes Ron doubt if he is truly not involved with them. Just then, the elf gives a cup of tea to our boy, adding that it will help him clear up his mind. The tea has a fragrance that Ronan has never smelt before. It seems strange to him. While Ron is trying to understand the scent, he suddenly senses the clear flow of mana. The priest looks at him with a very odd expression and asks our boy in a sarcastic way if he likes the smell of the tea. The question feels strange to Ron. The whole moment feels odd, and he begins to feel a little uneasy. Something about that elf does not feel right, and the strange tea and weird expressions only make it more confusing. Ronan feels like something strange is happening to his eyes, as if his pupils are being replaced by something else entirely. The priest watches him closely and calmly explains that the ton just drank is brewed from a rare herb that grows deep within the mountain range. This herb has a special property. It pierces through veins that have been blocked or suppressed and helps to revitalize a person's senses. It doesn't show its effect in one go usually, but since his energy is blocked due to the curse, it's showing drastic results on Ronan. He tells Ron that he is going to pack the ingredients for him so he can continue drinking the tea regularly. He carefully instructs Ronan to stick to the dosage and take it properly because his condition will only improve slowly and steadily with time. Then, in a firmer tone, he warns our boy to stop using his cursed eye to cleanse his own curse. As Ron gets curious about it, the priest explains that while that monstrosity gets rid of a curse, it also eats away at the person's life force. It may not seem like much damage if used once or twice, but if he overuses it to detoxify, his life will be in much danger. Ron listens, but he cannot help admitting that he wants to resolve the curse as quickly as he can. He's tired of carrying it, tired of the limitations it places on him. He wants to be free, but the elf with wisdom earned through years of experience suggests to him that rushing will only end up needing to take a step back. If something bad goes wrong, he won't be able to take back his decision and will end up incurring it. Ronan realizes that Professor Secret, a skilled one, once told him the same thing, that this curse is difficult for him to remove as well. It takes time and some necessary preparations. Even though he knew that there was someone, Professor Secret, who would help me, and after meeting that person, he felt rushed. He understands that if things go wrong, he will end up losing his life before he can even think of it. Later, he begins to wonder about the elf as he can't remember that he has met him in his previous life, but he also doesn't feel unfamiliar. Ronan tells him that he feels rushed because of all the religious fanatics going around lately, those gloomy and eccentric people who await the star's advent. As the priest hears this, he wonders if they have already begun to move again. Later that night, after Ronan has left to rest, the priest stands quietly by his sacred boulder and wonders if those fanatics that Ron mentions are the same group he has heard of and if they are preparing something dark. If they are indeed the same people, then innocent lives will be lost again soon. He stands there in the silence, questioning himself. Should he still stay back and watch all of this happen without acting, or is this child the answer that his boulder is giving him as a sign? Just then, Ronan walks in quietly and calls out to the priest. Saranti the priest asks him why he is up at this time. Is it because of his uncomfortable bed? But Ron mentions that he just wanted to drink some water. But as he looks at this boulder, it fascinates him. He further asks if that boulder has any hidden meaning. Sarant begins to explain that every 1,000 years their spiritual order moves 1,000 boulders to the empire's most remote corner, a place called Dikanja. That land is constantly covered in rain and storms, and most of the boulders placed there do not last longer than 200 years before vanishing. But those rare few that survive the full 1,000 years transform into representations of Senial divine order. He tells Ronan that he still remembers a little bit of the day when he and his brothers moved this boulder. Ron understands and asks how he comes to be alone, as it seems like there have been many priests. Srant shares that everyone has their own situations and it is not as easy as it seems to devote their life to the God who never answers. Sometimes he feels the urge to give up and live freely like any normal man. But every time he is about to walk away from all this, a hunch finds him and makes him stay in place. He believes deep down that one day that very boulder will play a role in saving the world. It felt like a duty that he couldn't pass over to anyone else. As he taps his hand on Ronan's shoulder, he adds that it seems like the time has come nearer. A day later, keeping what Saranti set aside, they officially began to reorganize that specialty, which also shows significant results on the others. With the energy and mana veins, it was a great help in enhancing sensitivity. While the other comrades enjoy the tea, Ron travels around the mountain with Saranti and helps forage for roots. He feels strange as he sees this elf, as he is very kind to them when he just met them for the first time. He shows his genuine heart in all his actions. 2 peaceful days pass with not much happening, but as always, troubles show up from the bottom of the group and leave pain that can't be washed away to everyone. Eventually, the day of the raid on the orc village arrives. Saranti worries if they will be really fine by themselves. As they still didn't find the cause behind those monsters' abnormal behavior, he suggests they prepare a bit more, but Ronan reassures that it will be fine, as he said that the actions of the monsters are changing, but they haven't gotten stronger yet. He praises his comrades that these guys will handle it smoothly. Everyone nervously admits. Ron also adds that they need to head back to school as their duration of trip is over. To ensure their safety, Saranti gives them a spell, a bit of magic that can allow them to return through the barrier. And with this, they will be able to freely visit the shrine again if needed. He offers for them to come back immediately if they sense anything going wrong or if they're ever in danger, and suggests never letting their guard down, as the forest is dangerous and quite dark for them to be this strong. Back there in the forest, nights get dark and Brigia roams around with her sharp sword with blood on it. She is walking around to find Saranti. With her firm voice, she says to herself that she will meet him herself. As with those idiots, she can't pull him out easily. Ronan looks at the orcs and realizes that the orcs had raided a nearby village. He orders his comrades to fight as they advance forward to fight the orcs. The orcs gather together, admiring the jewelry that they stole after killing innocent people. Ron helps Asel as they work together closely, managing to take down several orcs one after another. Our boy appreciates Femboy, saying that her accuracy is crazy, and asks if she is feeling it now. She hesitates, but follows his orders, taking down the orcs. Asel looks at the bloody corpses of orcs lying down. She lets down her ears, saying that she will receive divine retribution for this later on. Ronan puts his hand on her shoulder, assuring her that if they were to receive a punishment, they would all receive it together. Others also console her, saying that they are together. Brown says that it is obvious that she is the one to receive the biggest punishment, making Pretty Boy cry again. Ron looks at his group, thinking that everyone got a chance to show off their abilities in a real fight, so it was worth it to come all the way to these mountains. Suddenly, Sita tries to get his attention, alerting him to some direction. He asks if something is there, and they find an elf tied to the tree. Asel asks if the orcs left their emergency food. As Ron runs to save her, he tells Sita to use healing magic. The elf slowly opens her eyes. Upon realizing, she asks if they are using mana and coughs up blood. Rana notices that Sita's healing magic is not working. The elf asks if he is from the shrine and then holds his hand, begging him to take her to him. Ronan looks at her in confusion, but the elf keeps saying that they are coming. And if they waste too much time here, then Saranti's life may be in danger, saying that she faints and the portal opens. As Ron runs to the priest with the elf on his back, he asks for his help. As the priest asks if there was an accident and why he is back so soon, he tells him to take a look at the elf first, but Saranti recognizes the elf and calls out her name as Brigia. He raises his hand asking what happened to her. While Ronan was with Saranti and Brigia, Maria told Brown that she looked around as our boy told them to, but there was no one else there. He replies that luckily it seems like that elf was the only prisoner. Senpai says that it's better to head to the shrine now, but sees Asel kneeling in front of the dead orcs. She asks what she looks for as Pretty Boy tells her that there's something weird about these orcs. Senpai asks if she knows what's wrong with them, to which Febui tells her that she has never seen something like this before, and it seems they were hidden with double magic until now. She notices that they have magic circles. Saranti carefully tends to Brigia and tells Ron that he has finished the first aid and he'll be able to relax for a bit now. Ronan asks if she will be okay because even the healing magic didn't work, and asks if she has been possessed by some weird poison. Sarant assures her that he has given her an antitoxin first, so she will be okay. He further adds that he is in our boy's debt now, and if it weren't for him he would have lost his precious sibling. Ron gets confused hearing that. So Saranti informs him that she is one of Sil's believers that remain in this world. She once had the deepest faith. He asks Ronan since he is saved someone like her for him. So how can he repay his debt? Our boy suggests not to speak so highly for him and instead asks him to spill who they were that she was talking about. Trembling through fear, Saranti took him near that very boulder. As he stands tall with a tense voice, he explains that he doesn't know much himself. They are a religious order that worships an unknown being who they accept as their god. Their identity is still hidden. Even the priest doesn't know about them. All he knows is that he has been committing several evil crimes. They call themselves Nebula Clausier. The moment Ronan hears that name, he realizes that they were the ones aiming for Saranti. The priest told him they had already sent several guests to him several times in the past. At that time, Sarant believed they had finally given up, especially since he had been living quite in peace for the last 100 red years. But they are still out for him. Seeing him this calm, Ron shouts with concern that this isn't such a thing, he should talk about this calmly. He suggests Saranti should run to the archipelago like them. But Saranti refuses as he can't leave this place with that negative spirit roaming around and harming the innocents' lives. Instead, he asks Ron to leave this place with his comrades. He genuinely doesn't want anyone to get harmed. Ronan understands, but he adds that he will bring the strongest girl he knows to hide till then. Sarant laughs quietly and acknowledges what he says. He grabs our boy's hand and gives him a ring to repay him for saving Brigia. It's like an entry pass at the magic tower. If he ever visits the tower, he has to show the ring to the librarian, so they will definitely find info for his curse. He shows his concern towards Ron as spending time with him has been a gift to himself. It makes our boy hesitate as he gets emotional, and he adds that they will definitely meet again. He will be back soon, so he suggests Saranti take good care of him. As Ronan steps out of the house and the door of the temple closes, there comes Brigia standing surrounded by violent energies and greets her sibling Saranti with an evil voice. He is frozen and astonished as he sees her. Sue smirks and sarcastically asks him where he was all this time. The priest understands and says that her religious body sure is violent, to which Brigia comments that it's the same for him who gave a paralysis poison to his patients. She refers to the antitoxin he gave to her. Saranti admits and explains there is no option when she is captured by the energy of those mere orcs. Brigia tells him how meeting him isn't very easy for her. Even though she tried to catch his attention through those monsters, it wasn't of any help. But unfortunately, she ends up meeting those toys. Ronan and his comrades roaming around with his energy. She decided to cut them and sprinkle them into the air so you would come out. But as a believer, she held it inside. This makes Saranti burn with anger, and he tells her with a deep voice that he wouldn't have let her be. Brigia mocks him, saying he can even make jokes. She suggests they talk now and informs him about the order's command to win over Sarant's Ramatan, and if he refuses then make him dead. Back there, Ronan feels something strange. His comrades rush to him as they were looking for him. Our boy asks them if they checked all the surroundings. Maria tells him that there is no problem, but Estelle has spotted something strange. Pretty Boy explains after Ron left she found a magic circle in the orc corpses she had never seen before. Just then a loud explosion echoes. It is from near the temple. Assel says Ronan freezes, his eyes widening as he thinks about Saranti. Seconds later, a large number of twin-headed ogres show up from the surroundings and block their way. Back to the temple, Brigia flies to strike and attack towards Saranti, but he pulls out his technique, Ventice, and manages to block her way. Brigia smirks and adds this is what she wants from him and runs to him swiftly, swinging her sharp sword in the air. But somehow Saranti manages to block that strike as well. She tries again, but this doesn't work on him. Helpless. She chuckles and comments that it will be a waste to kill him. So she asks him to let go together so he can get an executive position like her. But he refuses to serve a cult as he is too religious. However, he mocks her, asking if her order's teaching isn't working for her, as she gets quite rusty to think Rohan's shadow is this slow. Brigia tells him that she is just a bit bored of how he didn't pay attention to her because he was way too busy to make those kids escape. She also mentions how he puts up an act in front of Ronan so he could leave with peace. She is curious why he is protecting them so much. Sarant warns her not to lay a hand on them pointlessly, as they were just guests whom he happened to meet coincidentally. If she does anything wrong, it will not be able to let her go graciously. Saranti adds boldly. Brigia smiles and informs him that she can't do anything as she has done it already. A large thud echoes. This makes the priest worry as the sound is from the direction where Ronan and his comrades appear to be. Just as he lets his guard down, Brigia takes that opportunity and cuts his arm. Meanwhile, in the forest, Ron commands everyone to get their weapons and get behind him as they can't handle those huge, powerful ogres. Brown stands there still as he is not able to move his body. One of the huge ogres slams him far onto the ground. Maria and Assel realize they should run away, but just before they could think of it, the monster throws his powerful strike, which Ronan blocks with his astonishing strength. He commands them to take Sita and look after Brown as he is injured badly. He can handle them. He swings his sword in the air as he orders them to go. He clenches his hands, holding the sword more tightly, saying in full rage that this bastard will be killed by him. He clashes his swords against the monster's tight and strong body and screams as he orders his co-members to run and take care of the wounded. As he sees the monster's eye, it makes him realize that the circle of magic in its eyes he has seen somewhere. He remembers that it looked like the same magic circles as before, the ones that were controlling the monsters. He tightens his wrist again around the sword as he realizes that it's definitely Nebula. The monster roars, coming toward him. He smashes the sword at the monster's head as it reaches him. He tries attacking it multiple times, but it's not affecting the giant monster a bit. Just as Ron clashes the skin of the monster using powerful strikes, the monster roars and growls, comes at him, and punches him down to the ground. Ronan falls and wounds are all over his body. He thinks to himself that he would have been quite delighted to be able to continue a fight that he couldn't finish. But that monster hurt his comrade in front of him, which is unforgivable. Rage fills his body and he curses that monster, warning that he is dead now. With that, Ron flew towards him to give him a good strike. The reason that he couldn't defeat those monsters in his past is because he didn't have a way to pierce his head with a fatal hit. But things have changed now as he has learned techniques from his instructor and he can slice through him. He uses his Navarro-style fourth form technique and with a revolving sword, he just slices every corner of that monster's body. Ronan lands onto the ground and asks the monster to die already. 1 minute of silence and then huge thuds are heard throughout the area as the monster falls, breaking down in small pieces. As he puts his sword back, Ron realizes that he still has a lot to learn as it takes him way too long just to defeat that monster. Later, he rushes towards Assel and Mariah asking about Brown and if he is fine. They tell him not to worry as Sita helped him and gave him basic medication, but he still needs a proper checkup. For now, he is better, Senpai says. Ron sighs as he feels relief hearing that. Just then, Femboy asks him about what he will do now, to which Ronan replies that he is going to Saranti. As he reaches there, he sees all the blocks and roads blown off as it was destroyed. He realizes that it hasn't been long since he left. So, how did this happen? Just then, he hears rocks creaking, and there stands Saranti, all wounded and bleeding, saying that he didn't realize that Ron was going to be safe. Saranti apologizes to him in a breaking voice, as he should have gone to save him. Ron rushes to him and says he won't manage to save anyone in that state and asks him about what happened here and who did this. But he isn't mentioning anything. Instead, he asks him not to worry and leave as soon as possible as they've managed to take care of the things for now. As Saranti forces him to leave, mentioning that they will return any moment, a large black shadow appears and pierces his heart, leaving Ronan frozen. Ronan stands there. His eye sees Saranti kneeling on the ground, spitting out blood. As our boy's hand reaches the priest with a flash, Bria shows up floating through the air and steps on the ground midair. She mentions how she almost died. Furthermore, she mocks Sarene, asking if he is fine doing this to his old comrade, using such a dangerous skill after losing one arm, which almost killed her. But as she has the blessings of the stars, she is safe. Then she speaks to Ronan, telling him that she didn't think she'd meet him again. It's impressive how he survived the twin-headed ogre. Ron angrily asks her to introduce herself, to which she adds that she forgot that he didn't see her with that face, so she shapeshifted herself into an elf. And with a smirk, she thanked him for saving her. Seeing that face, Ron remembers that she is an elf who was captured at the orc village. Brigia thanks him again that she was able to cross the barrier because of him. And as a reward, she will kill him painlessly. With that, she teleports instantly and approaches Ron to strike an attack, but unfortunately, he manages to dodge that. Ron asks Sita to heal Saranti and save him. Brigia realizes that he is no ordinary kid. Out of rage, Ronan clenches his teeth with anger and says that she did not only destroy someone else's smithy, but she also spied on the douche. And now she shows up here and calls herself Nebula Clazer. She smiles, asking if he has met her babies, orcs. Sarcastically, she asks him if he is the one who was going around killing those who were only doing their tasks. Just then, Ron charges at her with his sword, which she dodges smoothly. She admires his wonderful movements at that very young age. There is no doubt that her babies were killed. She strikes back towards Ronan, mentioning that he has made her curious and now she wants to see more of him. Somehow Ron manages to block her sword, struggling, and realizes that she is strong and she is reading his every movement. He decides to strike her while she lets her guard down. He again slashes his sword towards her, which she blocks with her great power. Both the swords are in a one-on-one battle with each other. According to Brigia, it will be a waste to kill him. So she throws an offer to him. The offer is to join their order and he will be treated well. She sarcastically asks him if he likes the offer. Just as Ronan shows his distaste, she warns him that he doesn't really have a choice, as she will kill Saranti in the most painful way possible if he refuses the offer. That elf's life is on him now. Brigia adds with a breaking voice. He asks him to leave as he will be fine. Ron clenches his wrists against the sword as the anger burns his body, and he confidently informs her that shredding her into pieces is the only decision he makes. With that, he flashes through the air and approaches her to slice her down. But as strong as she is, it is no trouble for her to block these blows. Brigia adds that she will want more of him if he continues to act like this. Ronan continues to blow his attacks, which she respectfully blocks every time. She smiles, realizing it's been a while since she fought this strong, and it will be such a waste to kill him, and grabs his hand, asking him to cooperate, or else she will kill him. Soon enough, her sword pierces through his body, and she mentions that when he wakes up, he will be greeted by starlight. Just when Ronan was struggling to block that sword, Saranti put out his mana shield over Ron. He curses Brigia, saying that he told her if she laid a finger on our boy, he would make her pay. His eyes burn with anger. Ron screams to stop him, but Saranti says that if he keeps pushing himself, he won't be able to make it, and says he will handle her as Ron has done enough. He also adds that he bought him plenty of time and now he'll take it from here. As he fills up with energy, he orders Ronan to stay back. Bria comes raging towards Sarant, asking him if he thinks that she won't act out of it. She runs to him, but as she moves, the priest pulls out his magic circles. The flow of energy is so strong that almost Bria can feel it rumble through her body. He says to her that this is where this fight ends. And with that, he says goodbye to her. Blood spills from his mouth as his body weakens through pain. He needs to end this, even if this takes all of his energy. Brigia, struggling to stand still, says in her breaking voice how foolish of him to believe in ghosts. They are the chosen disciples of the star. So as long as they have their blessings, no one can stop them, and there is no need for her to make him change his mind anymore. She screams die and moves towards him. Sita shows in front of him. Saranti gets directly to Ronan and informs him that this is his end, as it seems like Brigia can nullify attacks through the magic blessing of Star, but her attacks are restricted due to her injuries. So he suggests he run away and prepare for the day when she comes back for him. He takes the responsibility for all that destruction. When Ron realizes that he is saying his goodbyes, he stands up and shouts out loud, suggesting not to give up as the fight is not over yet. There is one thing that Saranti doesn't know about him. He never runs away from fights. So he requests to trust him just this once. Brigia gets annoyed and asks him to keep himself in his place as she strikes an attack towards him. A lightning rain appears, which she finds annoying, and she says to Ron that he can't do anything as she has the blessings of the star. Seconds after, our boy smoothly slashes his sword through her hand without her realizing. Her arm slices and falls to the ground. Ronan confidently mentions that this is what he wants her to think. A moment of silence as she wonders how he gets through the blessings of the star. Scared, she screams and burns with anger in a complete disbelief of what just happened. Our boy suggests she should ask her idiotic star herself about how he manages to attack it. Brigia can't believe this to be the way she'd die. Blood flies around from her wounds and the chopped off arm as her body slams onto the ground. A desperate wish for a little more time is all that Bria is left with, because after so long, she was finally going to know the truth. Her head hits the ground after she is reminded of Saranti's words, and she takes her last breath. Leaning onto his sword, Ronan stands near Brigia's body. While panting, he turns around to look at her and finds her lying down in the pool of her own blood. The sight of that makes him realize that it could have been him in her place. If only she hadn't let her guard down by being overly confident about her blessing. Ron recalls the events of his past life and remembers that even then, no one except for him used to be able to even point a finger at the giants. This was due to the giant's ability to nullify the attacks of others. This makes him wonder if the higher-up subordinates of Nebula also possess that power in the name of blessing. A shaky call of his name shakes Ronan out of his thoughts. Saranti asks him if he's fine, which makes him realize that the priest's also pretty injured. Blood has spread around him, and when our boy notices it, he quickly backfires on Saranti, asking him if he's alright. Out of worry, he runs to the priest and questions Sita about why she isn't healing the priest with the help of her magic. He then tries to comfort him by telling him that he only needs to hold on for a bit longer since the battle is over. However, Saranti grabs his hand, catching him off guard, and assures him that he is fine. With an exhausted look on his face, he apologizes to Ronan before asking for a favor, remarking that it would be the last one. Saran's condition worsens and he coughs up some blood, which panics Ronan even more. Thus, when he apologizes to Ron for having Prince Charm see him like this, Prince Charm immediately starts apologizing too. With shaking hands, he blames himself for Saran's condition, but the priest asks him to stop, stating that it was all about timing and not his fault. After a pause, Saranti calls out Ronan's name once again and forewarns him about this being a long fight in which he would have a lot to lose. Not just that, it will also result in many injuries that he has to face. Thus, with a heavy heart, Saranti requests him not to give up. He keeps his grip on Ronan's hand until a green light suddenly flashes out from his chest. Due to the sharp light, Ron had covered his eyes. But when he looked back at him, he noticed that Saranti's body had started turning into stone. The horrifying sight is too unbelievable and painful for Ronan, and he tries to alarm Saranti about his worsening condition. However, instead of panicking, the priest accepts his end and places his hand affectionately on Ron's cheek. By the time he manages to express his gratitude to Ronan for becoming his answer, his entire body has turned into a rock except for his mouth and hand. His last words turn out to be that of assurance when he says to Ron that he'll continue watching over him and will always be there from Sen's side. As soon as Saranti lets out his last words, the light flashes once again. Once Ron opens his eyes again, he finds a green ball floating in the air right above where the priest was just sitting. The sunlight prevails over the darkness and the green light fades away. With that, he bids farewell to Saranti and leaves the mountains. After going through the devastating adventure, Ronan returns to school, and all now that he's left with is what Saranti had handed over to them. The club activity report, which is written by Ronan, gets submitted to Principal Krava. He reads through it and acknowledges that the difficulty of their first adventure was quite high. When he asks Prince Charm about his opinion on this, he rather smiles awkwardly. Hesitantly, he states that it was because of that crazy woman, Brigia, and ensures that it won't be happening again. Thus, he requests Principal Krava not to ban their club activities. Ronan's answer confuses Principal Krava, and after an awkward silence, he clarifies that he wasn't referring to Prince Charm's injuries. Rather, he acknowledges the pain of the death of a close one, and even though Ron hadn't known him for too long, it still isn't a light matter. Thus, he asks Ron if he's actually okay. The question weighs heavy on Ronan's heart, and he clenches his fist as the pain floats to the surface. He accepts that claiming to be all right will be a lie, but he states that if he'd just sit around grieving over Saran's death, it had saddened him more. Therefore, he asks Principal Kra not to worry about him and thanks him for being concerned. At the unexpected response of Ron, Principal Krava sighs and decides to let go of the matter. It is so because he can't punish his students for raiding the orc habitat and killing a criminal, since it's actually a great accomplishment. Thus, Principal Kra asks Ron if he could promise not to be this rash again if he is to ever come across the same organization again. He continues that he can't bear to sit still and watch his students get injured, as he is the principal of the school. Ron cheers up and gladly agrees to be careful about it. Before Principal Krava can say something, Ron rushes off to get out of the principal's office and promises to see him again after his next adventure. When Ronan has exited the door after apologizing for stirring up trouble, Principal Kra realizes that Ron hasn't been attending the classes for some time, which means that he must not be unaware of how that is going to start soon. Prince Charm heads straight to the Special Adventure Club building after coming out of Principal Kra's office. He opens the door in a hurry, but before he could step inside, he is met with a familiar face, which is that of Schlieffen. Ron is surprised to see him sitting inside and asks him about when he returned. However, instead of answering the question, Schlieffen acknowledges Ronan's arrival indifferently and reveals that he has got something to talk about with Nebula Classier with Prince Charm. Ronan notices the seriousness of the matter when Schlieffen asks him to talk. Thus, he quickly gets inside the clubroom and gets seated against Schlieffen. Ron asks him what he wanted to talk about with Nebula Glacier. However, before Schlieffen can answer, Ron throws another question at him and inquires about whether he has dealt properly with the rat problem in his house. Schlieffen affirms and replies that from about a fortnight ago up till today they have carried out a large-scale search. They managed to track down 19 traitors till now, and among those Scythan claims to have dealt with 5 himself. He further continues that the rest of the 14 traitors are getting moved to Lowland soon, and there they'll receive a more proper interrogation. After a pause, Schlieffen reveals the main problem and says that Prohibition isn't working on those traitors anymore. This news shocks Ron and he questions his own hearing. Schlien explains the situation by disclosing that Prohibition stopped when 19 of those traitors were tracked down and the investigations had begun. Thus, considering how thorough those traitors have been, Ron and Schlieffen recognize that they must have already dealt with Prohibition before. This revelation annoys them a lot and starts to wreck his mind about whether there's any other way, but he finds it quite hard to be able to look into their mana and single them out. Meanwhile, Schlieffen gets up to leave, promising to share any further information he might get. Before leaving, he tells Ron that he'd be looking forward to the moment where he can face Ronan once again in the upcoming midterm exams. When Ron hears the mention of exams, his eyes widen in shock since he wasn't aware of the upcoming exams due to not attending the classes lately. 2 days have passed in NRO's midterm exams. The real battle high-ranked sword techniques have begun. It took place on an island under Fian's possession called Philan, and Navarros conducts the exam. Once all the students have gathered, she starts to explain the instructions of the midterm exam. Since all of her classes have been focused on real battles, she states that she'd want to go to a battlefield somewhere if Schlieffen had the authority. However, it's impossible due to the school guidelines, where on one side the students are feeling relieved for not getting sent to a battlefield. There is Ron on the other side who feels sad about that not happening. Nevertheless, Navarros instructs them to spread around the island and start a limitless real duel. To clarify the possible confusion, she assures them that no one's going to actually die because she's prepared gear for their safety and points to the bracelets beside her. She explains that as soon as the wearer of this bracelet becomes incapable of fighting, they'll be automatically transported to Filian Grand Plaza. Their injuries will then get fixed there with a single hand movement by the best healers that will be waiting for the injured student. Thus, in other words, an actual battle is possible in which no one can die. So, Neos tells them to use whatever measures and techniques they've got. Once she's done telling them to go at their full power and try to kill each other as much as they want, she instructs them to come forth when their name is called. Navarro picks up a bracelet and announces that once they put it on, they'll be teleported to the fixed coordinates. The first to get called is Adashan, the Grand Commander, and Ron is surprised to see that she's also participating. When she walks up to Navarro's, the other students start gossiping around about how she came in with preferential treatment as a paid student. One of them even calls her shameless for getting graded. But when the other mocks her by calling her a dunce, Ronan gets pissed off. Ron despises the phrase a paid dunce. But that's now the main objective assessment of the Grand Commander. However, he thinks that if she enters the battlefield with such abilities of hers, she would end up dead. After a while, Prince Charm's name gets called, too, and he also gets teleported to a fixed coordinate. When he finds himself alone, he wonders if he's the only one that's got isolated. He thinks about how lucky he's been because he realizes that in reality his seniors are hiding from him. When one of the seniors notices that it's Ron, he calls him a monster in his heart and sees in anger upon his appearance. On the other hand, Ronan teases them by remarking how uncomfortable they look hiding around the trees. Thus, one of them finally comes out and jumps onto Ronan from behind with his axe. Quickly sensing the attack, Ron immediately dodges the attack and stands behind his senior, who just attacked, and questions his intentions of being harsh on his junior, fragile Ronan. With that being said, Ron places his sword on the shoulder of his senior. By now, it's clear to Ron that the ones who got teleported to the same place have formed some kind of temporary alliance. But he mentions that since this is Filian, maybe their abilities to handle situations have become quite good. Before saying anything more, Prince Charm picks up a stone and throws it straight to the student who is sitting on a branch of a tree behind him and is currently aiming at Ronan's head with his bow. MC's grip stays firm on his sword that is placed over the first student's shoulder. Whereas the stone he threw at the other student hits him directly on the face and the student falls off the branch after losing his balance. My guy then insults their strategy, and one of them, after seeing the student fall off the tree and get teleported to Filian Grand Plaza, calls out the rest of them to get prepared since their ambush has failed. The student calls out to others to give their best because even if Ronan is a monster, he's alone right now. Therefore, all the sophomores come out of their hiding spots, and that one student commands the others to take advantage of being large in numbers and yells at them to attack our boy at once. The sophomores lunge onto him together, but my guy figures it out. Even though they were seniors, all it took him to send them to the Filian Grand Plaza was a little more time than usual, but he wonders if it's really okay. On some other side of the island, a bunch of seniors encircle a female student. Despite being alone, she gives them good competition until they corner her on a cliff and announce that they're going to finish off this battle. Calling her by her name, Adashan. They demand her to give up, but her confidence doesn't budge. The three boys corner Adashan to a cliff and demand she give up. Despite being in a disadvantageous situation, she glared into their eyes while holding her sword straight. Analyzing the situation, Iron Rose looks at two of them and notices that they've let their guard down because of her being past her limits. And also because they think that the third guy, a third-year top student, Ayun, is going to have their back so they won't lose against this woman. Thus, thanks to the carelessness of the two boys, she can clearly spot openings on them where she can attack. Adashan musters up the courage to attack and pulls up the sword at once from the ground, hoping that she won't miss this opportunity. Before the two of them can wrap their heads around what's just happened, she's jumped on them, giving her best not to fail at this opportunity. She slices the throats of them and then runs towards Ayun. While continuously reminding herself not to stop and lose her momentum, Adashan decides to run towards Ayun in a single go. However, unexpectedly, Ayun swings around his weapon and strikes it on her chest as soon as she comes closer to him. She can't believe what she just faced and is sent flying back. Once Adashan has landed onto the ground, Ayun confesses to being confused earlier about what tactic she was using. He claims that it all turned out to be some cheap and childish tricks. After calling her pathetic, he says to her that even though she's smart, she must be well aware that there's no way she can beat him. He walks closer to her and after giving a terrifying glare, then puts things to an end. All of this is witnessed by Ronin, who silently sits on a branch of a nearby tree enjoying their fight. He recalls the Grand Commander's fight and judges it to be her best strategy to exploit geographical features for confusing her opponents. Moreover, he acknowledges how she didn't miss the chance to strike and displayed her strong basics. Nevertheless, my guy still finds a gap in her fight which can't be exceeded by the Grand Commander right now. He is about to deduce something he's certain of about post-midterm exams, but he gets distracted when he witnesses Adashan blocking Aun's attack when he tries to end the battle. Their weapons clank against each other when Ayun confusedly questions Adashan's sudden defense, asking her if she wants to end up in a worse condition than she already is in. However, she just smugly reminds him that the exam isn't over yet, and she hasn't either. With that being said, this Iron Rose ducks and slides to get beside Aun and swings her sword around to strike his neck. Despite her tactic, she again fails in doing so when I blocks her attack with his weapon. But still, her sword makes a shallow cut on Aun's cheek. This turns him furious and he hits her back with his weapon. Grunting out of pain, Adashan falls to the ground after getting hit. Aun points his weapon immediately to her head, remarking how it's making him look bad against a mere dunce student. Thus, he asks her a question. While she keeps her head down, he asks her about who's backing her for her to act up like this. Ayun claims that he's always been curious about her background and abilities and questions why she isn't giving up when she isn't even that excellent like the new student Ron is. He continues to look down on her and keeps asking her regarding her actions while degrading her abilities. The continuous defeat and negative comments remind her of her childhood, and she finally answers to Ayun that the reason that she's doing all of this without considering giving up is because she has to become a Grand Commander at any cost. Her answer catches him off guard since he wasn't expecting anything like that. So, he expresses his disbelief. However, she claims that she doesn't have the option to give up because it's a dream that no one else can fulfill for her. Her confession has moved something inside Ron as well as he begins to stare at her in a weird manner. When she claims to have faith in her fate to make her achieve her dream, Ayun gets pissed. He fails to understand anything that she just said to him, and he states that she isn't the type to even try to understand anything. Out of frustration and anger, Aun swings his weapon around, telling her how she should get lost for not knowing her place in talking about dreams. When his weapon is too close to hitting her, he states that he can't hear her further. Nevertheless, his weapon fails to reach her because a sudden roar of voice commands him to stop and slices his weapon's head in two. At this sudden happening, both Ayun's and Adashan's eyes widened in confusion and disbelief. After apologizing for intervening in their battle, Ronin instructs Ayun to stop at that. He then mockingly compliments him for doing good and with a swift motion of his sword, Ron slices Ayun's body in half. The scene leaves Iron Rose in shock and she can't believe that Ron is standing in front of her. Hesitantly, she calls out MC's name and he turns around to look at her. Ronin saves Adashan and he asks her for some of her time because he is curious to know about her reasoning for becoming a Grand Commander. She tells him the reasoning in her grim past which has encouraged her to choose the path to become a Grand Commander. She says that she used to have a family who was sent out to fight the Were Humans when the humans and Were Humans had land disputes. It was a failed strategy by the higher-ups which sent her family to their deaths. In the end, Were Humans and humans came to a peace agreement and all the lives were lost in vain. She wants to become a Grand Commander so no one else has to be sacrificed meaninglessly. Suddenly both of them feel pressure increase in the atmosphere. It seems like someone is heading towards them. Ronin tells Adishan that he is short on time and tells her that she looks like a person who named an ability called Shadow Mana. This ability is quite tricky to achieve, but once someone meets the requirements they are most likely to obtain immense power. He tells her that with some effort she would be able to use the same ability and he will aid her in her journey. Afterwards he pushes her off of the cliff and eliminates her. Just then, Schlieffen arrives there and both Ronin and Schlieffen engage in combat. After talking briefly, a new battle begins between two opposing forces. Adishan gets teleported back to the school and realizes that she has returned to safety after getting eliminated by Ronin. The only ones who are left in battle are our boy and Schlieffen. All of the students along with Iron Lady observe their fight. Both of the fighters clash against each other with neither of them backing down. Ronin is surprised by Schlieffen's adaptability to the Tempest Sword. He has managed to become way more powerful than he used to be in his past life. The battle continues and both of them manage to cut each other right from the gut. The students who are observing their battle are left in awe. They cannot comprehend how the first-year students are fighting like that. Nabarose looks at the battle and she finds it interesting since both of them have grown a lot since their last encounter. However, they both have depleted their mana reserves and the next clash will decide who will become the winner. Schlieffen compliments Ronin by saying that he is lucky to have a rival like him, but they realize that they need to end this fight soon. They both power up to max and prepare to give it their all in one last blow. MC is determined to bring Schlien to his side, but in order to do that, he first needs to make the hierarchy clear. He needs to show his superiority over Schlieffen. He moves with rapid speed despite his injuries. Schlien is unable to keep up with his speed and in a desperate attempt, he uses the Tempest Blade and launches slashes all around him. He ends up hurting himself in the process. Ronin respects his will to win and responds with appropriate determination. Both fighters are bleeding heavily from all the attacks they have tanked. In the end, both of the fighters clash their swords one last time. Students look at the fight and hold on to their hearts as this is the end of the match. Both of them finally collide, screaming their lungs out, and with a large explosion, their battle ends. When the dust settles, Schlieffen falls down first, and Ronin follows him and falls as well, but not before declaring that he won the match. The students cheered loudly as this battle was so immense and impressive that they couldn't hold it inside any longer. Ronin wakes up in the medical room after the battle ends and Nabarose and Adishan tell him about the outcome of the battle. It was a tie. To Nabarose's surprise, our hero takes this outcome lightly and doesn't cause a ruckus. She thinks that he has matured in both physical and mental ways. After a small conversation, Nabarose tells him that he was able to use mana just in his last attack. However, he doesn't seem to have fully grasped it because he doesn't remember using it. She guides him and tells him to go and meet up with Professor Deardan, who is a master of mana. Adishan and Ronin head out to find Professor Deardan. She tells him about Professor Deardan, who is a master of mana, and even other professors ask for his help. She asks him about his encounter with Schlieffen after he got discharged from the medical room. In a flashback, Ronin asks Schlieffen to join his club, which he refuses. However, when our hero mentions his sister, who is going to move to the islands, Schlieffen quickly signs the paper and joins his club. Ronin and Adishan finally arrive at Tower 41 where Professor Jeridan is. Top G comes to them and asks why they have come there. Adishan tells him that they were sent by Nabarose to help Ron manifest his mana. Top G tells our boy that he better have some money on him because he doesn't do anything for free. He charges a fee for any work that he must do outside of his working hours and demands the same from Ronin. Ronin and Adishan arrive at Deardan, who asks for money in exchange for helping him. He demands 10 gold per hour for each person and Ronin finds this offer quite expensive. He thinks that Top G is ripping off students. He asks him if there is any other way he could pay it off since he doesn't have any money on him. Top G tells him to go back to where he came from and refuses to help. Just then, he notices strange mana emitting from Ronin's ring. He offers to help as he says that it seems there is a way he could pay off his dues. Three of them head towards Top G's place while Ron talks about the ring. He wonders what kind of place this is since it has been locked down pretty tightly that not even a sound can be heard from outside. Top G requests if he can observe the object before beginning. Ronin hands over the ring and tells him to treat it carefully. Top G studies the ring and finds out that there was an elf who devoted over 2,000 years into all elements to make mana this clean. He puts his conditions and says that the conditions to which he would help them is that he will be allowed to absorb a little bit of mana from the ring. He explains that he needs that mana in order to conduct an experiment that he has been working on. He promises to provide his utmost support if Ron will allow him to absorb some of the mana. Ronin finds the offer pleasing, but demands that Jerden deal with Adishan's problem as well. After a brief negotiation, Top G finally agrees to Ron's terms. He compliments Ron's negotiation skills. Jerrydan makes a magic circle on the ground and asks Ronin to stand there. He says that his problem takes priority since that scoundrel sent him to him. Ronin goes and stands in the circle and Top G places his hands on his back and says that it doesn't seem like it has been long since his senses were opened. He says that he cannot find many traces of magic being used in his body and asks if he has never used his mana until now. Ronin tells him that he could only see it, but is unable to use it because some evil person casted a curse on him. Jerrydan tells him that it is no ordinary curse either, and he starts to use his mana and tries to open it forcefully. He says that Ron will feel like a knife is cutting his spine when he begins it and asks if he can endure it. Ron asks what he means by that, but before he could get his answer, a sudden pain flows through Ron's body and he screams in pain. Top G uses his mana to get inside his body and travels to his curse. He looks at the curse and finds it quite easy to eliminate it. However, this confidence is shattered when he comes face to face with the curse. His entire mana body turns into bones and disintegrates in an instant, and Jerrydan is startled when he realizes that the curse is trying to flow inside him as well. He gets pushed back instantly and screams in pain. His condition starts to get worse as he pukes blood out. He quickly starts to chant a spell. Ronin realizes that this is the same spell that Eli memorized back then. A mouth appears under them all and swallows them whole. Just then, Professor Secret arrives there. She asks them to move aside because she needs to help Top G first. She asks Ron if Top G tried to channel his mana into his body. Ron tells her that he certainly did that and that he wanted to widen the blocked mana path in his body. Secret tells him that the extreme curse that he carries around, a part of it has ridden the mana and moved to Jerrydan. This curse is something that only he can handle easily and no one else. She warns them that if it continues like this, then Top G is surely going to meet his end really soon. Ronin is worried that the professor is going to die because of his curse. However, Secret tells him that he will be fine since the curse isn't deeply rooted. She uses his magic power and draws the curse out from Jerrydan's mouth. A Xtika creature comes out from his mouth. Secret grabs the curse and throws it towards Ronin, who slashes it into tiny pieces and puts an end to that curse. Top G finally feels a bit relieved after getting rid of that curse. He thanks Secret for saving him. She tells him that Ron is the same person she told him about before. Jerrydan tells Ron that he kept his promise and his mana channels must be open now. Secret observes him and finds that there is surely mana flowing throughout his body now. She cannot understand the reason but says that the curse blocking his mana meridians has been weakened. However, the curse is still trying to close his mana meridians, but it is better than before. Ronin asks her excitedly if he can use mana now. She tells him that he can, but it will take him about 20 years of training to be able to use his mana freely. Jerrydan tells him that he can shorten that time span if he uses the mana practice method he invented. He sits down with Ron and places his hands on his back. He asks him to listen carefully and guides him through the process of mana handling. He creates a mana path inside Ronin and asks him to use his mana to follow the path. Ron quickly adapts to his ways and memorizes the path. Jerrydan is surprised that he was able to memorize it that fast. He tells him to repeat it daily whenever he has time. Ron looks at his hand and thinks that he is changing from the past when he couldn't even imagine having mana. He turns around and thanks Top G for helping him out. Just then, Jerrydan falls on the ground out of exhaustion. He grabs Ronin by the sleeve and says that he kept his promise and solved his problem and demands that he does the same now. Ron tells him to take care of himself first and then he can have the ring. However, Top G tells him that his body isn't important right now. There is something much more important to him, something that he needs to save even if he has to sacrifice lives. He looks at him and requests to let him have the ring now. Ronan carries him on his back and Ottoson tells him that the nearest clinic is at the Lashin Hall. They all start to move out. However, the gate's locks are tightened by Jerry Dan. Top G opens another door which leads to some secret underground room. He tells Ron that he needs to get down there before her rose withers. 3 of them head inside the door and go deeper inside. They are shocked to find out that Jerry Dan has secretly been experimenting on something. There is a woman inside a tank who seems to be in deep sleep. Ronan puts down Top G and looks around to find anything that can be used to heal him. He finds a book which belongs to Jerry Dan. He reads the book and learns about all the past experiments Top G has done in order to resurrect her dead wife, Suna. Top G has been experimenting on his dead wife's body by using different materials from the monsters that are so rare to get his hands on. This explains why he needs a lot of money. Headmaster Crater aids him and appoints him as a professor. Jerry Dan transfers Sonia to Fian's Mage Tower basement in order to keep on experimenting on her and try to revive her. After attempting to revive her for 134th time, he still has not made any progress. Ronan understands why Jerry Dan required tons of money because the materials he has been using are pretty rare and he requires money to buy them from black market. He finds a suspicious paper hidden inside the book and takes it. He thinks that it may belong to the rebellious crowd. Jerry Dan gets up and asks Ron if he is going through his stuff. He denies the allegation and assures him that he has no mana, so he was just looking around to find something that he can use to aid in his recovery. Elsewhere, a shady mage bows down to a vampire and tells her that Top G will be desperate for the essence of fresh blood that only she can provide. She plans to capture Girdan and says that Top G is going to get in her bait because he desperately needs the blood and that humans are quite stupid to fall into her traps. Back at Jeridan's place, Top gives back the ring to Ronan after taking some of its mana. He thanks him for letting him take some of its mana. He asks Ron to keep what he saw inside the lab a secret. He tells Addishan that he will look into her problems tomorrow. Iron Lady and Ronan depart from there and head out on their ways. Ron takes out the letter he stole from Top G's book. To his surprise, it turns out to be a blood letter. Oilia arrives there and meets up with him. They both head towards the Special Adventure Club and have a conversation. Oilia asks him how he got his hands on the blood letter. She tells him what that letter is. After explaining how it is used, she uses her abilities to decrypt the letter. In the letter, there are instructions to come to the Bloodhook if one wants to get their hands on the essence of fresh blood. This letter was meant for Jerry Dan, who is looking for the essence of fresh blood which is needed for his next experiment. Oilia tells Ronan that the Bloodhook is an organization based on young immature vampire children who are not older than 200 years. Their objective is to revive the prime of vampires by doing all sorts of gruesome things. She asks him who this letter belonged to. He tells her that this belongs to Girdan. She seems well aware of his strengths and powers. However, she tells Ronan if Top G really is after the essence of the fresh blood, then he will have no other option but to accept the vampire's offer. Since the essence of fresh blood can only be activated by the will of the vampire who gave it away. After some time, a few vampires are standing outside a cave waiting for Top G's arrival. A guy with a hood arrives there and the vampires think it is Top G, the new king candidate their master spoke about. They chatter amongst themselves since they cannot sense any powerful energy from him. After a brief conversation amongst themselves, they greet Jerdan. One of the vampires requests Top G to take off his hood in order to verify his identity. He accepts the request and takes off his hood and confirms his identity. The vampire thanks him for confirming his identity, but when he looks down, he finds that Jerry Dan is carrying a sword despite being a mage. He can't wrap his head around why a mage type would be carrying a sword. Suddenly, Top G grabs his sword and moves real close to the vampire and slashes him in pieces. It turns out that this is not Top G, but Ronan, who is disguised as Girdan. A few days ago, Oilia gave Ronan a potion that would help him to shapeshift for 30 minutes and become Jerry Dan. She offers to come along to aid him. However, Ron refuses and says that he will be fine. She may get in trouble if she goes against her own kind for this trivial matter. He cuts the rest of the vampires in pieces and spares one. He gets information out of him about the cave and vampires before putting an end to his life. He heads inside the cave and finds that there are no traps, just like that vampire said. And he continues to move inside and thinks that he would have spared his life if he knew that he was honest. Ronan gets jaw vu as he continues to look around the cave and its patterns. Suddenly, a strong scent of blood passes by his nose and changes his focus from the cave to itself. He comes across a door from behind where the smell is coming from. He heads inside and finds multiple vampires feeding on corpses of humans. Swift Awful welcomes him and asks if he would like to join them in the feast. Ronan stays calm and rejects the offer and asks why so many of them have gathered for a deal. Zahn tells him that it is only fair to welcome such a talent like himself with this much effort and says that it has been a while since all of the Bloodhook has gathered like this. Prince Charm asks the conditions to obtain the essence of fresh blood from Zuban. She tells him that they are quite simple. He simply has to become one of them in order to get his hands on fresh blood. She tells him that if he refuses to accept the offer, there is no way that he will ever get the fresh blood. He says that she is asking something ridiculous and he doesn't plan on becoming anyone's slave. She tells him that this is no master-slave relation but a big leap towards the future, a rebellion against the old generation vampires, and she wants Jerrydan to be part of it. Ronan looks around and says that it doesn't seem like he has any choice because if he rejects the offer, it doesn't look like he will be allowed to leave unscratched. Zevon compliments him for his sharp observation and tells him that he doesn't really have a choice as no matter how skilled he may be, the magic tools installed here are going to cause trouble for him to use any sort of magic. Even if Jerrydan were to push himself to the limit and use mana, he would only end up rupturing his mana core and won't be able to use the magic ever again. Zuban warns Rayon to accept the pact if he doesn't want to see his beloved wife turned into a blood bag like those corpses lying nearby. Roran takes off his hood and compliments them for their preparation. He says that it was a good decision by him to come by himself. If Jerrydan would have come there, then surely he must have faced some issues. His disguise finally wears off and his real face comes forward. The vampires wonder how a mere human made his way inside there. However, their conversation is cut short just like their limbs after Roran raises his sword and cuts them all into tiny pieces in an instant. He takes off his cloak and puts it aside and prepares to exterminate the rest of the blood mosquitoes. Ronan takes off his cloak and says that today is the day of extermination. The Blood King looks at him and asks who he is. He says, how dare a pathetic human like himself not know his place. However, Prince Charm disappears from his place within an instant and reappears before her. He can't read his movements at all since he moves so fast. He starts to cast her blood ability. However, before he could do that, Ronan swings his sword and slashes off her hand. His rampage doesn't end there. He continues to deliver swift cuts and gets rid of all her limbs in an instant. It happens so fast he barely gets any time to react. He is left with only screams of pain as he loses all her limbs in an instant. He says that how can a damned human do something like this? He asks him if he thinks he is going to survive after what he just did. However, before he could finish her sentence, Ronan hits her nose with a sword's butt and throws her against the wall. He tells her to often sit in corner for a while and that he will make sure to especially take care of her till the very end. The other mosquito goons are left in awe. One of them comments that even if their boss was being sloppy, there is no way he would get attacked like this. They start to fear him and say that Prince Charm is no ordinary human. The Bloodhook prepares to attack. Ronan calls them blood mosquitoes and says that he heard that they can use blood as weapons, and it turns out to be true. One of them uses blood bog ability and freezes his feet at one place. The rest of the mosquitoes start to launch their attacks using their blood daggers and swords. However, Ronan stays at one place and deflects their attacks with ease without any effort. He slashes off some of them and cuts the limbs of others. Despite that, the mosquitoes continue to attack him. Try to land any attack on him, but they fail to do so every time. Prince Charm thinks that they sure are quick as expected of the mosquito bastards, and their regeneration ability is quite annoying. One of the mosquitoes uses his bloodshot ability to try and attack Prince Charm from afar because they can't attack him in close combat. This effort seems worthless as well because he dodges that as well. He thinks that these mosquitoes have a magic ability that rivals an intermediate rank mage. He leans back and thinks that if this is the fighting power of the Bloodhook, then there is no problem. He shouts as his fangs come out. And with swift movement, he throws slashes all around him, taking care of all the mosquitoes. In an instant, the limbs and bodies of dead mosquitoes fall all around him. As he stands there in the middle of all this chaos and blood, one of the Bloodhooks remains who used his ability to restrain Ronan's movement. He wonders what he is witnessing. He questions himself how a human can move like this despite being restrained by his ability. He wonders if he really is a human. Prince Charm stands there with flesh parts rain around him. He asks why he is standing over there instead of attacking him. He tells him that he is the only one left. He compliments him by saying that his efforts are praiseworthy. That is why he was pretending to get stuck at a place. However, he tells him that his swords are a bit special. He exudes a menacing aura which makes Bloodhook tremble in fear, and he thinks about running away. Just when he turns around to run, Ronin jumps and slashes him from center and cuts him up in 2 clean pieces. He tells him that he shouldn't have run and left his friends behind. Prince Charm looks at King and says that since he has dealt with all the interrupters, now is the time to finish their postponed conversation. He smirks heavily and his eyes glow red. The Blood King starts to regain his consciousness and he wonders what is happening around him. He thinks to himself that there is some kind of needle stabbing him. It turns out to be Ronin, who was stabbing his sword into his thigh. Prince Charm tells him that he was starting to get worried that he might have died on him. King thinks what this is, how a single human child murdered all their members in that brief moment. Ronin tells him that his friends aren't in good condition because they kept regenerating, so he couldn't just leave them be. He smiles and tells him that if he doesn't want to follow them, then he better take out the essence of fresh blood. While he is asking nicely, the king looks down and seemingly talks to someone there. He asks where he was when all this happened. He says if it was him, then he could have saved them all. He screams and asks just why he didn't help. Ronin asks him if he has finally gone crazy because he keeps talking to himself and asks who he is talking to. Just then a figure appears behind Prince Charm. He says that he won't repeat again and asks him to move. Ronin is surprised by his presence and feels threatened. He moves back swiftly and thinks if that guy had shown any killer intent then he would have died just then. Zark von Barshaba talks to the king and says that he is quite disappointed in him. He says that when he made an offer to him he said he would bring Jerrydan into kin. Zark von Barshaba looks down on him and says that he spoke great words for someone who would end up in this pathetic state. He tells the king that he is unbelievably brazen. A child of the Orange Topal family. He says that not only is he pathetic, but he also cannot see the reason. He lifts his palm and says that he has failed the plan and starts to take the essence of fresh blood back. Ronin looks at this scene and wonders what is happening. Zark von Barshaba starts to drain the essence from the king. The king begs for another chance, but he doesn't receive it and Zark von Barshaba drains all his blood and leaves his body dried of blood. Zark von Barshaba fully extracts the essence out of his body. Ronin calls out to Balzark von Barshaba and tells him that he cannot just come here and take that with him. He raises his sword towards Balzark von Barshaba, seemingly challenging him to a battle. He tells him that if he is the owner of the essence then he will need to cooperate with him if he wants to return in one piece. That is, Balzark von Barshaba tells him that his boundless arrogance is similar to his. He finds his words quite interesting. He looks at him and says what he is going to do if he refuses to cooperate. Ronin prepares to attack and moves towards him and says that if that is the case then he just needs to get beaten up a bit. Prince Charm manages to land an attack on Zark Vanaba's palm and it starts to bleed. Balzark Vanaraba compliments him and says that his fangs are sharper than they appear to be. He says that it seems that he is worthy of impersonating his name if he was able to damage his body, which was strengthened with the mana of blood. He starts to get curious and wonders if Ronin has any other talents. He says that he will especially lend him a hand, so it will be in his best interest to do his best. Zark von Barshaba starts to accumulate blood in his hand and uses the blood cutter to attack Prince Charm. Ronin takes up his sword and blocks the attack, but starts to get pushed back by the sheer force of the attack from Zark von Barshaba. Ronin swings his sword and manages to cancel out the attack eventually. However, to his surprise, Balzark von Barshaba prepares another attack and uses the bloodshot. Prince Charm is surprised to see this attack and remembers that he previously faced an attack like that but managed to dodge it without any issue. However, this attack is far greater than the one he previously encountered. He takes up his sword and repels the attack. Balzark von Barshaba smiles and says that he has never seen this in his entire life. He tells the hero that he is not only offsetting his magic, but he is able to cut through mana itself. Balzark von Barshaba says that he didn't have high expectations, but it turns out to be rather interesting. The hero says that he sure is the head mosquito bastard who keeps buzzing away so noisily. Ronin asks him to shut up and hand over the essence this instant. Zark von Barshaba smiles and says that he loves his spirit and he will demonstrate the worthy respect for giving him a fun time. He starts to power up an attack and Ronin starts to move closer to him. Suddenly a voice calls out to them and asks both of them to stop. It turns out to be Oilia Denite who lands between them both. Balzark looks at her and asks if she is really the Oilia Denite. Oilia says that although she is not delighted to see him, it has been a while since she met Balzark. Ronan asks Oilia why she came there even when he asked her not to come. He asks if she knows this mosquito head. She tells the hero that she surely knows him. She tells him that his name is Zark von Barshaba, the relative of the Shadow Duke who rules the vampire world and the strongest second in command who supports him. Balzark says that he never imagined that he would meet her there and tells her that he really missed her. He starts to move towards her while asking her well-being and says that it has been over 83 years since he last saw her. He asks why she is interfering in that brat's business. He says that these trivial things do not matter. What matters is that they both are together. However, before he could finish his sentence, Opilia asks him to stop right there and not come any closer. Balzark closes his eyes and thinks back to that incident long ago. He says that it seems more time is required till he is forgiven by her. Opilia says that she is aware that it was an inevitable thing. He had no choice but to block her sister from hurting the Duke. She says that if she thinks back now, her younger sister wasn't in her right mind back then, as if she was entranced by something. She says that he must know as well that he cannot take back what happened that day. Balzark says that he understands her feelings, so she doesn't have to worry and that he was prepared for it. Ronan stands there and wonders if things are over. Oilia asks Zark how come he is working with the Bloodhook. She says that the person she knew wouldn't have worked with those kids. She asks if he has some business with Jared in Stoneon, too. Zark says that the man she knew would have only one reason and says that he has an unfinished fight with him. He tells her that he coincidentally met him on the west side of the continent and fought him with a fighter's pride on the line. He has fought many strong people with strong abilities, but only a few were good enough for him. If only the rising sun had not interrupted, he is sure that would have gone down as one of his best fights. Afterwards, he chased Top G again, but he was already gone so perfectly that even he couldn't find any of his traces. After that, a few years passed. While he was suppressing that unappeased thirst, those children came to his castle with an offer. They said they will find Sheridan's whereabouts and that if he lends them the essence of fresh blood, they would not only drag him in front of him, but turn him into their kin as well, so that he can have an eternal battle with him. He says that it was clear what they had planned, but it didn't matter since at most it was the struggle of some kids. In the end, it was all for nothing. He points out Ronan and says that it was all thanks to this kid who was next to her. Balzark thinks that even with a restriction to his power, the fact that the hero was able to keep up with him even for a moment indicates that in the next 5 years he will definitely become a rival who will be able to put a sword to his neck. He looks at him and thinks that this strange energy is something he has never felt before. His hand starts to twitch in excitement. However, he controls himself and thinks that he cannot do it again. He cannot hurt his friend twice. He hands over the essence to Ronan and asks him to take it. The hero asks if he really is going to just give it to him and asks if it's super rare even for vampires. Balzark tells him that it is true that it is quite rare since most vampires won't be able to get it even if they were to work their entire life. He says that however he needs to give that much to the future prey he has his eye on and for it to be a deserving present for a friend he hasn't seen in the last 80 years. He uses his bloodshot ability and destroys a wall nearby. He asks Ronan to look over there and says that it won't do him any harm to look over there. He tells him that he sensed the same strange energy from there. He tells him that it has been coming from that past wall since earlier. He starts to disappear and says that he will take his leave now and vanishes from there. The hero returns back and hands over the essence to Sheridan. He asks Ronan how he managed to obtain the essence of fresh blood and asks if he is really giving it to him. The hero smiles and says that of course he is handing it over to him since he worked so hard to get it. Top G holds his hand and thanks him sincerely while sitting on his knee. Sheridan remembers about his wife who has been in a coma for a long time. His eyes begin to tear as he trembles with emotions and tears roll down on his face. Ronan sits down at him and smiles and says that he didn't even let him boast a bit. Meanwhile, Balzark observes them both from a distance. Balzark says that there is no fight more boring than one with someone who has lost their fighting spirit. He said that he only came there today because he was curious about how his old rival was doing. It turns out that he was talking to Oilia who was standing behind him. He tells her not to worry as he won't do anything further. Oilia closes her eyes and says that she is aware that he won't do something so dishonorable as this. She says that she just wanted to thank him for helping his friend. Balzark smiles and says that this is a huge advancement in only 83 years and asks if he should thank Ronan. He says that he wishes to stay forever, but he deplores the fact that he cannot stay any longer. Belzark tells Oilia that even among the vampires, there is an evil group making quite the trouble. To his understanding, it is them who stripped up the blood hook. He tells Oilia if she ever needs him, she can contact him. He tells her that he always looks forward to her calls. With a beautiful exit, he calls her his eternal rose and disappears from there. Afterwards, Professor Deardan executed his 144th experiment using Sarant's mana and the essence of fresh blood. Considering the circumstances of the experiment, it'll take a while for the results to be released. But that waiting seems like a hope for Top G to continue living. Top G tells Ronan that he has changed since he last saw him. That mysterious energy that was cutting away at the curse in his body has gotten way stronger. He asks him if something happened during his battle with the blood hook. Ronan says that a lot happened, but in essence, he just got lucky. He remembers back to the time when Balzark told him about mysterious energy coming from the wall. He ventures inside the broken wall where he finds an idol of Senator. Seeing as how it was hidden, he determines that even the Bloodhook bastards were unaware of its existence. He wonders if these old grounds are of an abandoned shrine. Just then, the idol starts to shine bright. The green energy from the idol starts to get absorbed in Ronan's hands. Back in the present, Jerrydan doesn't understand what exactly happened, but he says that Ronan sure is incredibly lucky. Thanks to the energy getting stronger, his mana meridians have also gotten larger. However, it still needs to be tidied up, but with this much, you may be able to wield mana to quite the considerable range. He says that he doesn't need to tell this to him since he must be feeling it himself. Ronan says that he definitely feels it way better than he did last time. He wonders if this means that he will be able to use proper sword chi and not just an imitation of it. 4 days later, Romero Mountain's front city, Marbos. Ronan appears there and says that it is just as Schlieffen said. A wyvern must have appeared there. The hero says that the reason they randomly came to his hometown, the Romero Mountains, is because he received unexpected news from Schlieffen. He said that the monsters surrounding the Romero Mountains were in a state of frenzy for an unknown reason. Schlieffen says that they are lucky that the damage hasn't reached Nimbutin yet and some of the Grankia family's knights have been dispatched, but that's not enough for them to be at ease. He continues and tells Roran that there were even a few witnesses who said that they saw a wyvern in the skies. He says that due to their ability to fly as well as their possession of deadly poison on their fangs and claws, even the top mercenaries are afraid of them. He warns him if a whole pack of them gather, then they cannot give 100% sure that they will be able to protect. This was the opinion of Schlieffen. That is why they decided to prepare soon. In the present, Schlieffen mumbles to himself that he cannot forgive them for completely ruining his plans to move. That has been set up perfectly. He swears to end the bloodlines of all the monsters in the mountains once they get Iril to safety. Ronan asks him to stop mumbling to himself and go ahead and command the knights who have been dispatched. He tells him that a cell and he will quickly follow from behind. Schlien asks why he wants to split up. The hero tells him that he wants to take a look around the area because something seems off and it is making him uncomfortable. He tells him not to hit on her just because he is not there if he doesn't want to die today. Schlien questions him how he can say something so absurd to the Knight of Grandia. However, he says since there is something he has to check, there is no helping it. The longer he delays this, the longer Iril's safety will be put to risk. As a knight, he cannot accept that and heads out first. The cutie asks Ronan what was the thing that is making him feel uncomfortable. The hero tells him that the monsters that were peaceful suddenly started acting up and large-sized monsters have begun revealing themselves. He finds this pattern similar. He says that back in Grand Cappadocian Vadian Mountains, this is exactly what happened because of the actions of those bastards. Assel asks if he thinks that the masterminds behind this incident are also Nebula Clazier. Ronan says that it is just a guess for now and says to investigate the area that contains the main cause of this incident. The hero thinks that since prohibition isn't working, the one who can find them with that special mana is only him. Meanwhile, a large number of monsters and goblins start to gather up in some places. The redhead says that it seems that they have subjugated all of the ground monsters in the area for now. He sits on a monster's shoulder and says that it was a shame if it weren't for Lord Vaughn's order. He would have passed severe punishment upon the non-believers of this area. Suddenly, all the monsters start to tremble and make weird sounds. The redhead wonders what is wrong with them and why they are acting as if they were terrified. He says that they shouldn't be able to feel any emotion since they are in a state of brainwashing. Suddenly, a menacing-looking beast appears in the dark. Its eyes glow and it exudes an overwhelming aura. The redhead looks there and starts to lose his marbles. He looks at the huge scimitar and the pitch-black tiger that seems to be wrapped in shadows. He is surprised how it can be possible. The beast looks at Redhead with a wrathful expression and says that this is where he seems to be hiding. With an instance, he appears before the redhead and grabs him by the face. Before he could say anything else, the beast rips his head clean off from his lifeless body. The monsters try to attack the beast out of fear, but he makes quick work of them with a single slash from his scimitar. The beast stands there and says that the hunt has just begun. This menacing-looking tiger turns out to be Sword Saint Jipa Turung. Ronin and Acel arrive at a checkpoint and find that it has already been taken under control. The people who have taken over it aren't even normal soldiers. Were humans. One of the soldiers shouted and asked everyone to stop. He tells everyone that there will be no entry through this castle gate other than related parties today. He asks them to wait or take another route. He tells them that these are the orders of the Imperial Army's elite forces commander who has currently entered the monster conquest. Jipa Turgang. Ronin thinks it is the same Jipa who was the commander of the Imperial's strongest forces, the elite force. He was also the one who beat Instructor Nabaros to become the strongest swordsman in the Empire, the Sword Saint Jipa. Acel says that if the Sword Saint personally came, that means the situation must be grave. Ronin says that there is no way the most elite force of the Empire moved just because of a few monsters. The hero thinks that it seems his guess was right and Nebula Glacier must be involved in this incident, too. He asks Femboy to be ready to use telekinesis because they are going past the walls to investigate the nearby forests. He says that their traces are definitely there. Both of them start to head out. Meanwhile, Aqua is riding wyverns in the sky and thinks to herself that her connection got cut with her brother on ground. She wonders if something has happened, but she decides to follow the plan and control the wyverns. She is scared that if the plan didn't go out as planned, then Vaughn will definitely punish her. She tells her wyverns to follow the planned route and that it won't do her any good to make too many changes to the plan. Ronin and Acel stand on the ground. The hero asks Dollface to begin and she starts to use her telekinesis and hits one of the wyverns with a giant boulder. She then explodes that boulder into small pieces and hits multiple other wyverns. Aqua is in a state of shock as she wonders how can a boulder of that size be manipulated like that. She says that it has to be the top mage of the mage tower for that to be possible. Just then, Ronin leaps into the sky and appears before a wyvern. He says that this wyvern, who is soon to be his scapegoat, is the perfect size to test out his real sword. His body starts to glow red as he powers up his attack, and with a single swing, he cuts off Wyvern's head clean off from his body. He says that this turned out to be way stronger than what he had expected. The current range and force are incomparable to when he didn't channel mana into it. Aqua falls on her knees and says, "How did something like this happen?" Ronin lands on her wyvern and says that it was obvious where guys this big can go without being seen in the area. He tells her that he is native of this neighborhood and calls them idiot bastards. Aqua is pissed and starts to power up to launch an attack on him. However, her arm gets cut off by Ronin before she could pull up any tricks. He apologizes to Aqua and tells her that he is kind of new to this and he was just trying to cut off her hand, but it seems that he had cut it all off. Aqua looks down at her missing arm and shrieks in pain and tears begin to roll from her eyes. Ronin moves closer to her and says that she is just a low-ranking pawn and she couldn't have planned all this. He asks her if there are more of them. Aqua cries and says that it hurts and she needs treatment. Ronin asks her to remain silent and says that there are countless villages that got wrecked because of them, but she is complaining over something like this. He tells her to stop crying and demands to know just what they are up to. Ronin points the sword at the woman, demanding to know what they are up to. He states how countless villages got wrecked because of them, and it irritates him that she is just whining. The woman is terrified, but she answers back with arrogance that she, the torch, is chosen to bear the light of stars, and she won't let him stand in her. Grand mission. Ronin gets surprised when the woman emits a yellow glow as if she is burning. Before the hero could figure out what is going on, a wyvern appears in the sky having sharp claws and is directly focused on its target. The hero couldn't see it, but could sense it. So, he looked back. While he tenses up, the woman laughs. However, the hero realizes that the wyvern was so high up in the air that he couldn't sense it. Even though he wouldn't give up, the woman is so full of herself that she reminds him that it is too late since the wyvern is the most powerful one she caught here, and it would be swallowing up the likes of him in one gulp. Unexpectedly, the wyvern was sliced in half as something pierced through it. It happened so fast that both Ronan and the woman were shocked. As the body of the wyvern fell on each side, it revealed the shadow of the one who slashed it. It looked a white tiger with a weapon in his hand. The woman on the ground grunts with frustration, not understanding how this happened. However, she screamed at the tiger Z since she didn't want him there. Gritting his teeth, Ronan realizes that it is the Swordmaster. Zifa notices the hero standing dumbfoundedly before him. Instantly, he let out claw-like air blades from his hand. Seeing the blades, the hero is stunned, being nervous as the blades come towards them. However, those blades were for the wyvern. As the blades sliced the wyvern's head as well, Ronan is amazed and scared at how the Lion King has handled the wyvern without even having the need to draw his hand. He tore right through that wyvern with his bare hands. The hero wonders how all of this is possible. However, just then an explosion occurred and the area was destroyed by Z. Now that bastard stands on the woman while he grabs Ronan from his throat, raising him higher in the air. His big feet were crushing the woman while he choked our boy. He then demands from the hero to answer who he is. He is asking this because he doesn't sense the wildeed obsessiveness of those fanatics in him. Gasping for air and struggling, the hero insults Z, calling him a cat, and threatens to kill him for comparing him to those dirty freaks. The hero's anger was very evident, and because of that, he grips his sword and tells Z to shut up and get his paw off him. Suddenly, without letting him know, Ronan swings his sword, but the Lion King dodges the attack. Even after that, the hero attacks one more time and stumbles on the ground when Sifa stands there, letting the attack hit him. The hero is groaning in frustration because the opponent is so powerful. The hero knew this attack was going to be blocked anyway, but the annoying part is that he just stood right there and let the hero hit him like it was nothing. He realizes that the Lion King didn't take the title of Swordmaster from Professor Navarros for nothing. And he is pretty sure that he cannot beat this guy no matter how hard he tries. Though Ronan is sure of one thing, he can't just stand around and wait for him to attack. Thus, Rana decides to attack now while his guard is down. Z notices Ronan's determination in his eyes and acknowledges how true of a warrior he is. Hearing this, the hero is surprised, but the Lion King suggests that they should introduce themselves more officially. Stepping forward, towering over the hero, he orders him to raise his blade. Not understanding anything, Tiger Eyes stands there puzzled. With that, Z holds the spear from the front SSE in dead center and reveals that he is going for the vertical slash. Instantly, he lunges the spear towards Ronan, challenging him to block it. Just as Tiger Eyes deflects the assault, a powerful explosion rocks the area, sending shock waves everywhere. Debris flows in the area. The Lion King is impressed even though Ronan still lacks strength. However, Rana still defended the blow flawlessly. Sifa also notices that Tiger Eyes' movements are familiar. Out of curiosity, he asks if by any chance Ronan is one of Navarro's students. Upon hearing this, sweat trickles down Tiger Eyes' forehead, but he reveals that he is the student at Filion Academy. Sarcastically, he questions if Zephi is planning to take admission there. As their swords clash, Ronan clarifies that they would never accept someone like you. And more importantly, he would personally refuse to allow someone who picks on weak, innocent students into the academy. The Lion King scoffs, commenting on how bold Tiger Eyes is, just like his teacher probably, as he is sure now that Tiger Eyes is lying about Filion Academy. Standing there, Z apologizes for the unpleasant greeting, clarifying that sometimes even a brief duel can tell him more about someone than many words. He assumes that Tiger Eyes could understand as he is a warrior, too. That being said, Tiger Eye smiles and instantly charges forward, declaring to offer Zaya a little greeting of his own as well. However, the moment Tiger Eyes' sword was about to strike the Lion King, his attacks were interrupted by two Werbeast warriors. One of them dodges the attack with his sword while the other grabs Ronan by his throat. The hyena war beast and 3rd squad commander within the Z unit, confirms from Zephi if this guy is one of the fanatics, too. While Betty the bear beast and the 2nd squad commander is sure that the guy is one of the fanatics and encouraged to resolve it by themselves. Just then Betty grabs him by the neck and throws him on the ground. Ronan is taken aback and regains his footing as he glares at them. Attacking with his claw, Betty runs forward to attack Tiger Eyes but ends up being startled when Ronan manages to slip behind him. While Ronan lunges with his sword, Betty praises him for having some guts. Now both of them have swords pointed at their necks. The woman who has pointed a sword at them orders them to stop. The woman Nia the lion beast and unit commander scolds Betty for fighting in front of Captain Sifa without his permission. She asks Betty if he needs some sense in himself. However, that is when the Lion King approaches them all with Ver and informs Betty that the boy he is fighting is not an enemy, as he was simply responding to his greeting. The moment Betty hears this, he gets shocked when he realizes that the boy survived Z's attack from his crescent blade. The more surprising part is that no one in the unit is able to dodge these attacks. However, things get cleared when he reveals that it is not surprising since the kid is a Navarro student. Betty shivers with fear when he realizes that he is talking about that monstrous former swordmaster who alone wiped out their unit. Instantly, Betty's attitude towards Ronin shifts. He grabs Tiger Eyes' hand and apologizes for his quick temper. With that, Betty nervously insists that he keep this between them and not mention it to his teacher. Seeing this behavior, he wondered what Professor Navarro's did to make the bear this terrified. Ignoring all this, Z is talking to Nina and seeing her, it makes it clear that they have completed the assignment. Nima admits and explains that they exterminated all the monsters in the area and any suspicious person who might belong to the fanatics was captured alive. Before Ronin could figure out what they were talking about, he saw tons of silhouettes jumping, their paws landing on the ground, and now they stand in front of Z and his team. Tiger Eyes is confused, not understanding what all this is. However, the Lion King approaches Ronin and introduces himself officially. Z explains that he is the captain of the Empire's most elite war-beast unit and on the Emperor's strictest orders. He has been charged with rooting out members of Nebula Clasier hiding within the Empire. Accordingly, the Emperor has made him the leader of the Nebula Clasier eradication unit and his name is Z Torgan. Upon hearing all this, Ronin is shocked to hear that there is a Nebula Clasier eradication unit. At that same moment, in another part of the Romero Mountains, Nimberton Knights were on the street and people were gawking at them, confused as to why the Knights were here. IEL, our boy's elder sister, is puzzled. However, Schlieffen, the knight of the Grankia family and the friend of Ronin, apologizes for alarming her. He explains that he was in such a hurry to assemble the Knights that there was no time to let her know about their arrival. With that, Schlieffen kneels down and introduces himself, swearing, he claims to assist with her relocation to the imperial capital. Gazing upon her, Schlieffen's cheeks grow warmer due to a blush. Yet, he suggests that they should begin by packing up her belongings. Back to Ronin, he stands at his place, frozen, not believing that there is a Nebula Clasier eradication unit. He lowers his gaze with confusion because the last he remembered, there was no such unit in his last life. He wonders if maybe the Empire decides to take action after hearing about the members of Nebula Clasier that he caught. Even so, he didn't expect them to make Z the unit leader. Though Ronin didn't understand one thing and asked him how they will be going to find the members who are hiding their identities and are all hidden all over the place. Our boy mentions how he had heard interrogating them using the binding spell doesn't work anymore. Z comments on how it seemed like Ronin knew more than he expected and questions if Navarro's explained all that. When he heard the question, Ronin was about to answer when someone nervously called out his name. Our boy looks back and it is Acel who looks scared to death because the war-beast Ver is holding him in the air by his clothes. Dolphus cries asking for help from our boy. Ignoring the whining, the Vey reports that he found this kid roaming suspiciously in the area, so he brought him here to interrogate. Looking at him angrily, the Ver asks for permission from Zifa to execute the kid because he is so done with his crying. However, poor cutie keeps clarifying how he was just looking for his friend. He begs VE to not eat him. Witnessing all this, the Lion King asks Ronin to confirm if this kid is his friend. Embarrassed, he admits that he is his friend. Later on at night, Nia informs the commander about eliminating all the suspicious creatures and monsters in the area. She reports how Nebula Clasier has been brainwashing monsters to cause trouble everywhere, but that is no more than a distraction. Basically, their target lies in the center of the mountains. Upon receiving all the information, Z confirms if by the center of the mountains, Nimia means the mountain pass in the Romera Mountains. The mountain pass in the Romera Mountains is one of the Empire's main trade routes, and a third of all the trade in the Empire pass through here. Probably Nebula Glacier is trying to bring down one of the main pillars of the imperial economy since the effects would be disastrous. This is the reason it is not strange that those fanatics would use monsters to target the mountain pass. But Ronin wondered how. The woman with the other fanatics is captured and asks what he would do. Ignoring that, he explains that the mountain is very important and it has harsh security measures. He adds that it is not an easy place that they can destroy. Just from causing chaos through a few monsters. Just then, Ronin points the blade at the woman's neck and threatens them that if they want to go out alive, they should spill whatever they are hiding. The woman gets nervous. Sweat coats her face, but then a smirk appears on her face. She challenges him to guess if something like that would be scaring them. Instantly, she calls him a filthy non-believer, and abruptly, a bright light is being emitted, enveloping the surroundings. All those fanatics gather their mana together in one place. Moreover, they start chanting some spell, acknowledging they couldn't finish their mission and blaming themselves for failing. But they're not giving up. They beg for every bit of strength left in their spirit to keep fighting. They want to use their power to burn away their enemies who stand in the way of their goals. As the incantation spell completes, a fireball appears, shines brightly, and then explodes. Its intensity was so much that it reached the farthest part of the forest. Some fanatics of the nebula feel it through the air. They understood that their companions have already had to make a noble sacrifice. And that is when they realized that normal believers are not enough to buy time against the Z-Force. An old man, Baron, expresses how unfortunate it is to witness the sacrifice of such precious believers. However, one of the members suggests Baron try catching Z another day as holding him back is difficult. Though he knows that if they do this, then it will give him and his team more time to prepare and it would be more difficult to accomplish the grand mission. Thus, he declares no more delays. Acknowledging that this is not the center of the mountain, Baron places a detonator on the ground, deciding to begin their plan right here on the side of the Romera Mountains. He announces to strike at the infidels with the full force of their anger and rage. Just as he places the object, a magic circle appears on the ground while the object stays in the middle. It's a detonator made by the great inventor Alibab consisting of 30 handcrafted spells, all stacked upon one another. After absorbing the mana from the vein, the 30 layers of amplification spells will act as a detonator and will burn the area into ashes. Baron knows that the enemy is sure to sense an unusual change in the nearby mana flow, so they just have to protect the device from them until it has absorbed enough mana. Evan, the former captain of the Sarin Knights, and Brua, the former senior mage of the Green Magic Tower, take Baron's commands, assuring him they will not let him down. Evan communicated to Baron that he heard that after this mission, he will be taking over as the branch leader since the mighty Brigia fell in battle. He wonders if the old man has received the blessing by any chance. Chuckling, the old man admits that he has, and usually the blessing is granted only after the official completion of one's mission. However, this mission required them to protect themselves from an extremely powerful explosion. Accordingly, the Great Leaf has already blessed Baron in advance. Obviously, his power is nothing compared to that of the Great Brigia, but as long as he has this blessing, nothing will be able to harm them. The moment he was about to talk more, a paw stomped and a blast occurred out of nowhere. Baron is caught off guard, but before he or his team gets injured, he creates a shield around Evan, Brua, and himself to be saved from the sudden strikes that are being done by Z. The old man expresses how shocked he is, as it is impossible to do so soon after they began absorbing mana to detect a change in the mana flow and to track them down here. Sifa stood there firm, reminding them that there is nothing that can protect them from him, and he was aware of where these pathetic wretches were since he was just waiting for them to reveal their true intentions. While wearing an intimidating look, he told them they are merely prey, blinded by pride, and felt thrilled to see how long they could resist his power. 10 minutes before the encounter, Z sees how the captured fanatics are using some sort of mana spell to blow themselves up. Tightening his grip on the spear, he orders Namia to stand back with the other unit members, and he will take care of it. But Ronin has already made a move, leaving everyone surprised. Leaping higher into the air, Ronin charges forward, cutting through and swinging his sword. Yet eventually, he steps away on the ground. The captured enemies are stunned. They couldn't believe that their dying flame was extinguished. Out of the blue, Ronin uses his sword. The woman's head was cut off from behind, and the other men experienced the same. Blood gushes out of their bodies as their bodies lie on the ground. Our boy looks back, being glad that they are all dead for messing around like that. In his head, Z is surprised. He is aware that this was not a simple power that offset the magic. Looking at Ronin, he is certain that our boy cut through the mana itself. Right then, our boy calls for him, being sure that he knows how these people are. They are as slippery as a bunch of eels. So, if he would have let them go, they would have come back with some more shitty plan. And judging by how hard they tried to cover everything up, he is certain that this is not the last of them. He is damn sure that at least one of their leaders is somewhere around as well. Approaching Z, Ronin questions him if he has a way to hunt the head of the nebula. Glacier Eradication Unit, and if it is the case then he will help him no matter what happens. He promises to make sure the Lion King will be rewarded by the Emperor. Back to the present. Baron and his men are facing the Lion King. The old man is scared. He didn't sense any mana nearby until the moment Sifa attacked them. In other words, the Lion King didn't even use mana just now. That blast was created by a purely physical attack. Baron had heard a lot about Swordmaster Sifa, but the old man realized that he is even more of a beast than he ever imagined. At that moment, Baron asks his men if they are ready for this, as they have got a previous guest on their hands. Evan and Brua had already brought out their weapons. Stepping forward, they declared they would sacrifice their lives gladly for the sake of their duty. Evan's body glows with a special kind of energy while Brua supports him from behind. Z sees their combination, a knight mage duo, and both very advanced. He sigh, wishing to have brought the rest of his unit as well, since it would have been a good training opportunity for them. Instantly, Evan rushes forward, wielding his sword, but obviously it is stopped by the Lion King. He wonders aloud if this too was fated, an honor duel with the strongest swordmaster in the Empire. As a fellow warrior, he sees it as a stroke of fortune he simply can't ignore. With that, he provokes him to show him more of his sword skills. He thinks of breaking Zifa's sword. Then he will have the honor of joining their ranks. While he is blabbering, Evan's eyes widen with shock because instead of Zifa's swords, his sword snaps with just a simple punch from the Lion King. As the shards of the sword fall, Evan sees his plan crumbling as well. Sifa brings up what Evan said earlier about the battle with honor and all. However, he is livid about the incompetent fool like him speaking of honor in his presence. In a single strike, the warrior beheaded him, his body falling on the ground, calling him a disgrace. To true warriors. Witnessing all this, Brua knew it's his turn now. But before he could activate the mana shield, his body was cut in half. In addition to that, he tries kicking the old man, but the old man has activated his own shield, blocking all the attacks. Seeing his face, Sifa found him familiar, realizing he had been hiding behind his small fries. More than 10 years ago, in the village of Arden in the west, over 1,000 innocent people were dead in a black magic experiment. Then, the culprit who did all of this vanishes as if he never existed. It is Baron, the evil of Arden. Smiling, Baron feels honored since the mighty Swordmaster recognized him. He shares how he has long abandoned his past disgrace and now is a servant of the stars. Ignoring all that, Z claws at the shield, crushing it while clarifying he doesn't care who he is now because it doesn't change the fact that he must be punished for his crimes. Though Baron stands there smirking as he activates the blessing of the stars spell. As some weird kind of energy envelopes around them, Baron praises how he certainly made quick work of those two boys and not even his finest warriors could hold him back for 1 second. He reveals that he is now understanding how exceptionally skilled of a swordmaster he is. But Baron knows that there is a limit even to his powers. He claims that Z must be mighty, but he is not strong enough to stand in the way of the celestial power granted to him. Maniacally laughing, he makes fun of him for being a mere mortal. After all, living out his trivial existence under the light of the stars. After that, Baron wanted to hear how he feels after meeting the power of heavens. He was curious to hear Z's remarks. Yet, the warrior utters how foolish this is. Even in his final moments, Baron is still trapped in his mistaken beliefs. Approaching him slowly, the warrior calls him foolish, and this is why he will die because he is also prey blinded by pride and delusions. Z's spear glows as he swings it fiercely. That is when Baron attempts to shield himself, but at the same time, he can't help but notice how amazing and truly incredible Swordmaster Z is since he generated such great power. Baron tries to attack his ground, but the attack is so powerful that it is impossible to withstand it, even with the shield. However, when the spell settles down, Z's weapon is still glowing after finishing his attack. Even after not being harmed, the old man is still surprised and anxious because of the warrior's performance. Even when he just used sword aura alone, he admitted to himself that he possesses great power and compares his abilities to them. However, Baron utters that it is unfortunate for Z as the blessing of the stars is too much even in front of the great Swordmaster. The moment these words leave Baron's mouth, he activates the detonator while challenging Z's abilities. As he speaks, he reveals to the warrior about the magic bomb absorbing mana from the mountains. With that, the old man advises him to retreat now and try again some other time. Perhaps if he runs now and saves himself, he might be able to escape the blast radius. And as for the weak ones, Baron states that they would turn into ashes on the mountains. Z stands there, understands that power allows them to neutralize attacks, and also realizes that Ronan was right, that these guys are really some lowly jerks who are really a pain in the neck and who could be a serious threat in the future. Zifa decides to do this properly. As an energy stream comes out of his body, he claims to get rid of them once and for all. Taking an attacking stance, he emits a blue aura out of his body and spear and challenges how that so-called blessing of a star will be the coming attack that is about to strike. Baron sensed the pressure that far exceeded the previous attack and recognized that it could be Z's aura. Yet, he laughs at the struggles of a beast against the heavens. The powerful aura makes the debris shift. Though Baron wishes him to do his best, ignoring the comments, the warrior's eyes are determined, and his expression shows how much power he is pouring out for his next attack. His aura is at his limit and can be sensed more greatly, shaking the entire ground. But that's when someone suddenly shouts at Z, scolding him and questioning if he's in his right mind. It's Ronan. He yells that it's enough because if he doesn't stop, he will be blowing up the whole mountain himself before the bomb even goes off. Our boy reminds Z what they planned on doing here in the first place. Instantly, he calms himself down and notices Ronan has finally made it, but is slower than he looks. Our boy argues about how he was never called slow by someone, and it is basically Z's fault for being freakishly fast. Moreover, he suggests the warrior steps back for the time being as he has seen the blessing of the star. Our boy is aware that he is strong and all, but there is no way he can block this guy Baron for now. He makes the warrior realize the seriousness of the situation. When Zepha agrees that Ronan is more suited to fight Baron, who stands stunned there for a second, wondering how a swordmaster like him lets some kid speak to him so arrogantly, he wonders what special this kid has. As our boy steps forward, removing the sheath from his sword, he assures Baron that he owes him one because this crazy old man was so loud that Ronan grasped everything. So now he just has to kill this old jerk and deactivate the magic bomb behind him. With that, this whole mess will be over. With a sly smirk, our boy questions the old man if he really is the leader because judging by that annoying blessing of his, he really must be some side character since he isn't half as strong as that crazy Brigia he hacked to pieces. Hearing Brigia's name, Baron stutters with confusion and wants to know how this kid knows her name because he thought Lord Brigia was defeated by Sarant. When he realizes that it was some brat like Ronan who killed her, his eyes widen with shock. Groaning in frustration, Baron's anger doubles and he can't believe someone like this kid insulted Brigia's honor with that shitty mouth. Because of all the anger, the old man summons tentacles on his back and declares to tear him apart in pieces. While being livid, he shares how Brigia was one of the precious believers and was the most honorable warrior who rose to the position of the branch leader through her own hardships, strength, and merit. He states how she was a model of nobility and now he cannot digest that someone who was a nobody like Ronan with such shitty mana even made a scratch on her. As he speaks with anger, the tentacles now take the shape of creatures like snakes having eyes and sharp teeth. As Baron declares that he has had enough of our boy's filthy lies and the fact that a non-believer like this kid knows Brigia's name means he must have witnessed her death in person. The snake-eyed creatures hover over Ronan and roar loudly as he demands to know what happened that day. At this point, Baron only wants to hear the truth. Grinning, Tiger Eyes stood firm with his bloodshot eyes and claimed that if the old man is so eager to know the truth, he can simply show him what happened that day. With that, Ronan moves so fast, it is almost impossible to see him or his shadow and in an instant approaches the old man. When he spots Ronan in front of him after outsmarting those dumb snake-like creatures, Baron understands that this kid was not bluffing and insults that he might even be worthy of a position as Baron's assistant. But still, he denies that Brigia would lose to someone at Tiger Eyes' level, even if he did manage to shock her. Baron is just about to say that Tiger Eyes wouldn't have made it past the blessing of stars. But before he can finish, he's beheaded. The old man was so confident of the blessing, but now he was bleeding to death. His eyes were wide open when his body ended up on the ground as the swift movement of Ronan's sword struck his body. Approaching Baron's head near the magic bomb while deactivating it, Ronan mockingly remembers aloud how that crazy Brigia used to yap like him. But both of them ended up the same way. Glaring at his head on the ground, Tiger Eyes looks into Baron's eyes and asks if that was enough to satisfy his curiosity. Baron's head could still think, and he still finds it impossible that a young child's blade could pierce through the blessing of stars and cut him in half. Baron is aware now that this kid's power seems to transcend all laws of nature. It almost reminds him of their leader. He wonders who Ronan is, but not giving him any chance. Tiger Eyes slices his head crosswise before he could process his thoughts. Stepping forward, Z asks Ronan if he killed that old jerk. Without hesitating, Tiger Eyes explains that he didn't want to leave any loose ends. He is aware of what the ordinary believers have done, and he can't even imagine what sort of catastrophe one of their leaders could create. Now that they are starting to act more, they will have to watch out for them for a while. Z finds it a very wise judgment, as they should not be blinded by the desire to achieve their goal. It does frustrate him that he missed the chance to properly fight the blessing of the stars. He assumes that he might have found a clue if he fought him just one more time, but Ronin doesn't agree because the warrior would have likely blown up his entire homeland in the process. He points out the disaster Z did to the forest with his sword aura alone. Thus, things would have gone extremely worse if he had used his full aura. Witnessing all this, Z puts away his weapon, thanking Ronin for ending things easily. At the same time, he decides to save his curiosity to know about the blessing of stars for next time. Additionally, the warrior tells Tiger Eyes to let him know if he needs anything. Confused, Tiger Eyes wonders what this means, and obviously his confusion is evident on his face. Thus, Z explains that the Emperor has offered a reward to anyone who contributes to slaying members of Nebula Clasier. So, he should tell him what he wants, and he will get Ronin anything he likes within the limits of the Imperial budget and his own influence. Upon receiving this information, Tiger Eye smiles widely because the timing is great and he actually needed some strong helpers like Sifa for something, because very soon he will be escorting someone important to the Imperial capital, the most important person in the world. As a matter of fact, little does he know that someone important is already being escorted to the Imperial capital by Schlieffen. It was late at night and one knight expressed how much calmer the area is than they expected. However, the other knight informs them of the reason. It is because the young Master Schlieffen prepared for the journey and the knights thought they were embarking on some sort of punitive monster expedition. They wonder who the lady in the carriage might be, because only a high-ranking noble woman would require a personal escort from the Grancia family's knight. They are not sure who she is. But one thing is sure, whoever she is clearly matters a great deal to Schlien. Schlieffen is on the horse riding it beside the carriage's window. His cheeks growing red. Clearing his throat, he tells Ireel to let him know if she feels uncomfortable in the carriage, so he will find another way right away. But Iel assures him that she is totally okay and the carriage is even more comfortable than her home. She expresses that she is more worried about Schlieffen because he must be tired from riding on horseback all day. She offers him to ride in the carriage with her. The moment Schlieffen hears this, his eyes widen with shock and he chuckles nervously, being all happy. But his demeanor changes, stating he can't do that as he is currently carrying out an important mission. He is pretty happy that Iel is facing no problem and assures her to let him know if she needs a break or something. However, their moment was cut off as horses felt something panicking and being out of control. Schlieffen gets on high alert, being aware that there is something alarming approaching him. He can sense something coming their way and it is bringing a massive wave of energy with it. Having the feeling of threat, Schlieffen orders everyone to prepare for battle, commanding them to not let anything happen to Ireel since she is their first priority. All the knights draw their weapons while Schlieffen is scared to death for the safety of Ireel. Being aware it is not a threat on the level of a wyvern to possess such an overwhelming force. It feels like a tidal wave of energy is rushing towards them. This makes Schlien wonder what this creature is. Even knowing danger can kill him, Schlieffen lunges forward with his sword. But the creature in front of him launches an attack. And the force is so massive that it shatters the ground beneath them. But still, Schlieffen blocks the attack with his power. Whoever the creature is spills how today is full of surprises, since the creature heard rumors about Schlieffen, but not even they do him justice. The creature is none other than Zepha. He smirks, remarking how excellent the defense of Schlieffen is. He declares if the next generation Swordmaster ends up being human, then it will definitely be Schlieffen or Ronin. Schlieffen recognizes that it is Zepha. Even though Schlieffen is blocking the sword, he tells him that he doesn't need to be nervous as he is just greeting Schlieffen. It is his way. Very typical of Shifa, since he is a warrior and he can understand that sometimes a brief duel can tell them more about someone than 1,000 words. A voice pulls their attention, scolding the warrior to shut up and saving this kind of greeting for the north where his people are from. It is Ronin on Z's back. Hearing the familiar voice, Schlieffen is taken aback. Tiger Eyes gets off Cypher's back and greets Schlieffen, praising him for his good work and assuring him that he is here to back him up. With that, Tiger Eyes points to the company arriving, assuring him not to be upset as they have such incredible support on the way. It is Z's entire team, instantly recognizable to the knights. Schlien stood there, dumbstruck. Yet, Ronin questions him if he escorted his sister safely. The next day, at the imperial capital, Val'ine, they arrived at a beautiful White House. Ariel couldn't believe her eyes, finding it unreal that they would be living in such an ethereal place. Ronan makes it clear that it is their home and Fionn is just down the street so they can see each other. Schlieffen shares that the interior design and furniture were commissioned from manager craftsmen who often do business with his family. Schlieffen asked them not to spare any expense in preparing her living quarters, but he is not sure if it will be to her liking. Overwhelmed, Ariel clasped Schlieffen's hands and expressed how much she liked it. She is too energetic, planning to not let such a day pass without celebrating. So she declares to cook a meal for them and insists on staying for some time. While Ronan is happy to join her for the meal, Schlieffen is in disbelief about having a meal with Uriel. However, just then a pole draws their attention. A voice from the front yard sounds scary and demanding, directed towards Z. The voice calls him a two-legged beast and wants to know what he is doing there. Both Ronan and Schlieffen turn back, not believing it is really who they think it is. Turning back, seeing from the balcony, both the boys witness Miss Navarro's standing face-to-face with Seifa. Navarro's and Z stood in front of each other. The warrior greets Navarro's and comments that her fire-like temperament is the same as ever. He questions if she will be able to teach students properly if she is like that. Seeing him with her deadly eyes, Navarro's challenges if he is questioning her teaching style. She mocks him, calling him a two-legged beast again and suggests him to get lost as he has no trouble since he has no business being here. Scoffing, the warrior remarks on how sharp her tongue is as her sword. All Z questions is whether she's ready to deal with what her words might bring and challenges her, asking if she even had enough time to reflect on her defeat. He reminds Navarro's of the day she lost the Swordmaster title to him. The silence was unnerving. Touching her sword, she is ready to draw her sword and tells him if he is so eager that she will gladly show him herself. Everyone was surprised and the war beast couldn't move their bodies. As some weird kind of energy surrounds them, they can't even move a muscle. It is like their whole body is paralyzed, making them all stunned and scared. They all wondered if this is the thing they think it is. Navarro's looks ferocious as she uses the serpent strike skill. As soon as the snake was summoned, its scary eyes looked at everyone. In Z's head, he noticed how Navarro's is not using her full power yet, but his body is already becoming stiff. In the meantime, he senses that she has gotten stronger than before. Gripping the sword, Z comments on how this snake woman always amuses him, and if it is a fight she wants, he's happy to oblige. Just then, he exudes an intimidating aura and a powerful beam of light strikes the center. But that is when Ronan stands at the rail of the balcony, yelling at the two of them, demanding to know what they are doing in his front yard. At this point, Ronan is ready to charge at them, but his sister holds him back. Screaming like a madman, he demands if they have any idea whose house they are in, warns them that if even a single strand of his sister's hair is harmed, they're as good as dead. Pressing forward, things have calmed down and stand before them. The way he taps his foot on the ground shows his annoyance. His disgusted face lectures the two of them, telling them that the two swordmasters are no different from a couple of kids. He questions them if they have a little idea what could have happened because of their little fight just now. Coldly, he asks if shame meant nothing to them. After a moment of silence, Z admits that he got a little carried away and acknowledges that he did behave like a fool just from the provocations of a mere snake woman. Right then, he apologizes for his behavior while Navarro's gives him disgusted looks. Then Z brings up the topic that since her sister is finally saved at her home, it is time for him and his unit to leave. He is looking to see how much more strength and power he will get the next time they meet. Before Z and his teammate disappear, he says goodbye. The moment they leave, Ronan takes a sigh of relief. Being relieved that he can finally breathe again because he doesn't want to ever mess around with a swordmaster. As it happened, Ronan's attention shifts to Navarro's behind him. So, he asks her what brings her here so early in the morning. Instantly, Navarro's releases an extreme aura, being enraged, demanding to know from Tiger Eyes what is going on here. Seeing her angry behavior, sweat trickles down his face. He knows he is doomed. Pressing forward at the dining table, Navarro's now knows everything. She understands that as a reward for his exploits in Rome, that beast helped escort his sister to the capital. Navarro's is aware that the giant beasts actually liked Ronan because it is extremely rare for him to do a favor like that for a human. However, she still advises him to stay away from him from now on since he is dangerous. This confuses Ronan and he wants to know what it means. Thus, Navarro's explains that 10 years ago, there was a massive war beast attack that practically destroyed the whole northern area, the Night of Fangs. Z was the leader of the war beast at the time. Even though following the negotiations and circumstances, the war ended. The war beasts were assimilated into the imperial army, and Zaphon now fights on behalf of the empire. But Navarros still doesn't trust him. Back then, Sifa resisted the empire to the very end and offered himself as a bargaining chip in the negotiations. He declared that he and the war beast warriors would pledge their allegiance to the empire, provided the north was left untouched. Impressed by Z's strength and power, the emperor accepted his offer on the condition that he enter into a blood covenant. Most people in the empire were excited to have someone so powerful, but when it comes to Navarros, she thinks that Z is hiding his claws for the time being in order to protect his own species. If the warrior ever decides to break the blood covenant, he might prove to be an even greater threat than Nebula Glacier. And this is the sort of person that Z Torgan is. Ronan surely didn't expect that and is lost in thoughts. He remembers he didn't see him during the war with Ayut. Like the Empire's other elite warriors, it is possible that he was already eliminated by Nebula Glacier. Yet Ronan can't rule out other possibilities as well. Changing the subject, Navarros informs Tiger Eyes how this was not the reason she came here, and she came here to confirm if he actually learned to activate his aura whenever he likes. Smirking, Ronan confirms that it is true. Navarros looks proud and can't help but praise Jeridan for doing something good after all. Standing up, she tells him to follow her since they have to begin with the lessons right away. In front of the dummy knights, Navarros orders him to show her how much he has grown in the meantime. Removing the sheath from his sword, Ronan takes an attacking stance. Meanwhile, Schlieffen is busy eating the food IEL prepared for Tiger Eyes and him. Back to Navarros and Ronan. Navarros explains that the method to confirm his growth is easy. All he needs to do is show her his sword aura, but he cannot really rely on physical force to perform the attack. Thus, the sword aura must consist primarily of mana itself. As Ronan lets Navarros know that he is already aware, a red aura envelopes the hero's body and sword. Taking an attacking stance, he swings his sword and targets the dummies. It is like his sword released an air blade. Instantly, the sword approached the dummies, but didn't cut them at all. Startled, Ronan stood there frozen, not understanding where that blade power disappeared. This is nearly impossible because his mana was flying out his sword a few days ago. So, he takes the initiative to try again. Yet, Navarros tells him to stop as it was just the way Navarros expected. She acknowledges that it is a big achievement to infuse his sword with mana, but at the same time, he has not even reached the level of a true sword aura yet. She explains that he has just added a little bit of mana to those unusually powerful sword strikes of his. But of course, Navarros is certain that that alone gave him great power. Otherwise, she finds it hard to believe that someone in their first year could slay a wyvern so easily, just like before. Ronan is confused and doesn't understand. So, he asks if it is different. To him, there is much difference when it comes to increasing the force through mana. That being said, Navarros nods. She expected him to think this way. She elaborates that he seems to consider sword auras to be no more than a sort of compressed mana blast that deals a bit more damage to enemies, but they are much more than that. If he views sword auras only as a tool for enhancing mana damage, then his understanding of them is bound to be extremely limited. Basically, the true power of mana is the ability to show the way to higher levels. And this is the reason Navarros asked Ronan what sword aura meant to him. She wants to know his understanding of mana to figure out what to work on next. She is aware that what she is about to say is not going to make sense right now. But luck is not always on their side, and there will come a day when his ability to understand the difference may save his life. Ronan flinches at Navarros' words. He is aware that those he had fought recently are all stronger than him. However, Navarros pats him on his shoulder, assuring him that he has a long way ahead, so he will pick up what he needs to learn along the way, and that is what she is here to help him with. As she passes by him, she grabs the lancia, explaining to him that it is important to focus on mastering the basics. Turning to her, Ronan notices that she took his lancia and asks her the reason. Her hand and the weapon glow, making it difficult for the hero to keep his eyes open. Ignoring all this, Navarros commands Ronan to watch carefully the true potential of his sword. Seeing all this, Ronan is taken aback. He notices how the lancia is glowing with red wavy stuff, and this is how it is supposed to glow. While attacking, Navarro teaches him how she activated some of the weapon's hidden power by infusing it with her mana. She elaborates further that weapons like her Ursa or Duke Granch's Palarod, which are created by master craftsmen, keep their power hidden, and when a weapon reveals that power, it becomes unimaginably strong and deadlier. Swinging the sword, she shows this is how deadly it becomes. It was evident from the damage the swing caused. For once, she thought maybe Dam was exaggerating when he called this sword his masterpiece. But after using it, Navarros understood that he was right and truthful. Ronin stands frozen in disbelief to see the impact of his sword on the training ground. It is nearly destroyed even after it was reinforced with mana. He groans in frustration because the sword didn't even do when he tried to run his mana through it. Handing the weapon back to Ronin, Navarros explains that it was only because his mana level is too low for Lancia to resonate with it. She adds that the sword knows best of its master's limitations. The hero pouts, expressing that it feels more like an insult, but thanks to that because he now knows what his next goal is. Stepping forward, he asks his master from where to begin because he wants to show this scumbag who his master really is. The way he is being right now makes Navarro smile, and she was waiting for this behavior because she likes this kind of spirit. With that, they start training to maintain his mana since it is his weakest spot. Standing with his sword, Ronin was shivering after 48 seconds and couldn't endure any longer. Just like that, mana endurance on day 3 of training gets to 1 minute and 32 seconds. But the hero was still struggling. However, as time passed by, he was able to endure the mana more calmly and efficiently, and the timing got a lot better. So now, at the 14th day, it got to 13 minutes, and Ronin has already surpassed his initial goal since most people take years to reach this timing and level. While he is enduring the mana, Navarros from behind orders him to try to activate his sword aura in that state and reminds him what needs to be done. The hero's sword glows in red and then he performs a quick slash by standing there pointing the sword forward. Just then, he placed it back in the sheath while focusing on the dummies before him. He even looks at the one at the very back on the training ground. He swung his sword and in just a single strike, he cut most of the dummies in half. With a proud smile, Ronin glances back at Navarros, admitting he learned from the best. A head rolled towards Navarros and she praises the hero and asks him if he is understanding why he needed all that training. Studying his own hands, the hero could really feel it while he was practicing. The very act of concentrating to maintain his mana flow heightens his awareness of all his senses. And that is not all. It even taught him the enormous potential of the mana within the body. Looking at him, Navarros understands that the hero has finally grasped the basics of mana. Just then, a voice breaks in praising Navarros for not losing her zeal and still tormenting students after school hours. It is Jeridan. Stepping forward, Jeridan apologizes for interrupting them. But he has something important to inform her. It is about that dear student of Navarros. The hero was surprised. He wondered what Professor Jeridan was doing here. When he notices him, he realizes that Top G looks better than he has ever seen him before. Navarros approaches Jeridan and confirms if this is about her student's mana. Top G explains that due to the hero's highly unusual constitution, he needs to be checked regularly. Navarros looks at him, thinking it was just Top G's excuse to use the hero unfairly and extort him. In an instant, she starts grabbing her weapon, but Top G is back, nervous, but yet assures her that it is not what he means and they are not mercenaries anymore. So, she should not just come at him with his sword and he is simply here to keep his promise. He explains further that because of Ronin, Suna, who experienced no improvements in a long time, is starting to show hope. At those words, Navarros immediately asks if Suna is awake. But Jeridan reveals that there is still a long way to go. But he would appreciate it if she stopped by to see her sometime since she has already loved hearing tales of Navarros' adventures. However, Jeridan tells her that what is important is not Ronin, but Navarros' teaching assistant. He means Adishan. Top G explains that at the hero's request, he has been studying Adushan recently and it is too soon to come to any conclusion. But if her theory is correct, she could be in deadly danger since she has powers too great even for herself to handle. Top G guesses that maybe Navarros has noticed the danger of power. That is probably why she has been keeping her near her. Jeridan tries to explain how everyone could be in danger because of that girl. Hearing all this, Navarros clenches her fists, warning Top G to hold his tongue because her teaching assistant is not as weak as he thinks. He warns Top G to not even dare to decide her future without even knowing her. Hearing all the warnings, Jeridan turns pale, being speechless and leaving it up to her to decide the matter. A few minutes later, the Dumais heads have been cut off while Ronin and Top G watch Navarros, realizing how angry she looks. Just then, the hero brings up the topic about mercenaries from earlier and asks Jeridan if the two of them used to be mercenaries. Sighing, Top G admits that just a dozen or more years ago, he'd wagered there was not a single person in the South who had not heard of them. The situation was not pretty pleasant, but that is when Navarros and Top G first met. Basically, both Jerry Dan and Navarros were enemies who were hired to kill each other. Top G can still remember the day as if it was yesterday. Navarros was truly an incarnation of death. The way she towered over him made him feel the fear that cannot be put into words. Though now he is thankful that he is more of a human. Scoffing, Ronan can't believe that this is Navarros's improved state. Ignoring the comment, Jerdan shares how he ended up being defeated by Navarros and was so close to death. If Sonia didn't happen to live in the area, he wouldn't be standing before Ronan today. Suna saw him, rescued, and nursed him back to health. And in time, they fell in love and tied the knot. Of course, they both had a little bit of disagreement, which all the lovers had. Even Navarros ended up getting along with him. Though this would not have been possible if it were not for Suna's exceptionally bright and pure nature, and he admits that it is his fault that Navarros came to hate him so much. Navarros was disappointed and angry that Jerry Dan was not strong enough to protect Sununa and his stupidity for clinging to Suna after there seemed to be no hope of saving her, and yet she never told the secret to anyone, and the major credit goes to Navarros that he is able to continue Sununa's treatment. This is why he has always believed if he can cure Suna, then maybe Navarros will open up to him again someday, because he is aware that she looks all tough, but she has a kind heart. The next day, in the Hall of Truth located in the Magic Department's main building, inside the Black Magic territory, there are specimens on the capsules. Seeing them, Ronan expresses how he never thought there would be a gluier place than the professor's laboratory. He confirms with Jerry Dan if it is safe for them to be here. Top G tells him and Adashan to ignore the gloom because they need the high power machine and it can be used only here. The machine is called a mana extractor. A powerful magic item capable of extracting mana from living creatures. Looking at Adusan, he explains how most people would give up everything for a chance to use this. It is for the people who are struggling to understand their own mana. Pointing at the magic circle, he guides the Iron Lady to stand on it and face the truth of her hidden powers. Before doing anything, Jerry Dan confirms with her if she is aware of what is coming to her. Adishan is nervous, but she nods. The moment Top G gets the signal, he places his hand on the mana extractor, and Iron Rose panics because some kind of black energy is coming out of her body. The black energy travels to the lab's capsule inside the species. The species inside start making low noises, leaving Ronan shocked because Iron Lady already has an influence. This makes the hero realize that it must be what turned Grand Marshal Adon into the Iron Lady in his previous life and made her unstoppable on the battlefield. The most terrifying yet the strongest in the history of the Empire. Jerry Dan inquired about this lady's mana, and even she is confused about the color of it. However, Top G has realized that this is shadow mana. Adashan is taken aback and explains to Top G how Ronan mentioned it as well once. Though Jaren understands her confusion because shadow mana is guarded with secrecy, so very few people have heard or found out about it. Concerned, Jerry Dan turns to the hero, wanting to know how he is aware of this mana. But the hero changes the topic. Thus, Top G elaborates that shadow mana often lies dormant within the body for anywhere from a few years to several centuries, and once the mana's full power is activated, many people die as a result. Gerardin is aware that Adashan can herself feel the difference. It grants the power of a swordmaster even to those without the ability to control mana, and can make the wildest and unreal stuff true while defying the law of nature. However, the biggest advantage is that this power can suddenly activate and can make the person go berserk, making it impossible to control or predict when it happens. And obviously, it ends up causing destruction. At the end, once the mana has exhausted itself, it consumes even the body containing it. Explaining all of it, Jaren wants to know from Adashan if she really wants this power, and if yes, then he can put a restriction on the mana to prevent it from being activated, or he can find some way to remove the shadow mana itself from her. Hence now she needs to choose wisely, because this power is a blessing and a curse at the same time. Yet whether or not someone ever learned to control their powers, things didn't end well for them. With a very serious expression, Jerry Dan demands to know if this Iron Lady is prepared to accept the double-edged sword of shadow mana and face its consequences. The question leaves Adhan puzzled and scared. Jerry Dan advises Adishan to think about it and then come to a decision carefully. Adashan is puzzled, but at the same time she recalls the moments with the people who supported her. She recalls how she wants to be the Grand Marshal. She admits to Top G that she is scared, but she also remembers some words of encouragement that someone told her. She is indirectly talking about Ronan and how he told her not to worry and give her best shot. Thus, now is not the time to shy away from danger, and she gladly accepts the consequences of this power. Proudly, Jerry-Dan praises Iron Rose, stating how he wouldn't expect anything less from Navarro's teaching assistant. Since she had come to a decision, Top G announces that they will start right away. Holding the mana extractor machine and placing his palm on it. Blue streams envelop the ball and Adashan's body glows red. A ball of energy in the structure of reddish light is formed now. Worried, she turned to the professor asking about this familiar energy. Geardon explains that it is the mana being extracted by him that she has accumulated so far. Before giving his explanation, he attempts to guess her experience, asking if she had no talent for mana. No matter how hard she tried, she never made any progress. Hearing this, the Iron Lady is surprised, wondering aloud how Geardon is aware of all this. But for Geardon, it is evident. Like he said earlier, shadow mana breaks the law of nature and power like that cannot stay hidden inside someone for long. There is a constant battle between shadow mana and the mana she had gathered within her, and that is what is holding her back. But the fact that she has still collected that much mana, Jerry-Dan finds it truly shocking. He acknowledges her efforts, but at the same time, he advises her to part ways with her old self. His words left her puzzled. Yet Geardon explains that the solution is simple. If the battle between the two types of mana is the issue, she needs to get rid of the unnecessary mana. And that way, only shadow mana will be left in her body. Looking at Ronan, Geardon couldn't help but say how the hero and Adashan make a perfect pair. One is having a hard time gathering mana, and the other is desperate to get rid of it. Ronan can't help but feel uneasy with the familiarity of the situation, but he guesses it will take another 5 years to fix the problem. Jerry-Dan praises him for being so bright and elaborate that once mana takes root in a person, it is rather difficult to erase it. Thus, the extractor only gives the illusion of the mana being removed. Once it is turned off, the mana will go back to the body. Curious, Ronan wants to know the side effects of removing the mana all at once. However, Top G isn't aware of it, but the mana would be simply lost by the person who does this. Before Top G could ask the reason behind the hero's question, the hero cut through the red ball of mana that appeared in front of Adashan, leaving Top G and her shocked. With that, Ronan declares Adashan's mana to be gone. He did it because he couldn't wait for the next 5 years and they have a lot to do. Without any warning, Iron Woman emits strong shadow mana out of her. The shadow mana has fully enveloped her. Looking at her, Ronan can't help but call her Grand Marshal. In a few seconds, everything goes hazy. And when Iron Lady opens her eyes, she is in the hero's lap. Confused, Adon wakes up, but the test subjects in the capsule catch her attention because they are roaring and growling loudly. A soft smile appears on Ronan's face as he tells the Iron Rose that it is her doing. Recognizing the uncertainty in her eyes, Jerry-Dan takes the initiative to explain. When her original mana was gone, there was a short but intense burst of shadow mana inside her as the restraint holding it back was broken. It was the result of that sudden spike in mana activity. Congratulating her, the hero expresses playfully how he never expected her to unlock shadow mana, but it is what it is. That said, a new type of energy has planted itself in her heart, a core of pure shadow mana, and that is power she will have to work on to master. Staying on the ground, Adashan explains how she can feel it as if there is a cold lump in her heart. But Jerden assures her that it is only the side effect of removing her old mana and the overactivation of shadow mana. However, pretty soon it will be squeezed to the size of a handful of sand. Top G promises to look into what new ability she has gained. But first, he decides to silence these test subjects. Stopping him, Ronan suggests Adashan do it. He glances at Iron Lady, guiding her to tell the test subjects to be quiet. She is confused and hesitantly orders them to be quiet. And in an instant, all the test subjects literally sleep as if they never woke up. This is impressive and crazy because it looked like a brain control skill, but even the simplest brainwashing requires a huge amount of mana and advanced items. So, Jerry-Dan is in awe that Adashan did it so easily. He guesses that maybe they have unleashed deadlier power than they expected. The new power that the Grand Marshal has gained is mind control. This ability can force one's own will on another living being. If mind control only changed how people saw things, it would just be a faster way to give commands. But if someone used it only on a small group, like a military unit, the power could turn them into puppets who don't care about dying. And in the case of the Grand Marshal, she never ever hesitated to use her ability. In the past life at the war with a Hayuta, Adishan watched the battle and Ronin observed her. Hesitantly, he questioned her if this was really the only option. But without having any guilt, she explained how there was another way to ensure victory. So they have to stay focused and keep their wits about them until they have finished the very last battle, because that is the only reason both of them are still alive. It was destiny that turned Adishan into the Iron Lady in her previous life. Clenching his fist, Ronin looks at the present Adusan. A thought worries him. If they ever face the same situation again, how will he protect her? And more important than that, what choice will the Grand Marshal make when that moment comes? After getting out of the laboratory, Adishan and Ronin are walking. Without looking at her, the hero moves ahead, being happy because not only did she unlock a whole new type of power, but Jerry-Dan even offered her to practice using it. When the Iron Lady doesn't reply, Ronin turns back to look at her to ask how she feels about being one step closer to becoming the Grand Marshal someday. But she looks more than worried right now as this Shadow Mana's black energy keeps coming out of her hand uncontrollably. And it seems like this is just getting stronger. Adishan is worried about affecting other people with it. And she even asks Ronin if it is a good idea for her to use something this dangerous. At first, Adishan was excited to have new powers and felt like she was getting closer to chasing her dream. But after seeing the dark powers, she is just scared. Her dream of helping people blinded her to the dangers that came with it. She wonders aloud if she will become the kind of person to sacrifice innocent people without hesitating and manipulate them like puppets. She is scared of death and of turning into a monster who will do anything to win. Hearing her words, Ronin has realized that the Iron Rose is well aware of the double-edged nature of her power. In his previous life, the plans made by Grand Marshal Adusan were flawless, and she saved countless lives by perfect analysis and became the light that guided them to better times. But her heroic deeds had a darker side as well. And it can never be ignored that many soldiers sacrificed their lives because of mind control of hers. The hero's thoughts are interrupted when Adishan requests him to stop her if she ever becomes like that. Smiling, she declares how she will be able to get through stuff if he will be by her side. Chuckling, Ronin agrees, but only on one condition. She must promise she won't resent him later, because if stopping her means pushing her off a cliff, he won't hold back. Hearing this, Adishan ends up being startled. Since that day, life at Fian has been peaceful for the first time in ages. Under the guidance of Professor Deardan, she has begun Shadow Mana training. Firstly, she had trouble holding even a single bird in place. But now she has already learned to control up to 5 birds at once. And very soon practice with large animals will be started. Like always, Bar is training hard on his own. And Ronin doesn't get to see Oilia during the day. But she has been enjoying teaching the Blood Demon technique to Sita. As they train, Oilia has been pretty proud because Sita has been performing perfect bloodshots on his first try. As CA is a fast learner, it makes Oilia happy and she thinks of new training stuff for him. She might be a little overenthusiastic, but at least Sita is learning from her. And as for Ronin, he has been enjoying a period of peace, too. The hero has been training with his friend, too, where both of them mock each other and fight to prove they are better than one another. Maria and Assel look from afar, wondering when they will stop, as they have been doing this for hours. Senpai is upset, wanting them to go and fight monsters. At this point, however, Senpai enjoys seeing Ronin's charm. Turning back to Pretty Boy, she calls him a cutie and asks if she is right, and Assel can't help but blush and agree. Seeing him uneasy, Maria grabs him by the shoulder, assuring him that he will always be her favorite. And then they leave for their training. Senpai declaring she will kick Ronin's butt the next time they spar with him. Later on, Professor Baron Panicher, supervisor of the Extra Special Adventure Club, called the hero to his office. Confused, Ronin sits at the office as he holds a tea, knowing his prediction was right. Even from the scent, it feels like his senses are opening. It is very similar to what he had back in Saranti's temple. So he recalls how Baron said that he wouldn't waste a single leaf until he managed to successfully cultivate the herb. Hearing this, Baron laughs delightedly because he actually achieved it and thanks Ronin. After the hero's last adventure in the Vidian Mountains, he was kind enough to present Batten with the gift he received from Saranti. Without that, Vaughn would have never known how to use this herb or where to find it. It was not easy, but Baron figured out how to grow the herb. The happiest Baron is to help many people with it. Roman is sure that it has not been easy for Baron to cover up all the trouble their club has caused during each of their adventures. So obviously he had to make it up to Baron. Thus now he hopes this covers up for the mishaps. Still Baron suggests Ronan stay out of trouble. Just then Baron informs the hero about finally receiving a reply. Baron reminds the hero about the place he wanted to visit to learn more about his curse, the Tower of Dawn. They have approved his request to visit the tower. Taking the approval scroll from Baron, Ronan smiles because he has been dying to visit there. However, Baron warns him to not get distracted since the world out there has not been safe ever since that unfortunate thing happened recently. Baron also mentions that Rana won't go alone since Baron has been waiting for a chance to send the magic department's top students on the field trip, and this seems to be a good opportunity. He informs us that one of Ronan's classmates in the same year will be joining him as well. Meanwhile, in a dark room, a girl is writing her Anadashan's name in her notebook with a heart in the center, chuckling, zoned out in her own world. After some time, the flying ship is bound for the Tower of Dawn called Westwing. Ursit, also known as Iri, the same girl writing her Anadashan's name in the notebook, is having her tea. That is when Ronan approaches her and greets her. The hero is pleased to meet Elizabeth after so long and playfully asks if he can call her Iri, but she gets annoyed, stating that only Adon is allowed to use that nickname. Now angrily she demands to know the reason behind the hero being there. The hero found this question pretty dumb because everyone aboard the flying ship is heading for the same destination. He informs her that he has some business to take care of at the Tower of Dawn. Being nosy, Eli wants to know what business he has at the tower and is confused because he is from the martial arts department. It would make a lot more sense if his friend Assel were here. Ronan is aware that the princess knows about this bit of a situation on his hands. He was hoping to bring Assel with him too, but Feboe said no as he would like to focus on training with Maria for now. With that, seeing Elizabeth sitting by herself, Ronan wonders where the other first years are. Professor Baron did say some magic department students would be on board, too. With a scoff, Eli snaps back, asking why he's even asking. Everyone knows the Tower of Dawn is wrapped in magical fire, and among the students taking the applied fire magic, only the top 10 were given a chance to visit the tower. Yet she is an unusual case, being the highest-ranking student in the department and all. At first she couldn't even dream of such an opportunity. So she was just enjoying a quiet moment to herself. It was pretty evident that Ri has no friends and this is why she is here. So Ronan offers to keep her company until they arrive at the tower. Because he is alone too and feeling generous. That being said, Princess is flushed with embarrassment, not wanting his charity. Pressing forward after the situation gets lightened up, Eli explains how she can't stand ordinary people who are sitting in the ship talking and playing even though they have the opportunity to ask stuff about the magic tower. However, she compliments Ronan that he is the only person in the academy aside from Adashan who deserves to be called a prodigy. She talks about how he humiliated that guy from the Granitsia family and helped Sifa too. Because of all this, even the royal palace has heard about them. Just then, Eli remembers about her invitation given to Ronan. It has been months since she gave it to him. She screams at him, wanting to know if he is playing hard to get with the Akalushia family. This is when her yapping starts about the advantages of getting along with her family. The hero can't help but notice how much of a yapper she is, even though she is alone most of the time. And because it won't be right to shut her up, he changes the subject. Ronan questions her about her interest in the Iron Lady, and this is the first time Eli is nervous and stuttering, and she doesn't understand why he is asking. So, the hero explains that he is just curious since Iron Rose's potential is finally showing, though Eli never saw her as exceptional before. Still, the trust she now places in the Iron Rose makes the hero wonder if she had seen something in her all along. For a moment, Princess stays quiet, but then she lowers her gaze and admits that for as long as she has known Adashan, she has been very different from other people. Princess first met this lady shortly after she entered the Filian Academy. She was trying to find the library, but got lost on the way and was just roaming the hall. And this woman was the first person who came up to her and told her where to go. While she led her on the way, she even complimented Eli for her fighting skills. At that time, Princess was annoyed because she has always gotten these kinds of compliments and people make it sound like she got it naturally. But then Adashan complimented her. In addition to that, acknowledged that she must have put in so much effort and that she is sure of the sacrifices and hardships Princess must have gone through. Her words opened Iri's eyes. The Iron Lady kept making her feel comfortable, offering to come up to her talk if she ever needed it. And that is the first impression she made on Eli that day, which can't be forgotten by her. She can't help but squeal when she calls Adon beautiful in front of the hero. She yaps about her features, hair, and everything, revealing how much she missed her. All of this is just making the hero uneasy. He wonders what is wrong with all these geniuses. At first, it was Schlieffen being AS, and now Eri. However, the hero ignores it because he is aware that Eli is going to be a big help to Odishin one day, and that is all that matters. In an instant, Ronan's eyes widen with panic and he slams his hand on the table. With that, he immediately orders the princess to stop talking and take out her staff. This confuses Eri, but the hero yells, saying that there is no time to explain because something is coming the ship's way. Carrying Eli outside, she can't help but complain since he is carrying her as if she is a sack of flour or something. Cutting her off, Ronan asks the princess if her telekinesis is strong enough to lift him. However, the hero announces that it is just coming their way. Confusion is spread all over Eri's face because she can see nothing. In a few seconds, a massive fireball comes their way. It leaves the princess shocked because this spell was only used in battles to intercept air strikes. Not paying much attention to her words, he reminds the princess what needs to be done. Right then, he grips his weapon tightly, leaping higher into the air, and declares that he is counting on Eri. As he leaps high into the air, Eli supports him from behind with her invisible hand skill so that he doesn't fall. Without hesitating, Ronan approaches the fireball and slashes across the fire several times until it slowly puts out the fire. But still, there are so many shards of the attack in the air, and they will hit the ship if not stopped. Shards of the fireball come in the ship's way and Ronan panics, not understanding what to do. But they are wiped out in an instant. And Prince Charm looks with surprise as it was done by Eri. But Eli reminds him that she is Zabat Akalushia and cleaning up a mess like this is a piece of cake for her. Eli formed fire into the shape of an arrow and the debris burned away before it could even reach the airship. Ronan praises her, realizing that Akalusians surely don't mess around in battle. It is funny how he is leaping into the air and keeps calling her Eri, which she hates. Upon landing on the airship, Ronan is relieved that managed to survive somehow while she's quietly cursing him out, using every foul word in her vocabulary. In the meantime, Prince Charm's not sure if that was supposed to be a welcome because it sure felt like things got out of hand. Just then, they see the dawn of the magic tower and they communicate with the people in the airship. They announce that they have just confirmed that a spell was just fired at their flying ship from the magic tower. Ronan notices how they used a wide area of communication magic. The Mage Tower of Dawn informs them that it was not their intention to attack and it was just as much of a surprise to them. They have taken the necessary safety precautions to ensure it doesn't happen again. Thus, they should be able to land the flying ship without any further incident. They announce about waiting until they have landed to offer them a personal apology and explanation. Finally, the airship has landed. Yet, the students are scared about the earlier incident, wondering where that fireball came from. Some wonder who blocked the fireball and if it is really safe for them to visit the tower. Eli expresses how disgraceful a mistake it is because how could one of the 5 great magic towers allow something like this to happen? She wants a proper explanation or else they will be receiving a formal complaint from her family. It is understandable that it is not right. But Ronan suggests they should hear the explanation because he has a feeling he knows what is going on here. Memory from the last meeting with Baron comes in Prince Charm's mind when Baron told him about no visitors being allowed at the Magic Tower recently because of Nebula Clasier. Baron reminds Ronan, ever since their order infiltrated the Grandia family and attacked the Academy, the whole Empire has been working to hunt them down. As expected, the Tower of Dawn began investigating its own staff. Though they soon uncovered 3 members of Nebula Clasier, the situation quickly changed. However, when the 3 of them realized they had been cornered, they activated a self-destruction spell shortly before being arrested. But the quick reflexes of the mages helped at that time, and no one was hurt by the blast. However, almost a fifth of the land around the magic tower was destroyed. Baron warned Ronan to be on his guard because Nebula Clasier might try again because they wanted something and they didn't get it. Now, in the present, Ronan is not sure, but he is doubtful that those jerks are behind this attack because there is no way that attack happened by mistake. He has decided to strike. First without hesitation if he senses anything out of place. Immediately a 1-par, Deputy Tower Master of the Tower of the Dawn rushes toward the students apologizing for everything that has happened. Aeon explains that the Tower Master is away at the moment. So he is the temporary Tower Master. Seeing Aeon par in front of him makes Prince Charm startled. In Ronan's past life, Aeon was renowned as one of the greatest fire mages in the entire empire. People even called him a firebird. Prince Charm was not aware that Aeon worked here, and it is surprising and suspicious at the same time. Being nervous, I explains that he is aware he needs to explain whatever happened, but they have not discovered the cause. However, in the room containing the launcher, they detected traces of mana waves, so they believe that they are linked to the one who caused it. Currently, the mana traces are being compared to those of all personnel in the tower, so they will be arrested soon. Bowing down a little, showing an act of respect and apology, he assures them that the security is being strengthened. Thus, he assures them that they all should feel relaxed because nothing like this will ever happen again during their visit. The others, including Eri, think that Ian's apology is sincere and the apology coming from Ian is a big thing. So, they let it go. And even Ronan trusts him completely because in the war against Ayut, Ian practically threw himself into the battle to buy them all time. And he was literally one of the first people to jump into the fray to stop Ahayuda. Awan set himself on fire many times to save the lives of his fellow comrades. And even when his body was reduced to ashes, this guy showed no hesitation. So Ronan is very well aware that there is no way he belongs to Nebula Glacier. Just as Prince Charm is thinking all that, Ao notices Ronan and Eri. Knowing they saved the airship, he states how the Tower of Dawn owes them a big debt of gratitude since they reacted to the danger with a maturity and confidence well beyond their years. Additionally, he addressed them with their names and thanked them for what they did. The moment I says his name, Ronan freezes, shocked, and demands to know how he knows him. He is aware that Eri is a member of the Akaluzia family, so he is not surprised that Ian is familiar with her, but him knowing Prince Charm's name is surprising. Chuckling, Aeon explains that it is not a mystery as the Filian Academy has already informed Ian about Ronan's previous activities. Immediately after that, Aun suggests they follow him for the reward of their act of bravery. He also mentions discussing something with them in private. Both Eli and Prince Charm follow Aeon, and Ian reveals that they are right at the very heart of the Tower of Dawn, where the bulk of their magic research is done. He welcomes them both to the main magic research department. The mages at the magic department are running around performing their magic and stuff, and it is definitely a little chaotic, though. Eli notices how most of the people are at least 4th circle mages or higher, and this is really why the Tower of Dawn is considered one of the 5 greatest magic towers in the world. Even Ronan notices the same thing as Eli, but he also notices how these mages don't seem very happy to see them. Prince Charm could hear mages whispering among themselves. They're questioning whether it's wise to allow outsiders into the tower, especially since they're still recovering from a recent disappearance. Though, they instantly stop talking about that disappearance, fearing the consequences if news of it leaks. Hearing all this, Ronan understands that something very suspicious is going on here and wonders if he will ever be able to lift this curse. On the flip side, someone is hiding behind a pillar with a stuffed toy, muttering a reply to a master who doesn't even seem to exist. The hidden mage speaks as if she's talking to herself. She assures her so-called master that she will carry out the command and gladly makes the way for him by killing the Akaluzhian. At Ian's office, Ronan acknowledges that there is some confusion within the tower at the moment. And based on what Aeon has told them, Prince Charm has realized that it was an accident, but mentions that there is something he doesn't understand. Instantly, Reen demands to know from Aeon why he did not do anything to stop that fireball attack because Prince Charm is sure someone as capable as Aeon could have easily dodged the fireball before it reached the airship. Hearing the questions makes Aeon nervous, but he agrees with what Ronan is saying and adds that any mages in the Tower of Dawn, including him, could have stopped the attack as soon as they saw it. But that is if they had seen it. Upon hearing this, Prince Charm and Eli flinch because they understand what Aeon is saying. The tower was not aware of the fireball and no one had noticed until it had already reached the flying ship. This seems pretty impossible to the princess because how can no one detect such a power strike? Turning to Ronan, the princess states to him that if this is true, then the problem could be far more serious than they thought since the only way someone could have concealed a fireball like that from everyone here is by using the massive perception interference spell. It is obvious because Aeon is a 7th circle mage and not even he was aware of this attack. Thus, it would take someone like Lauren to cast such a spell, and he is the only 9th circle archmage in the Empire. Ronan recalls that Lauren is the one who sealed away one of the 3 giants during the Great War. He was loyal to Ronan's side till the very end. So, the hero doubts he is the culprit behind this attack, though he is sure whoever is behind this is very strong, at least as powerful as Lauren. Seeing them tense, An tells them both to calm down because they don't have any evidence yet, so they cannot assume stuff. At the same time, An promises if any other threats to the tower are found, he will incinerate them to oblivion himself. So, he assures them that they are safe. Now, changing the subject, Ayan now wants to reward them as he was informed about their impressive accomplishments. So, he prepared something for their arrival. Firstly, as a special reward for being the top student in her class, the princess will be rewarded by personally instructing her in the art of fire magic. He will be teaching her spells so hard that no one in Fian knows. This makes Eli excited. As for Ronan, since his club goes on adventures, Aun has prepared something more practical for him. Right then, and hands him a scroll which is enchanted with a high circle fire spell. It will help them a lot in terms of emergencies. Seeing the item, Ronan is very delighted and expresses his gratitude as he was actually looking for such an item. With that, Ian mentions something that he has been told about. The reason the hero came here in the hope of finding books that may help him lift a certain curse. Thus, Ian informs him about the Tower of Dawn having the largest library in the whole empire. Obviously, it would be hard for the hero to find what he is looking for on his own. So, he has asked the library to help the hero in every possible way. He assures the hero that the librarian will be more than happy to assist him. Upon arriving at the library, Ronan stops fidgeting with the ring. He is finally going to meet the librarian, wondering what this person is like, although he is aware that Saranti would not have recommended that he seek them out for no reason. So, it must be someone he really trusts. At the same time, Ronan hopes that it is not some old and grumpy man. But then again, it could be an elf since it is someone Saranti knows. Now he looks around wondering where the librarian is because Ian told him that the librarian would be found just here. Before he could find the librarian, a voice came from behind, flying in the air. Firstly, she apologizes for bothering him, but then confirms if he is the hero since she is the Tower of Dawn's librarian and will be showing him around today. With a warm smile, she informs the hero that she is Aerie. As Aerie floats in the air, Ronan smirks, looking up at her because these elves never fail to surprise him. Later on, the hero asks if there are any elves or a mage hanging by a thread working here by any chance. Thinking for some time, Aerie reveals that she doesn't remember as she has been the only librarian here at the Tower of Dawn. The question confuses Aerie, and she wants to know the reason behind Ronan's curiosity. Opening his palm, the hero shows Aerie the ring in his hand, telling her to recognize it if she can because it belonged to a friend of his. And they told Ronan the librarian here would recognize it instantly. Studying the ring, Aerie rushes towards the hero, immediately recognizing Saranti's ring. She is a ruck because it has been so long since she last saw anything of his. The way she is behaving makes Ronan realize that she knows the ring since she is so happy to see it. But then Aerie looks at the hero with suspicion because what is he doing with this ring? Scratching his cheek, Ronan sigh, revealing it is a long story. Yet Aerie's expressions have darkened. She is aware that this ring was Saranti's most prized possession and he would never give it to someone without a very good reason. Suddenly, Aerie summons a giant wolf and demands to know the truth. Confused, Ronan takes out his weapon for defense, not understanding where the giant wolf came from. However, Aerie threatens that the hero will be paying a very heavy price if Aerie finds out that he harmed Saranti and stole that ring from him. Throwing the weapon on the ground, Ronan surrenders. Right now, it is hard for him to tell how exactly this girl knew the priest, but one thing is very sure. Aerie cares a lot about Saranti. To not make her more angry, the hero explains that it seems she has misunderstood stuff. He admits that if someone doesn't appear someday holding an item that belongs to someone he knows, he will also draw his sword immediately, but he assures Aerie that he will explain each and everything. Ronan asks her politely if she will listen to him. The brainy librarian freaks out when she spots the ring, thinking our guy messed with her teacher. But my boy stays chill, drops his weapon, and goes, "Hey, relax. I'll explain. Just hear me out." And once he explains, it all starts to make sense. Once Ronan breaks it down, everything clicks. He met Saranti during some club activities, and they totally hit it off. They fought side by side and even managed to take down a rogue executive from the order, which caused a real stir in their mage tower. Air finally gets it. It makes sense why Saranti trusted him with something so important. If he had taken it by force, he wouldn't have understood their bond at all. Our guy chimes in, mentioning that even though Saranti looks all sweet, he's actually a pretty brutal elf. He agrees and owns up to her mistakes, apologizing to Ronan. She knows she hasn't been super respectful toward him. Ronan reassures her that it's no big deal. Then our hero asks how she knows Saranti since their bond feels pretty unique. He picks up on her mana, saying it feels wolf-like, and wonders if she's a spirit. She nods and explains that her link with Saranti is like that of a teacher and a student. She met him a few hundred years back when she was all wrapped up in her emotions and mad at the whole world, just causing trouble everywhere she went. She used to wander into human territories to stir up chaos or take over their land. He thought she was being mature about it, thinking no one could stop her since she was so powerful. That all changed when Saranti showed up after hearing about her antics. And that was the day everything shifted for her. She stepped up to him and told him to buzz off. Sarant let out a wave of power and while politely apologizing told her to just follow him quietly because he really didn't want to turn her into a pancake. He held out his hand like a gentleman. Her wolf nearly pooped its fur from the sheer pressure in the air. Then Saranti calmly asked if she was not going to cooperate seriously. In the end, she takes his hand and that's how she ends up following Saranti to the Mage Tower of Dawn where he's the top mage. Ronan's shocked to find out that Saranti earned that title without using fire magic, which he is super proud of, saying that it really makes him stand out. Back then, she didn't care about his power at all. All she wanted was a way out. But Sarant never gave up on her. Instead of forcing her to change, he patiently guided her. He taught her that if you rely only on strength, someone stronger will eventually take you down. And to really live well, you have to understand the world and have a kind heart. She owes her transformation to him. Now she follows his teachings and is the librarian guarding the place. She figures Sarant must be busy since Ronan's the only one she hears about him from. My guy hesitates to spill the truth. He remembers how Saranti used to be and knows he wouldn't want anyone close feeling down. So he lies and says Saranti is now devoted to a god named Senel and won't be able to contact her for a bit. She doesn't question it, knowing that sounds just like him. With a gentle smile, she says she's not sad. Just knowing he still remembers her is enough. As our hero watches, a ring starts to glow and slowly shifts shape. He asks her what that means. Neither of them notices, but a book on the shelf with a single eye is quietly keeping an eye on everything going down. 3 days pass and the Mage Tower stays as busy as ever. Nothing unusual happens, so our hero gets a chance to study his curse in peace. But after digging through mountains of books, his brain feels like it's been boiled, fried, and served on a plate. He wants to know if he's gotten anywhere with the curse. Ronan replies that he hasn't found much about the curse itself yet, but he's picked up on some related ideas. He credits Air for that since she's been drilling curse attributes into his head nonstop for 3 days. But the more he learns, the worse it gets, and at this point, a part of him just wants to pack up and disappear. He totally gets that curses can feel like a heavy weight. She offers to help if he has any questions about his reading since she's got some free time. Then, our hero brings up something that caught his eye earlier. He flips through the book and points to a topic about a forbidden book called Bajura. He sees her expression shift as she suddenly turns serious and asks how he even knows that name. She seems to suspect he might have snuck into the forbidden section. Ronan's confused because he had no idea that place even existed. He explains that he kept seeing the name in the books she's been giving him, which is why he asked, but something feels off. She quickly scans the books with her magic, firmly believing none of them should mention that name. She checks them one by one and, just as she thought, not a single one brings it up. Ronan starts to feel uneasy. He insists he saw it right on the page he was reading. He flips back to show her only to find the name has completely vanished. She says Saranti wouldn't have sent him just because she's the librarian and there has to be more to it. The Mage Tower of Dawn is famous for having the biggest collection of curse-related books and is known for its deep knowledge on the subject. But even in a place like this, no one mentions Bajura lightly. It's the most dangerous of forbidden books. Rumored to be written by a demon. It looks like the one with a single eye he saw earlier. Anyone who touches it gets crazy powerful, but also feels a wild urge to destroy everything. Ages ago, during a time of peace, it was responsible for taking down an entire kingdom. That cursed artifact is known as the Bajura of Destruction. A Wound glares at the chained-up old man in front of him and says, "The decision is in the hands of the dawn of tomorrow." He assumes the old man knows what that means. The man in chains is none other than the Tower Master himself, Lorden. Back with Ronan, the books are floating around as Air explains that the forbidden section of the Dawn's library is there to keep Bajura and other dangerous texts under wraps. Sarant picked her to be the librarian because a spirit can guard it better than a human who might get tempted by the power in those books. When our hero mentions Bajura, Air is taken aback and disappointed. It's the most dangerous forbidden book out there, and she starts making connections to the disappearances that started after Nebula collapsed. Ronan asks if the disappearances happened after the terror attack, and Air nods since that event was impossible to forget. Everyone who went missing had been helping her in the library. And when they vanished, she searched the whole Mage Tower but didn't find a single clue. It felt like they disappeared into thin air. Ronan wonders if it's even possible for people to vanish without a trace. He starts to think there's a pattern, as it seems like things disappear right after that big incident. Almost like something's waiting for that moment. He begins to suspect that the whole event might have been a trap to fool everyone. Later that night, smoke fills the room where a bunch of magic circles are glowing on the floor. Elizabeth is standing in the center, lost in thought. She realizes that Awan's flame magic relies on bold ideas and methods that most mages wouldn't dare to try. It's on a whole different level. Even just applying his theory a bit, her mana waste drops significantly. She's blown away that someone could come up with such a refined magic formula. She wishes she could bring him to Akalusia, but knows it won't be easy since Owen has put everything on the line for his magic path. Determined to soak up as much as she could for the rest of the field trip, Elizabeth suddenly felt something off. Without thinking, she reached out with her magic and wrapped it around whoever was spying on her. The figure floated up by the ceiling, hidden under a robe. She pulled the figure down, anger boiling inside her for having someone sneak around using invisibility magic. But then she paused as she recognized him. He was one of the missing people she'd seen on the tower's bulletin board, smiling brightly. Now though, his eyes were totally empty, like he was just a shell of himself. Before she could ask him anything, a loud explosion rocked the place. Flames spiraled into a tornado as smoke filled the air. Out of the haze, a cloaked figure walked forward and raised a hand. He seemed to be in charge with two others following him, all hidden under their hoods. He shot a glare at Elizabeth. Flames shot toward them. But the leader blocked it with a magic barrier. The smoke was thick, making it hard to see anything. When it cleared a bit, Elizabeth stepped forward calmly. She said if they came to rescue their friend, they could take him back. Even though she had already hit him, and judging by their faces, they weren't too happy to see him. The cloaked figure didn't say a word. Elizabeth reminded them that they were the ones who started this mess by attacking her first. Still trying to make sense of it all, she demanded to know what was up with the people who had vanished suddenly turning up to attack her. Among them was the third daughter of the Scion family called Scion Grove. Just like the others, her eyes were vacant and she looked totally lifeless. Seeing that blank stare, Elizabeth knew Scion wasn't going to say anything. That was fine by her, though. She'd been itching to try out the formula she picked up from Awan in a real fight and test some of the new moves she had been practicing. With a smirk, she warns them not to turn to ashes too soon. Then, she unleashes this massive flame, twisting and swirling like a tornado as it rushes toward them. The three of them watch in shock. Two of them slam their hands into the ground, raising a wall of earth that protects them from the blaze. The strength of Elizabeth's attack catches them off guard. They realize her claim of becoming a new pillar of Akalusia isn't just hot air. Her power goes way beyond what a fourth circle mage should have, and they know they won't last long if they don't act fast. They turn to Scion, asking if she's ready and telling her to take down Elizabeth. Scion creates a flaming arrow, locking onto Elizabeth's position. She fires and the spear zooms forward with intense heat, but Elizabeth doesn't flinch. The flame charges toward her and stops just inches from her face. She watches it coolly and mocks it, calling it a weak little fire toothpick. Scion's caught off guard by this. Elizabeth bursts out laughing, making fun of her for using such a mediocre spell. Then she sends the spear back and follows up with multiple spears, making them large to show what it really means to stand against someone from Elusia. Elizabeth isn't holding back at all. She unleashes a crazy barrage of fire needles aimed right at Scion. The enemy quickly throws up a fire shield, causing the needles to scatter on impact. But Elizabeth doesn't let up. She keeps firing needle after needle. The enemies realize that just playing defense won't cut it. If they stick around like that, they'll be overwhelmed. One of them decides to charge forward while the other hangs back to protect Scion, reminding themselves that she's crucial to their master's plan. She's the one meant to take down Elusia. Out of nowhere, Elizabeth fires a bigger, faster needle that catches them off guard. They don't even have a chance to react, and one of them yells out in pain as the needle pierces right through a fourth circle magic firewall. Elizabeth keeps the pressure on, showering them with endless needles, and one by one, her enemies start to drop. The mage watching can hardly believe how ridiculous Elizabeth's skills are, but he spots an opening. She's so focused on attacking that he figures she won't bother with defense. He shouts to Akalucia, questioning whether Elizabeth even thinks her opponent might try to dodge. Smart or not, being so full of herself in a life-or-death situation shows she's still just a kid. He grips his flaming sword and swings it toward her, warning her that her careless attitude will come back to haunt her. But Elizabeth is way ahead of him. Spikes shoot up from the ground and hit him before he even has a chance to strike back. He yelps in pain, completely stopped in his tracks. Elizabeth laughs, finding it hilarious that he thought he could take advantage of the opening she left. She calls him a moth drawn to a flame. The stunned mage demands to know how she pulled that off. Convinced she didn't have enough time to cast a new spell, Elizabeth smirks and asks why she'd need to cast something new. She explains that she just redirected a spell that was already underway. Then she strikes from behind, sending a bunch of needles flying at him, piercing his body. With her telekinesis, she makes the spikes grow and push deeper. The mage screams in agony. He finally realizes she can use 2 types of magic at once, and it's absolutely mind-blowing. Elizabeth sets him straight, saying she can actually manage 3 kinds. But for someone like him, she finds it's just not worth the effort. After all, he's just a simple moth. Then he gets caught in a whirlwind of flames, and once he's dealt with, Elizabeth turns back to Scion, who's glaring at her. The mages are badly burned, but Elizabeth reassures them they won't kick the bucket that easily. Fire mages are tough and can take the heat, but that doesn't mean it doesn't hurt like hell. She advises Shaun to speak up now while she's still being merciful. It doesn't matter how young she is. She should realize that if the Akalucias and Scions go to war, it'll drag the whole empire into chaos. In the end, no matter who wins, both sides will end up in ruins. Elizabeth doesn't buy this lane plan as something Scion came up with all on her own. She wonders if their leader is in on it, but quickly brushes the thought aside. Someone with that much to lose wouldn't start something as reckless as a war. Plus, when it comes to assassination attempts, this one is just way too messy. As much as it pains her to say it, Elizabeth knows the Scion family isn't silly enough to treat this like a real strategy. If this is all they can pull off, they never had a shot at being Lucia's equal. Piecing everything together, Elizabeth comes to the only conclusion that makes sense. Scion is being played by someone hiding in the shadows, someone dangerous enough to kick off a war between the families. She keeps a close eye on Scion, who's staring back at her with empty eyes. Elizabeth asks who's really inside her. Smiles and a different voice pipes up saying it was smart of Elizabeth to catch on. The atmosphere in the room shifts as a dark vibe fills the air. The voice continues lamenting how it's a shame to take someone like her out just for kicks. Elizabeth is caught off guard as an overwhelming pressure hits her, dropping her to her knees. A strange energy envelopes her like a thick fog, paralyzing her with fear. She's stuck, unable to move. As this shadow creeps closer to her hand on the ground, Elizabeth desperately tries to figure out who she's dealing with. The aura expands even further and a hand reaches out from the darkness. The voice calls her a lamb intoxicated by power and tells her to lift her head. Frozen in terror, Elizabeth watches as the figure tells her to etch his message deep into her mind. Dark, menacing wings stretch wide behind him as he declares the name of the one meant to rule the world. Bajura. Owen asks our hero if what Air said is true, and they start chatting about Bajura. He wants to know if Ronan really spotted that cursed name in a regular book. Our boy says he did, or else he wouldn't even know the name of the forbidden book. Owen is on board with that, but still finds it hard to wrap his head around it. They start worrying that the seal might be weakening. Suggests they check it out right away, but Owen stops her. He mentions he checked the seal just yesterday, and everything was all right. Still, he looks pretty shaken up and unsure. He, getting frustrated, slams the table and demands to know if he went into the forbidden section alone. She reminds him that nobody is allowed in there without her or the Tower Master. Not even Awan is safe if those books try to tempt him. Her brows furrow as she yells that she's not letting this slide and will tell everything to the Tower Master when he gets back. Awan quietly says he's sorry. He admits he shouldn't have kept it from her. Pain crosses his face as he spills the truth. Tower Master Larden is already down there sealed up with Bajura. He explains what actually went down a year ago. On the day they said that Tower Master left for training, he never really left the Mage Tower. Instead, he went down into its darkest depths and broke the seal on Bajura, the worst of the forbidden books, to dig up the ancient knowledge hidden inside. Air then asks if that's why nobody has heard from the Tower Master. She screams in frustration, unable to understand why Lardin would mess with a forbidden book when he already mastered fire and phantom magic. Alwyn figures this is why the Tower Master thought he could handle Bajura. Lardin saw those forbidden books as wasted potential and blamed the disasters on those who misused them. He thought that even dangerous power could actually do some good if it was in the right hands to him. Bajura could have been a huge gift for everyone. Ronan quietly mentions that he already knows how this story wraps up. Looks like the Tower Master didn't make it either. Awan chimes in admitting they totally misread what that power really was. It's a kind of evil that no one can truly control. Even Lardin could only hold it off for a bit. It's not just about knowledge. It's pure evil. When Lardin realizes he's losing himself to become Bajura's host, he grabs an emergency summoning scroll to pull Owen into the forbidden area. Once there, Lardin comes clean about breaking the seal on Bajura. He apologizes to Owen for dragging him into this mess and begs him to seal him away while he still has some control. If he doesn't, chaos will unfold. Owen is shaken. He knows that sealing the Tower Master means losing him for good. But Lardin insists there's no time to worry about him. If this is the cost of his pride, then dying is better than letting dawn be swallowed by darkness. He pleads with Owen to do it. Owen hesitates for a moment, but eventually agrees, convincing himself it's for the sake of tomorrow's dawn. So, Owen casts the most powerful sealing spell he knows, one that can take on anything. He traps both Bajura and the Tower Master together. Owen admits this is the truth he's been hiding. He knows he should say something, but he just can't. He respects the quest for knowledge and believes Lardin acted for the greater good of the world. He can't bring himself to tarnish the Tower Master's name. Ronan stands there speechless. Everything has turned out darker than he expected. What happened to the Tower Master is pretty tragic, but now isn't the time to dwell on it. The facts are clear, Bajura's seal is already broken. Even if Awan saw it intact with his own eyes, that doesn't change anything. This power can mess with perceptions all throughout the Mage Tower. It would be a piece of cake to fool someone like Awan. With only Lardin and the host's phantom magic in play, what Ronan really wants to know is why Bajura, who did everything to stay out of sight, is suddenly showing himself. As all these thoughts race through his head, Ronan suddenly picks up on something weird. He's surprised to sense Nebula Glacier's mana. He double-checks. It isn't coming from A1 or air. The mana is coming from nowhere nearby, yet it's powerful enough to fill the whole space. Even Bria doesn't have starlight mana this intense. Ronan is totally confused, unable to figure things out. What he doesn't realize is that the mana belongs to the devilish being who's already on the scene. Elizabeth stands in front of Bajura, mulling over the name she just heard. She knows it's linked to a forbidden book packed with so much dangerous info that even the Akalusias need the Patriarch's go-ahead to study it. She wonders why he's even here, but more than that, she's puzzled. She recognizes his face. It looks a bit different, but she's certain it's Tower Master Lardin. Jura catches her staring and realizes she's figured out whose body he's using. Since she kept him entertained, he decides to reward her by confirming her guests. The body is Lardin's, the master of the Mage Tower of Dawn and a top elder close to being the best of humanity. But he tried to grab Bajura's power without knowing his place and ended up losing everything. Bajura smirks and says he was fun to mess with, just like Akalusia. With her face squished like a sponge ball, Elizabeth mutters that she never thought she'd hear manners from an old forbidden book. She rolls her eyes and says everything he's talking about is total nonsense. But she manages not to snap. If this really is the Bajura she knows, then not even the whole Mage Tower could hold him back. But something feels off. If he's that powerful, why hide? The more she thinks about it, the clearer it gets. A grin spreads across her face. She scoffs, saying it's pretty sad for someone so strong to hide behind a 10-year-old and get her to do all the dirty work. If he really had all his power, he wouldn't need to play sneaky. It's obvious he's still too weak to show himself without falling apart. Bajura bursts out laughing, saying she's only half right. In that moment, a dark, heavy vibe hits Elizabeth, making it hard for her to breathe. Just like she figured, he still needs more time. Bajura explains that the old man's mind is still fighting back, and merging their bodies has been a real challenge. Every time he tries, Lorden fights back from the inside. Bajura shrugs it off, calling it pointless, but he claims it won't matter soon. A way better vessel than Lorden has just shown up. Walking in on his own. Elizabeth narrows her eyes and asks what he means. Bajura just drops one name, Ronan. Her eyes go wide in shock as Bajura coolly states that Ronan is both his true starting point and his ultimate form. Bajura lifts Elizabeth's chin with his finger, but she doesn't flinch. Instead, she demands to know what he means by calling our boy both his start and his finish. Bajura says Larden's mind is too tough and exhausting to keep down, but it'll fade eventually. What really gets to him is being stuck in this old weak body. Then he explains how things shifted. One day, while messing around and trying to wipe Larden's mind out of boredom, he fired a flare at an aircraft and by pure luck discovered our hero, a massive untapped source of potential that made Larden look ancient. At first, Bajura couldn't believe his eyes. He hadn't seen anyone like Ronan in ages. But after a few days of watching him, he was convinced this kid could be his next vessel. The family feud means nothing to him. It's just a stepping stone to something much bigger. When he glances at Elizabeth, he senses something else. Another potential vessel, one that's definitely worth keeping around. With a smug grin, he tells her she's too valuable to just kill for kicks. Suddenly, rotting hands burst from the ground and crawled over her, grabbing her tight. With a wicked smile, he gives her a choice. Pledge loyalty and serve him, or die by blade and watch the empire go up in flames. He tells her to decide. Elizabeth trembles, her teeth clenched so hard that blood stains her lips. But she throws back a mocking comment, saying, anyone that is old is boring if he thinks she'd hesitate. With cold fury, she spits at him and tells him to cut the talk and just kill her. If she was scared of death, she wouldn't be worthy of the Akalushia name. Bajura sighs and calls her a boring. He tells her to suit herself. Sure, nothing will go her way. Bajura rolls his eyes, calling Elizabeth a disappointment. At his cue, Sion lifts her sword, ready to strike. Suddenly, the air around them starts to crack, and the distortion spreads into the sword until it shatters completely, just like you thought. Our hero bursts through the messed up dimension, pushing his way in with his own weapon. Without thinking twice, he grabs wrist right in the middle of her swing and stops her. Elizabeth just stares at him, completely stunned. Ronan looks at her for a moment before turning his attention to Shaun, the strange but familiar girl, and calmly says they both owe him now. Even Bajura is momentarily speechless, trying to wrap his head around what just went down. But our hero isn't waiting around. He goes on the offensive, unleashing a flurry of slashes that tear through Bajura's confused form. His body falls apart and disappears, leaving just his head behind, his face stuck in disbelief. He can't figure out how Ronan managed to see through Larden's strong illusions so easily with no hints to help him. Meanwhile, my guy stands there with Sion draped over his shoulder, looking down at Bajura. But Bajura just grins. Our hero has blown away even his wildest expectations. It's confirmation of what he suspected. Ronan is turning into a perfect vessel. Moments later, the illusion fades away. Owen looks around in shock, finally realizing that the whole training site was hidden under layers of spells designed to block every single sense. Now she gets that Ronan was right all along. Awan checks the remaining mana and sees it belongs to Tower Master Larden. Then she drops the bombshell. Bajura's seal has been broken. Elizabeth, lying on the ground, lets out a shaky breath and starts laughing. She mutters about how ridiculous she must look, but she can't stop. Even though it was just phantom pain, her mind treated it like the end of a season finale. Still chuckling, she shoots our hero a glare and tells him not to say a word to Ada Shan. Ronan smirks and teases her for being so stubborn. Then he glances at the girl next to her and asks if she's really Schlieffen's younger sister. Elizabeth nods and introduces her as Sion Grania, the third daughter of the Sion family. She mentions that was sent away to study magic and admits she never thought their big reunion would involve a dagger to the face. Elizabeth says she won't make a scene since it's clear Ion was just Bajura's puppet. Our hero shakes his head and says the Akalushias really are built differently. Then he laughs and calls Elizabeth amazing. She shoots him a look and says only gets to say that. A moment later she is knocked out cold. Ronan sees how white she is, but at least she's alive, which is good enough for now. He spots a bunch of blackened lumps that look like burnt charcoal, and his heart sinks. These have to be the missing people from the Order's attack. Even though they're free from Bajura's control, their bodies still show signs of the Order's magic. Suddenly, it clicks for our hero. The missing folks were spies planted within the Order, and he remembers that only those who were helping Air in the library went missing. It all adds up now. The attack wasn't just random chaos. The real target was the forbidden book section. It was all a diversion to keep everyone, including Air and Awen, focused elsewhere. Just as everything goes quiet, Elizabeth breaks the silence. She's panting and warns Ronan to run because he's Bajura's main target. Our hero looks confused and asks what she means. She insists there's no time, but he needs to get it. Bajura's real body was never there. Everything they faced was just an illusion. Even Elizabeth got overwhelmed by just a shadow of him. Bajura is way more powerful than anything she's ever handled. If he gets his hands on Ronan and completes himself, the Mage Tower of Dawn is done for. She pleads with him to escape while he still can. Then suddenly, they hear Bajura's voice cutting through the air. Our hero freezes, panic flooding him. The training site wraps around him, becoming dark and twisted. He calls out for Elizabeth, but she doesn't move. He looks over at Air and the Vice Tower Master, and they're frozen, too. Panicking, my boy shouts for answers. Bajura calmly replies that everyone in the Mage Tower, both mind and body, is now under his control. Everyone except Ronan. He says the wait is over and the child he has been waiting for has finally appeared. The one meant to be his perfect vessel. Outside the tower, dark magic whirls chaotically. With a chilling grin, he tells Ronan to come alone. Our hero is absolutely seething. His eyes practically blazing with anger. He curses Bajura and yells, "What did you do?" Tired of the mind games, he demands Bajura to show himself. But Bajura just seems amused by it all. He laughs at Ronan's nerve, especially after witnessing his power. Even now, our hero still has the guts to raise his voice. Bajura takes a look around and says the tower is too ugly for such an important meeting. He decides to move them somewhere better, claiming this place isn't worthy of their confrontation. Suddenly, our boy spots a woman walking toward him through the flickering light. He squints and realizes she's the last person who went missing. She tells him to follow her and says she's taking him to her master. Ronan scoffs quietly and mutters to himself, asking if they really expect him to stroll into that dump. But after glancing at Elizabeth and the others, he knows he has no choice. One way or another, he's going to face Bajura, whether he's summoned or not. He grabs his sword and gestures for the woman to lead the way. She takes him to a spot glowing with the same eerie black light. Ronan stares at it and asks if this is it. They stop in front of a huge door, and when he questions if this is where those damn scraps of paper are kept, he pushes the door open slowly, letting the darkness envelop them both. Then, a scream shatters the silence. Ronan's eyes widen as he sees Larden on the floor writhing and begging someone to save him from Bajura. Gasping in regret, Larden admits he was foolish, just a powerless human who tried to take divine strength. His cries for mercy get louder and more frantic. But Ronan doesn't feel any sympathy. His anger boils over. He unleashes his aura, grabs his sword, and swings without a second thought. The illusion disappears the instant his blade makes contact. Clenching his teeth, Ronan tells Bajura to cut out the twisted games and demands that the paper scraps show up. Bajura responds with a smirk, pretending to be shocked that Ronan didn't enjoy the performance. Then he says he'll play along. A blinding light floods the room, making our boy shield his eyes. As the brightness dims, Bajura shows up on a throne, grinning from ear to ear. He greets our hero with a calm satisfaction, calling him his beautiful vessel. He says it's amazing to finally meet him and that he's eager to make the most of it. But first, he mentions that they need to take care of the annoying distraction. He casually gives a command to the woman who guided Ronan. "Kill yourself." She obeys instantly. Her neck twists with a sickening crack. Her final words echo in the chamber. "Glory to Bajura." She collapses to the ground in a pool of blood. Bro stares at her body and growls. What kind of twisted stuff is this? He's completely confused because he thought she was on Bajura's side. Bajura chuckles at that and explains that she, like the last guy who had his old body, was just another bug. She wanted power, but had no clue about her place in things. He remembers what they all said when they first showed up. They wanted to pitch in for the cause and be saved, claiming it was the only way for him to survive. In his eyes, they were worthless, but he still gave them a break. He let them serve him for a little while. Then he turns to our dude and asks if that clears things up. From the way Bajura talks, my boy figures out he's not with the order. Still, something feels off. Nebula's energy is hanging around him, and that lingering vibe makes Ronin hesitate. He takes a deep breath and stands there quietly before making a decision. He says he's had enough of the self-praise. It's time to end this. Bajura bursts out laughing. The fire in Ronin's eyes gets him pumped. It's exactly what he wants from his vessel, but he wonders if Ronin even realizes how afraid he should be or how huge the gap between them is. Bajura could wipe him out with a finger. My boy doesn't say a word. Instead, he lunges forward and makes his attack. He insists that if he really cared about power differences, he would have backed down ages ago. Bajura just sits there, calm and smiling, watching him. "You're interesting," he says. Then, without warning, a blinding flash erupts as Ronin's sword slices through the throne. The sound rattles the room, and for a moment, our hero thinks he might have actually hit him. But just like that, the whole place warps and the chamber stretches. Bajura appears again, chilling on a new throne. Just a couple of steps away. He tells Ronin that his arrogance needs to be put in check. Out of nowhere, the floor splits open, revealing a huge gaping hole beneath our hero. Bajura smirks, saying Ronin can fight all he wants, but soon he'll realize how pointless it is. There's no way he can close the gap between them. Our hero tries to jump back, but before he can move, a green glow bursts from his front pocket. It's Sarant's ring, and it's responding. At that moment, the energy from the ring starts flowing into our hero's sword, catching him off guard as the familiar glow wraps around the blade. But Bajura's attack doesn't stop as the giant mouth keeps coming for him, ready to swallow him whole. The monster snaps its jaws shut, and a green light suddenly shines from inside. Our hero grits his teeth, seething that such a nasty creature would dare get so close. With a fierce glare, he growls, "Do you want to die?" He swings at the beast without hesitating, hitting it again and again until it dissolves, showing Bajura sitting calmly on his throne. Bajura taps his fingers and our boy quickly picks up on the cue. The mouth reappears and charges right at him. Without wasting a moment, our boy sets himself. As it charges in, he unleashes a fierce attack, slicing through the creature and splitting it in two. Bajura watches with interest, clearly impressed as our hero tears the monster apart. He chuckles and says, "Ronin did pretty well. It was rough and a little wild, but not bad at all." But Bajura isn't finished yet. From the split remains of the monster, arms suddenly sprout out and grab onto our hero. More twisted creatures emerge, piling on top of him. Bajura smirks, eager to see how Ronin will deal with the mess. The monsters grip our hero tighter, crushing him under their weight. He curses as even more rush in, and before he knows it, he's completely buried with hundreds of them swarming around him. Bajura raises his hand slowly, and Ronin catches the movement just before Bajura clenches his fist. In an instant, the horde squishes into a huge sphere, trapping my boy like a fish in a tank. Bajura just stands there, watching in silence, waiting. Then, out of nowhere, green light explodes from the sphere. One by one, the monsters are ripped apart. Inside, my boy keeps swinging until the whole thing comes crashing down around him. Bajura looks amused and tells our hero that someone like him should be able to take this much. He lifts a bow, knocks an arrow, and shoots it at Ronin. The arrow hits its target, and cracks spread from the impact point before it explodes in a flash of blinding light. Our hero braces himself for the impact. Bajura grins and comments that it's nice, actually, very nice. Bajura bursts out laughing and tells Ronin to crank it up a notch. He wants to see what the kid can really do. No holding back. Suddenly, a huge firebird shows up out of nowhere. Bajura looks a bit puzzled. It's the Vice Tower Master's signature spell, the Firefowl. He's surprised that a kid can pull off such a powerful trick, but he reminds himself that the old man behind the magic is a top-tier pro when it comes to fire spells. So, to him, a stud like that doesn't really mean much. With just a flick of his finger, the firebird goes poof. Bajura shrugs and says it's a shame. He really thought that was Ronin's trump card, but it crumbled far too easily. Still, he can't overlook my boy's sharp instincts. As the flames disappear, he realizes Ronin has vanished. Then it occurs to him the firefowl wasn't really about attacking. It was just a trick to cover up Ronin's presence by flooding the area with mana. A perfect distraction. Our hero disappears from view and in a flash, he shows up right behind Bajura. As he swings his sword toward his neck, he says in a calm and steady voice, "Die." Suddenly, blood bursts out from the damn curse. Our hero glances back at Bajura to make sure his powerful strike actually lands. Blood pours from Bajura's neck, staining the floor beneath him. Even with a nasty wound, he keeps his footing and manages to spit out some words. He mutters that even with his messed up timing, our hero still managed to land a hit. The cut gets worse, stretching the flesh even more while Ronin watches closely, ready for whatever's coming next. Bajura lets out a low chuckle, clearly amused. Portals start popping open around him, and huge worm-like creatures with big toothy mouths start slithering out. He tells our boy to go all out to show what he's really made of. The creatures charge at him, and Bro braces himself. He dodges as best as he can, taking down as many as he can reach. He thinks he hit Bajura's essence, but it feels pointless. The wound just isn't deep enough. He considers using the forbidden book that controls Tower Master Larden, but the thought ticks him off. With a growl, he tightens his grip and tears through the monsters like a wild animal. My boy knows he can't take Bajura head on, especially since the scrolls that a woman gave him are useless now. Larden is as strong as Instructor Navarro's. And the only reason this fight is dragging on is that Bajura wants to keep the body intact for his plans. If not, it would have been over by now. As Bajura gathers energy in his hand, it forms into a huge sharp weapon. With a quick flick, he sends it flying at Ronin with crazy speed. Our boy clutches his sword tight, but doesn't budge. Bajura is caught off guard, but Ronin just waits for the hit. The weapon almost grazes his neck before vanishing into thin air. Ronin watches it dissolve calmly, thinking about his last option, while Bajura angrily snaps at him, asking if he realizes the disaster his recklessness almost caused. Jura needed that body to kick off his big plans, and it was nearly wrecked. Ronin shoots him a glare and calls him out for being shameless. Anyone looking in would think the body belongs to Bajura, but our hero knows better. Jura doesn't really want him dead. Ronin raises his weapon and presses it against his own wrist. If he's going to lose his body, he'd rather do it on his own terms. He plunges the blade into his wrist and blood pours out as the room falls silent. Bajura scoffs, asking if Ronin seriously thinks he's trying to die, accusing him of bluffing in a weak attempt to outsmart him. He claims our hero is mixing up a moment of mercy with the chance to come back completely. Bajura knows that any injury Ronin gives himself can be healed. Our hero cuts him off, irritated by his endless chatter. Bajura is not convincing him at all. When Bajura suddenly cancels his spell, as if afraid something might mess up, Ronin figures there must be some hard limits he's trying to stick to. Our hero is pretty sure of one thing. Bajura can't take over a messed up body, and that gives him an edge. Bajura hesitates for a moment, looking a bit rattled, and then reminds Ronin that everyone in the Mage Tower is basically helpless against his magic. He makes it clear he could wipe them all out in the blink of an eye if he wanted to. If Ronin doesn't want to see his friends turned into corpses, he should cut out the empty threats. But Bro just laughs. He finds Bajura way more entertaining than he thought he would. Bajura looks puzzled by his reaction. My guy calls him nothing but paper scraps and wonders how dumb he thinks Ronin is. Does he really think this is the first time Ronin has faced someone like Bajura? From that smug look to the way he talks, our hero can tell he has already made up his mind. Whether he gives up his body or not, Bajura has no plan to let him live. Bajura stutters out a confused what as Ronin throws down the challenge. Our hero tells him to go ahead and try it, and he'll make sure there are no doubts. Then, without missing a beat, he slashes his wrist. Blood pouring out. He declares that even if it takes his own life, he'll take Bajura down with him. Our hero stands tall, totally convinced this plan will work. He dares Bajura to watch and see if he's just bluffing. Because no matter how it goes down, my guy promises to leave him with a memory he won't forget. Jura watches him utterly shocked. To Bajura, my guy looks like just a talented kid. But he never expected to see that kind of defiance in his eyes. Our dude breaks the silence, asking if Bajura still doesn't buy it. He grips the sharp shard and makes sure Bajura sees exactly what he's doing. Without any hesitation, he drives it into his own neck. Blood spraying everywhere. Bajura freezes in shock and grabs Ronin's arm to stop him, but Bro just grins back. Bajura demands to know what Ronin is trying to achieve with this death threat. He insists that Ronin has to explain himself right now. Our hero's grin widens. The real conversation is finally starting. He calls Bajura paper scraps again and suggests they make a life or death bet. They lock eyes and our hero tells him to enjoy the game. Jura questions if Ronin is actually willing to make a bet and bro says he's all in. He explains that he's been studying curses in depth and came across one called the Curse of the Oath. It's a powerful spell that forces anyone who enters the ritual match to see it through to the end. The scary part is that once you're bound by it, there's no backing out, even if it costs your life. Our hero is all for this plan, hyping Bajura up and saying that a guy like him should be able to handle a curse like that without breaking his sweat. Bajura isn't scared of overpowering Ronin, but he's not sure he can really keep him under control. He gets the feeling that Ronin would rather die than give up. Plus, there's this weird vibe coming off Ronin that he can't quite pinpoint, something that seems to be making him stronger. It's not a direct threat, but Bajura can't take any chances with unknown elements in play. Our hero feels like a one-of-a-kind find, something he hasn't seen in forever, and he knows that this opportunity might not come around again. Our hero can't help but mock him, wondering why such an important forbidden book is hesitating over a bet with a kid. He questions Bajura's confidence. Bajura accepts the challenge, but insists he gets to set the terms. He unleashes a creepy force and warns Ronin that this is where his leniency ends. Ronin realizes Bajura has completely lost it and knows making a wrong move could be dangerous. But since he's pulled Bajura into this match, he's feeling pretty good about it. No matter what happens next, Ronin believes the outcome won't change. Then there's this rustling sound and a huge golden hand shows up, dragging a chain linked to a golden bowl. Bajura asks Ronin if he's ready, and a golden weighing scale appears. He tells our hero to kick off the Curse of the Oath right away. This oath ties both of them to the deal until the match wraps up. If Ronin loses, he has to let Bajura take over his body. If Bajura loses, he'll be sealed away forever after freeing the hostages. Bajura makes it clear that the oath's terms are exactly how our hero sees them. The match will basically hinge on our hero staying strong while dealing with a single illusion spell that Bajura is going to cast. He asks if Ronin's cool with that. My boy thinks it's a dumb question, telling him to hurry up since they're wasting time. Bajura wraps it up and a blue mist starts rising on one side of the scale while a red mist appears on the other. The oath is officially locked in. Bajura then tells Ronin to enjoy his dream because these will be his last memories. My boy responds with sarcasm, saying Bajura is a riot and suggests he gets some fresh air, warning that once this bet's over, he'll regret ever meeting him. Suddenly, a blinding light and a whirlwind take over and everything shifts to a bright sunny day. A guy confidently claims they'll catch one and live it up. He goes on about how valuable fantasy creatures like dreambirds and sea fairies are. Another dude laughs at him, pointing out he couldn't even catch a bear. The first guy snaps back, fed up with smart alecks who act tough after wasting their lives in some tiny village. The second guy gets annoyed. Then our dude jumps in, telling them to shut it and asks if they really think this is a joke. One dude realizes he's awake and wonders how he managed to sleep so deeply. They call in Captain Ronin, vice captain of the punitive squad, and Corporal Ronin. Our guy just brushes it off, telling them to check their gear since it's just a silly dream. A red-haired soldier named Val complains about how endless the whole gig feels since punitive troops keep dropping like flies before they even get dismissed. He cracks a joke about bailing during the next fight and thinks they could make a killing with some poaching. Our hero quickly cuts him off, warning him he'll hack his limbs off if he ever brings it up again. Val stands his ground, though. Our boy insists on silence and reminds everyone that the general said they'd get their freedom in a few months. He's all about holding on for a brighter future instead of turning into criminals. Martin places a hand on our boy's shoulder, reassuring him they won't bite the dust as long as they stick together. Ronin shoots back that everyone's got to look out for themselves. He yells that his life comes first and if things go badly, he won't think twice about ditching them. He tells them to focus on surviving. Our hero keeps quiet so morale doesn't tank, but he's totally aware of just how risky the mission is. The general promised pardons if they pull this off. Our hero is hellbent on making it back to Niton where his sister is waiting. Out of nowhere, a magic circle pops up in the sky and a bright light crashes down, obliterating everything around them. The troops start to freak out, looking to Ronin for orders. Our hero gets frozen in place, hit by this chilling sense of danger. A shadowy figure steps out, speaking in a commanding tone, saying they have to accept the fate that's been laid out for them. This celestial being is the dreaded Ayut. Ayut calls out and grabs everyone's attention. People start freaking out and ask what's going on. One guy points at the sky. Out of nowhere, magic circles show up and shoot lasers. It looks like the whole sky is blowing up with crazy power. Everyone starts panicking. The light gets brighter and chunks of debris come crashing down. People get launched like bugs. Most can't even react in time. Screams are everywhere as the blasts rip through them. There's blood chaos and people begging for help. Even Ronin just stands there frozen. He has no clue what's going on. Horns are blaring from these priest-like figures. And when Ronin's crew hears it, they're furious. Even with a monster lurking ahead, they're being told to push forward. They can't believe it and shout that everyone's lost their minds. Our hero dives in, blocking a spell as lasers and debris rain down on them. His guys are stunned by his bold move, so he yells at them, calling them idiots and telling them to get it together. This isn't the time to freeze up and whine. If they want to make it out alive, they need to either fight or haul ass, but they've got to keep moving. Then my guy spots a laser aimed right at his team, and a huge blast hits their spot. Blood splashes on Ronin's face. He's frozen, watching as the lasers keep coming. Someone runs over and pulls Ronin down to save him. They crash to the ground. The man urges Ronin to move now, but he's still frozen. The man tells him they can't fight that thing. They have to hold out for backup. Our hero looks around. Bodies are pierced with golden spikes. His heart breaks. He lets out a gut-wrenching scream. Everyone he cared about is gone. The attacks just keep raining down from above. Back in the real world, Bajura's illusion digs deep into Ronin's memories, dragging up every painful moment. It's like a trap, locking him inside his own mind. He's completely shattered, feeling crushed and torn apart until all he craves is an end to it all. But this endless suffering is something he has to go through to come out on top. Bajura thinks that nobody can really handle forever. He can't wrap his head around what Ronin was thinking when he made that bet. As soon as Ronin handed over the power to set the rules, Bajura figured he was guaranteed to win. Now he's curious to see just how far Ronin's despair goes. In Ronin's head, he's standing over the body of a friend filled with grief. That friend just died. As he rides away on his horse, he glances back and sees another friend fall apart into ashes. Then he spots another body. The guy looks totally shocked. Our hero's thoughts spiral into a dark place, thinking everyone around him is gone. Breathing feels like a chore. He can't even begin to count how many have died just to keep him safe. It feels like there are too many to count. He wonders if this is it, if everything's come to an end. But deep down, he doubts this nightmare has any end in sight. He's got no real answers, just a desperate need for some peace, even if it's only for a moment. With Bajura nearby, Ronin mutters, "Just end this." He drops to his knees, pleading for it all to stop. He promises to hand over his body to Bajura if it means waking up from this nightmare. Bajura watches him quietly for a moment, then smirks, knowing he's won. The book floats up from the Tower Master's body and Bajura is thrilled that it's finally happening. He says, "Ronin, you're mine." A purple mist surrounds our hero, and he stays still until a faint smile breaks through. Bajura steps into Ronin's body, feeling pumped by the incredible power coursing through it. Our hero's body is something else. Just before his consciousness completely fades away, Jura can't help but throw in one last gift. Grabbing our hero's sword, he taps into its true power and unleashes this huge wave of purple light that shoots toward the upper wall. It's so powerful that the ground cracks where it hits, and when it slams into the wall, it explodes with a bang. Bajura declares that Ronin's power is now fully awakened. All thanks to his blessing. He's buzzing with excitement from the attack and wonders if Ronin feels that same rush. To start things off, he decides to take out a minor nuisance. Tower Master Larden, who had earlier wasted his time by acting tough. Larden's still conscious, writhing in pain, and every cough comes with a groan. Bajura finds it hilarious that the old guy can still move around, and he admits Larden has earned his title. He's curious about what's keeping him going. Whether it's duty as the Tower Master of Dawn or guilt over how things turned out. Larden struggles to answer, but Bajura has no intention of waiting. He has no regard for Larden's feelings and plans to break him down slowly, drowning him in misery forever. Lifting the sword, he gets ready to strike, but then nothing happens. Larden is completely still, but Bajura is frozen in place. The blade is hanging just inches from his head and his hand shakes, unable to move. Everything starts to blur around him, and before he knows it, the sword slips from his fingers. He drops to his knees, screaming in frustration, totally lost as to what's going on. Out of nowhere, black vines covered in eyes creep towards him and wrap around his body. Bajura stands stunned, unable to understand how someone like him could contain such overwhelming dark energy. Meanwhile, our hero stands firm with a confident grin, making it clear he's not just some ordinary fighter. He tells Bajura that a sick professor almost bit the dust just by touching the curse. While Bajura totally tackled it and tried to take a swing at it, our hero admits he can't overlook Bajura's power. But that realization horrifies Bajura because Ronin's mind is still intact. Our hero says the illusion Bajura created was way too detailed, and because of it, he remembers every awful part of that day. He admits that if even a few things had gone wrong, whether because of Bajura's plan or plain bad luck, his mind would have completely shattered if not for Saranti's ring. Back then, the ring lit up out of nowhere and caught Ronin off guard. He was confused and had no idea what was going on. But now, it makes sense. It only reveals its true form when it reacts to a specific type of mana. He fills Aar in on all this, making her realize that Saranti must have given him the ring on purpose, knowing Ronin was cursed. The ring is packed with strong anti-demonic energy and shines with pure light. Air hands the ring back to Ronin and tells him to keep it safe. She mentions that if he ever hits rock bottom again, the ring will come back to him. And that's exactly what happens during Bajura's illusion. As Ronin sinks into despair, the ring lights up again, cutting through the nightmare to reveal Saranti, who pulls him out. Air knows this ring is going to be a huge help for Ronin. Down the line. With Saranti's hand guiding him, Ronin looks up and quietly says he owes him one and thanks him. Now back in the moment, Ronin stands tall again and holds the ring tightly. He admits he never thought the curse in him would actually be useful, but that gamble he took was totally worth it. Meanwhile, Bajura still can't wrap his head around what's going on. He's stunned that this kind of power even exists. But Ronin isn't surprised at all since he's heard it too many times by now. He reminds Bajura of his own words, letting him know he's going to regret trying to take his body. The curse starts to take over Bajura, and he yells in denial as it wraps around him, but he still can't bring himself to believe it. He fights back, shouting that he's the forbidden book of destruction, that he is destruction itself, meant to rule the world. He refuses to accept that he'll just vanish. But then Ronin swings his weapon and chops off Bajura's arm. Blood spurts out and the arm drops to the ground. Ronin tells him to stop being clingy and to quit whining. Looking at the squirming remains, he scoffs and tells the damn curse that if it's done playing their game, they can piss off already. The dark energy surrounding the tower breaks apart and crashes to the ground. Elizabeth, he and Owen regain their consciousness. The dust starts to settle slowly and eventually it shows our boy lying on the ground. Letting out a tired sigh, he mutters about how he was almost a goner. My guy wonders why he always has to deal with that cursed book and if it's finally over. The dark energy that was hanging around is gone. But he notices that the star's mana is still lingering. Now he can't help but think if that has to do with those jerks. Out of the blue, a voice chimes in and sounds shocked that my boy beat Bajura all by himself. It's Tower Master Lenin and our dude checks in to see if he's alright. Larden apologizes and feels pretty embarrassed for putting our hero in such a dangerous spot. Even though they just met, he can tell how strong and determined my guy is, especially against Bajura. He's seen bro's solid willpower, even when he was about to pass out. It's a sight he's never seen before. Our hero gives a tired grin and admits it's been one tough ride. He then asks Larden if he's fine after losing his mana. Larden calmly replies that compared to how close Bajura was to wiping out Dawn and putting innocent lives at risk, losing his mana doesn't feel like a big deal. He adds that at least he got a chance to make things right, and that's something to be thankful for. Bro chuckles and says, Tour Masters really are something else with their crazy will to keep pushing through. Just then, Air and Awan come running up and ask if they're okay. Ronin tells them they fought not just for themselves, but to protect what matters most to them. As Awan and Air rush over, Ronin's eyelids start to feel heavy. He whispers that he can finally get some rest and flops down onto the ground. It's been an incredibly long day, but at least they've managed to dodge another disaster. The next morning, Ronan wakes up in bed and next to him are Tower Master Lardon and Owen. He asks how long he's been out, feeling like he's been lying there forever. Lardon tells him he's been asleep for a whole day, but since he looked so peaceful, they figured it was best not to wake him. Bro glances over and says their presence probably means everything's under control now. Awin confirms it, saying it's all thanks to Ronan for taking down Bajura. The magic that had been messing with people seems to have disappeared along with Bajura. They've been keeping an eye on things and thankfully nobody seems to have any weird side effects or anything like that. Meanwhile, Elizabeth has finished her treatment and is diving right into helping fix the messed up mage tower. Even though everyone tells her to take it easy, she flat out refuses. She insists that as Alicia's priestess, she must guide people during chaos. Oddly enough, San just woke up, but she's been acting kind of weird. From the moment she wakes up, she's been following Elizabeth around like a shadow. My guy is curious about how the two families are getting along despite some rising tensions. Just knowing they're managing brings him relief because it means he can go back without worries. Then he half jokes that they are planning a cheesy farewell party. Tower Master Lardon and Awan look startled and quickly say no such thing is happening. But secretly both stash away their farewell plans for later. Then Lardon says they can't possibly send their savior off empty-handed. Even though their gift can't really compare to what Ronan did for them, he hopes Ronan will take it as a thank you. When they open the box, it reveals the first-rank Mage Tower badge since it will prove that Ronan's now a VIP of Dawn. With it, he gets full access to all the Mage Tower's facilities and perks that only high-ranking mages can enjoy. That includes entry to Harren and the exclusive business exchange for mages. Along with the earlier scrolls, they've also written down a few useful spells and hope they'll come in handy down the road. These gifts are their way of declaring that the Mage Tower of Dawn will always be allied with Ronan. They bow their heads respectfully, thanking him again for bringing the light of dawn back to their tower. Feeling overwhelmed, Ronan tries to stop them and says he gets it and they don't need to bow. He insists he's fine, but before he can finish, Awan steps forward. He conjures fire and creates a barrier, impressing Ronan. They say it's time to talk about the forbidden book. Time goes by and is standing quietly by the ocean, looking pretty down. Ronan shows up and her face lights up when she sees him. She asks how he's doing and why he's already out and about when he should be resting. Ronan brushes it off, saying that Bajura took such good care of him that he didn't really get hurt, but he needs to get back to Fian soon and has something on his mind before he goes. He has a tough time bringing up Saranti, but unexpectedly Air tells him he doesn't have to explain anything. He asks if she already knows what happened to Saranti and her face falls. Earlier when she met Ronan, Sarant had shown up out of nowhere. In this mystical way, the old elf apologized for leaving so abruptly. He thanked her for keeping him in her heart as a nice memory. He was taken aback by his sudden appearance. Still, before he vanished, Saranti wished her peaceful days ahead and called her his dear friend. Thinking back, Air realizes Saranti was definitely a bit odd, but he had a warmth about him. Her voice shakes as she talks about him, admitting he was strange, but also caring in his own unique way. Tears stream down her face as she remembers him. With that last chat behind them, it's time for Ronan to head back to the academy. Back at Filion in the training area, Ronan is standing around trying to focus while gripping his sword. The wind swirls around him, but everything feels pretty normal. He's thinking about the mana flowing through him and the sword chi that's coming off his blade. But then he spots this weird sparkly thing, and he just can't figure it out. No matter how hard he looks, he recognizes that it's the mana of the stars that those annoying cultists use. He can't help but curse Bajura under his breath. Inside him, there's a solid circle of mana, and he wonders what Bajura has done to him. A few days ago, it was sunny under the flame barrier created by Owen. Ronan asked the Tower Master and Owen if they were really serious about handing him the forbidden book, Bajura. He admits he's curious about the book, but questions if it's really a good idea to give it to him. He's worried something might go wrong if he takes it. Owen tells him not to sweat it. Owen explains that they've confirmed the demon in the book is totally gone, meaning it's just a treasure trove of knowledge now. If anyone found out, the magic tower might get slammed with criticism. Still, they've decided to give it to Ronan since he seems to carry some of Bajura's energy in him. My guy is left puzzled, and Lardon mentions they think our dude's body actually absorbed Bajura instead of the other way around. He reassures Bro that if that wasn't true, they would have sensed bad energy from the book. Lardon insists our hero shouldn't see it as a bad thing since this was just their solution to the Bajura issue. In the present, Ronin mutters and grumbles to himself, but he can see what's ahead. Thinking about Joppa, he knows he'll take him down if they cross paths again. He's glad nobody else can see the star mana because if anyone did and misunderstood it, they will get the wrong idea about it. Suddenly, someone asks my guy about the wrong idea. It's Nabarro's and she pops up behind him, catching our dude off guard. Bro yells in shock and instinctively attacks while shouting at her. Nabio notices that my boy's sword game has stepped up and asks if he found some sort of enlightenment while they were apart. Finally realizing it's Nabarro's who startled him, our hero steps back and hides his sword. He tries to explain that it's not his fault she shows up looking all menacing. Nabarro's walks closer asking what went down at the Mage Tower of Dawn and how he managed to get a core. A bit confused, Ronin wonders if what's inside him is actually a core and not something worse like a tumor. Nabarro's is pretty annoyed because Ronin compared a sacred core to a tumor. She thinks she already went over this in class. She asks if he dozed off and Ronin quickly apologizes. She lets out a sigh and explains that the core is earned by someone who puts in endless training with mana and has fought in tons of battles. It's like a special blessing for a true swordsman. Basically, it's a heart that's been filled with mana so many times that it can now hold mana directly. Developing a core is a big deal and marks a shift in someone's life. The mana in the core is super dense, way thicker than the regular mana around. This packed power is what lets someone unlock their aura, making core cultivation a significant milestone. For a swordsman, having a core means they've leveled up and stepped into a new realm where their skills will never be the same. Nabarro's knows it usually takes decades of practice to get a core. Yet, Ronin has one with just a few months of experience. What's weirder is that it's not even in his heart, but in some unknown form, suggesting he might actually have two cores. Ronin is surprised to learn it's such a big deal. Nabarro's doesn't dig deeper, knowing she'll hear more about what's going on at the Mage Tower of Dawn later, so she tells him to duel her. Ronin's taken aback and wonders how they got to that point. Nabarro's explains that a swordsman needs to test out their new powers. Even though it's a hassle for her as his instructor, she's willing to deal with it. She believes Ronin learns better by doing rather than just thinking. Ronin turns a bit pale and points out that she doesn't seem bothered by it at all. When Nabarro's charges at him, Ronin takes up a combat stance. She encourages him and they clash swords, causing a huge mess around them. Ronin gets pushed back and can't help but think that it feels like she's actually trying to take him out. Nabi charges at him again and he raises his sword just in time to block her attack, sending shock waves through the ground. Ronin realizes that going toe-to-toe with her strength would be pointless as his body just couldn't take it. But if he can throw her off balance for a moment, he might just get a shot in. Thinking back to how Grantius Rat managed to do it, he feels the purple orb of light inside him pulse with energy. Suddenly, his foot is glowing like it's covered in stars. He unleashes a burst of power, wrapping Nabarro's legs with a shimmering string. Ronin's face lights up with excitement, but then confusion washes over him. It becomes clear that he's made a mistake. Nabarro's is stuck in some shiny strings while Ronin realizes it's clearly Dolan's aura. He's confused about how this happened since the strings cover the ground everywhere. Nabarro's points out the technique he used to trap their enemy, noting that he seems to have picked up a lot of skills at the Mage Tower. She warns him that in battle, moves like this can mean life or death. And if he doesn't have more to show her, she'll come at him seriously. With that devilish grin on her face, Ronin starts to panic and yells at her not to take the fight too seriously because he's got to figure out what's going on first. Suddenly, Nabarro's breaks free from the strings. Ronin's purple orb starts turning black and he feels dizzy, stumbling to the ground. Nabarro's notices something's off and sees him collapse. Inside the academy, someone comments on how foolish the swordsman can be. Jerden teases Nabarro's, telling her this isn't a battlefield, and her actions have led to Ronin being mana dehydrated. He calls her a long sword rascal. Nabarro's is annoyed and asks if he's taking care of Ronin. Jerry says it's a pointless question since he's a master at this stuff. After Ronin takes a potion, Jerry notices a rebound effect because of a sudden surge in mana. He assures Nabarro's that with the mana potions and medicine, Ronin will bounce back quickly and tell her to get moving and grab some meds for him. He adds that giving off such a strong aura will just mess with Ronin's recovery. Nabarro's is irritated, saying she didn't expect Ronin to be so weak. She asks what medicine he needs and heads out. Ronin thanks the professor and explains that he lost all his strength, so it really caught him off guard. Jerry interrupts, saying that's not the issue at hand. He mentions that every time Ronin shows up, something happens that usually only occurs once in a lifetime. Jeridan tells Ronin to see things from his perspective, pointing out that the energy he feels is something he's never encountered before. He asks if it's Bajura's power, and Ronin is shocked, wondering how he got it. Jeridan says he used to talk a lot with Awan, who asked him to keep an eye on Ronin to make sure Bajura's power doesn't become dangerous. Ronin has a question, but Jeridan interrupts him, saying not to worry if he's going to ask whether it's risky. Jeridan notices that the energy coming off the Forbidden Book is stabilizing in a surprisingly solid way. If you don't know about Bajura, you might think it had to do with the core being in a weird spot. He mentions that they still need to dig deeper, but if all goes well, it might be possible to use it as a core that taps into the aura. The news hits Ronin hard, and he jumps up. Aura is something totally personal that only one person can access it at a time. The secret to entering this world lies in the strongest emotions someone has ever felt. Whether it's the pain of failing at something, a sudden burst of inspiration, or some deep-rooted regret, when that emotion connects with the mana built up in someone's core, it triggers a powerful force. That's what aura is all about. Ronin thinks this is incredible, that's something he never thought could happen. But he can't shake off that feeling from earlier, the one he's sure was Dolan's aura playing out again. It feels impossible that someone's unique aura could be imitated. So, he wonders if Bajura's core could be responsible for that. Jeridan then tells Ronin they still need to check in with Professor Secret. He casually mentions that Ronin is pretty lucky. Ronin is lost for a second. Jeridan is referring to Ronin's curse and shares that out of the 8 curses he had, 2 are now gone. Ronin is baffled by that. Girdan can see that Ronin is taken aback and explains that he sensed Bajura merging with 2 of the curses. It's a weird situation since merging curses is basically unheard of. For that to happen, they would need to pinpoint the exact origin. Ronin realizes it has to do with the nebula classifier. There are so many things going on in his body that he can't wrap his head around. Jeridan stays upbeat and says that one day Ronin will figure it all out. Under the bright sky, Ronin strolls down the street and clutches a book. He mutters to himself about how he thought Bajura was totally out of his mind just based on that look in his eyes. But even after death, Bajura feels disgustingly soggy. He grumbles about the cursed book and what it's done to him. Ronin tells himself not to overthink it. Even with his doubts, at least 2 pesky curses are gone. That's got to count for something. He figures he shouldn't be picky about getting rid of those jerks from the order. So, he decides to take things slow while he investigates. Then, he starts to hear someone crying and calling his name. It's a cell while Ronin is stoked to see him, asking if he came all the way to find him since it's been forever. He's curious how he tracked him down. He keeps talking as a cell runs toward him. Suddenly, there's an explosion and a cell looks terrified as he shouts for him to save him. Ronin is confused at first, but then he freezes when he sees that it's a huge shredded-up lion hybrid growling and roaring. He just stares, wondering what kind of monster that is. The ground shakes under Ronin's feet, and he blinks, trying to figure out if he's seeing things. What on earth is happening while he's at the Mage Tower for something like this to pop up at school? As he scans the scene, his eyes land on the manticore. It's clear what the beast wants, and it's way too close to devouring a cell. Manticores are from the northwest. They're brutal monsters that love to feast on flesh, built like tanks with muscles of steel and scorpion tails packed with paralyzing venom. They're even considered more dangerous than wyverns. Our hero isn't too worried about the situation. It's a chance to see if Bajura's core really lets him tap into someone else's aura. He focuses on his heart and the core, pulling mana straight from Bajura instead of from himself. He fine-tunes his technique. When he fights Navos, he loses control and passes out from too much mana. This time he keeps that in mind. He pictures himself taking a single step. Everything feels different now. He stands his ground and a glowing light bursts out. Assel feels it too. That light turns into threads that wrap around the manticore holding it in place. Ronin feels a rush of relief that it actually works and his curiosity gets satisfied. But then out of nowhere, the manticore breaks free and they both go pale in shock. He hints that it might be possible, but the force feels weaker than he expects. Maybe it's not as powerful as the original. The manticore opens its mouth and charges at him and he pulls out his sword. Out of the blue, a yellow beam of light shoots out, nailing the manticore and tearing into the ground. The beast stops dead in its tracks. Ronan and Asel are both just standing there, stunned as the beam stretches up into the sky before fading away. Then someone shows up asking if they're okay. Ronan can't believe that it's Professor Vaughn. Our boy just takes out a manicure with one hit. Clearly, the instructors are still way stronger than him. Moments later, the place is a wreck, but they've managed to capture the manticore, and the crowd is getting more worked up. Vaughn steps up, gently, placing a hand on the creature's side, apologizing for the pain it's feeling. He knows that if the creature causes any more trouble, the Empire won't just overlook it. He tells everyone this is the best he can do. A soft golden glow starts to surround Vaughn. It's subtle, but clearly powerful. Ronan squints and wonders if that's his aura, since it feels like some next-level body enhancement magic. Either way, he's seriously impressed that the professor takes down such a feared beast so easily. Vaughn seems like a pretty chill guy, but he definitely has a tough side, too. The professor steps back from the manticore, keeping a close eye on it. Turning to the boys, Vaughn admits he's not sure what to say. He doesn't expect the manticore to actually break out of its stronghold. He bows his head, feeling responsible as the organizer of the 100 Beast Festival. Ronan shrugs it off, reassuring him that it's all good. If anything, he gets to see something really rare. Ronan then asks what the festival is all about. Asel figures Ronan hasn't heard of it since he just got back. He fills him in saying Fian is busy getting ready for the 100 Beast Festival, which is a big deal where the Empire shows off its rarest monsters. People travel from all over, hoping to see creatures that they would never get a chance to see otherwise. Our hero remembers seeing it on the schedule and thinks it would be fun to check out since it seems so unique. Ronan asks the professor what he plans to do about the incident and wonders if it could lead to a cancellation. The professor says the center has high expectations and that something like this won't stop the event. Plus, it's the first time they're revealing it. The next day at the nest, Ronan meets up with Asel and Maria. He reassures them not to stress about the 100 Beast Festival, but admits there's one thing he still doesn't get. Is it really that special? Everyone is buzzing about it, and he's curious about the hype. He figures it'll be fun to watch, but doesn't really expect it to be such a big deal. Maria thinks this year's 100 Beast Festival is going to be totally different. There's going to be a pair of doppelgangers showing up like an alpha and an omega. These doppelgangers are super rare since they can mimic someone after making eye contact and reading their mind. The alpha takes the form of someone the target loves, while the omega turns into someone they hate or fear. Maria says people would pay serious cash just to witness that, but since doppelgangers don't come around often, most folks never get to see them. Seeing a pair for free is enough to make people go crazy over the event. She asks Ronan if he wants to check it out, too, now that he knows what's up. Ronan pictures the alpha turning into eye roll and the omega into a heyuda, and it kind of annoys him. Still, he thinks it's pretty interesting. He mentions that all kinds of people will be hitting the academy, and when that happens, he's sure Professor Vaughn will be swamped because uninvited guests always drop by. Meanwhile, some guys in robes are talking quietly. One of them says the higher-ups have sent their orders. He hands a paper to another guy and tells him to memorize it and take care of it. Our boy nods and says they won't mess it up. It's all for Calabaro's honor. Later on, Ronan gets everyone together to talk about the 100 Beast Festival, but he quickly shifts gears to the real reason for the meeting. He tells them he has a special gift. He hands a book to Asel and mentions it's a valuable item acquired from the Mage Tower of Dawn. Our hero knows that reading this isn't going to be a walk in the park for Asel. From what he's heard, every single page is packed with magical seals or something like that. He figures it'll take her a whole day just to crack one page. He tells her to take it easy with it. Asel is pretty surprised. She doesn't think something like this would even exist. Ronan asks if she can figure it out. Asel replies that every page looks like a complicated maze, but she can make out some bits of the text. With growing excitement, she says that if she's patient, she'll eventually get through the whole thing. But honestly, really understanding it is another story. The stuff in there is so advanced and complex, it's basically groundbreaking. She compliments Ronan, calling him awesome, and asks how he gets his hands on such a crazy magic book. Remembering how tough it is, Ronan just says it's probably best if she doesn't know. Then he turns to Maria and tells her to catch up with Professor Vaughn whenever she gets a chance. He mentions that there's an exciting opportunity where she could really hit the jackpot. Ronan shares that the professor has finally figured out how to cultivate Saranti's herbs perfectly and is gearing up to start making potions from them, which will be sent all over the empire. He strongly suggests that Maria's Caribal merchandising should handle the distribution. Ronan thinks Maria probably knows how effective those herbs are. And with her business skills, it won't be long before she strikes it rich. Maria's eyes light up with excitement at the news. Then Ronan gets up and says he wants to see how much they've both improved. It's been a while and he admits he has some expectations. Maria grins and says she's all about that and she's got plenty to show him. Ronan encourages her to keep that energy going. He tells her to grab her weapon and follow him because they're about to have a duel. Estelle gets up, too, but Ronan tells her to stick to studying the magic book instead. He thinks it'll help Assel get stronger and be more effective than training right now. They say their goodbyes, and Estelle watches them head out. Their chatter light and happy, especially with Maria's bright smile. A flicker of sadness passes over Estelle's face. For a moment, she feels like she's drifting away from her. 2 weeks later, at the Galleon building, two people are standing in the middle of the arena. Adashan announces that this is their 5th and 14th shot at it. She asks if they're ready. Brown steps into position and his opponent is none other than our hero. Adashan starts the countdown. At 3, Brown pulls out his sword. By 2, he's already giving off some serious mana vibes. At 1, she blows the whistle. As soon as the signal rings out, Brown races forward, his sword shining with energy. Ronan just stands there, even though Brown is only inches away. Right as the blade gets close, he feels something stir inside him. Brown suddenly stops. His sword doesn't even touch Ronan. It's like some invisible strings are holding him and his weapon back. Brown comments that he can't move and calls it an awesome skill. Ronan lets out a sigh of relief and thanks him for trying. Adashan gives Ronan a high five, saying his mana output is just right, like speed and balance on point. She's really impressed that he hits that level in just 2 weeks. Ronan nods, saying it's all thanks to their help. They analyze his skills and pinpoint what he's missing. They also show him how to fix those little issues. He mentions that Brown uses his full strength, which really helps him concentrate and adds more force to his technique. He keeps quiet about the aura actually belonging to someone else, though. Brown jumps in, saying he learns a ton from Ronan. He's blown away that Ronan doesn't even bat an eye when a sword is right by his neck. That kind of bravery is what every swordsman should have, he says. He thanks Ronan for helping him set a new goal. With a grin, Brown declares Ronan the best club leader ever. Ronan chuckles, liking Brown's energy. Brown decides it's time to train solo for now and tells Ronan to hit him up anytime if he wants someone to aim for his neck again. Once Brown leaves, Ronan reflects on all he's accomplished just by tapping into Dolan's aura. But there's still a nagging feeling that something's off. He thinks back to the golden aura of Professor Vaughn. No matter how hard he tries, he runs out of mana long before he can even come close to replicating it. He wonders if stronger auras are simply tougher to recreate. Maybe if he catches a glimpse of it a few more times, he could figure it out. But the professor's busy and asking him to show his aura again might just be a hassle. He's at a loss for what to do. Right when he's deep in thought, someone shows up looking for him. It's Barry, the professor's assistant. Barry seems happy that Ronan remembers him. Ronan mentions he's seen him around before and asks what's up. Barry says the professor has already left and left a note behind. In it, the professor says to ask Ronan for help if anything tricky comes up while he's away. Ronan's surprised. The professor takes off with the festival around the corner. He asks what Barry means. Barry explains that some creatures from Theo Hall have gone missing. Not just any creatures, these are the most important ones for the 100 Beast Festival. The doppelgangers. Ronan looks puzzled and asks what that's all about. The three of them make their way to Theo Hall and all the soldiers give a respectful nod as they pass by. Barry mentions it's been a while since the professor took off. He bolted right after the incident, so it's been 2 weeks already. Ronan furrows his brow, trying to connect the dots and asks if it ties back to when the Manticore broke loose. Barry confirms it is, explaining that the professor thinks something's off about the whole situation, which is why he decided to look into it on his own. Barry has no clue what the professor found out, but he can't shake off the expression on the guy's face. It was the angriest he's ever seen him. The next day, in the stillness of his office, the professor drops a letter on that table Barry mentioned earlier, and then walks out. In the letter, he tells Barry to reach out to Ronan if anything tough pops up. Ronin crosses his arms, letting out a frustrated sigh, saying it's tough after all. The valuable doppelgangers have escaped from their cages and disappeared. Not far off, Adashan is staring at the broken mirrors with a weary look. Ronin turns to her and asks if she's found anything. Adashan thinks the accident wasn't just some random event. Barry feels a shiver at her words, his voice coming out all shaky. She goes on to explain that the cage is specially designed for when doppelgangers change. It's made from this super tough glass alloy. And she figures they get how strong that stuff is without needing a whole lecture. So breaking the cage for no good reason is not possible. She points out that most of the glass pieces are actually on the inside, not outside. There's this faint glow coming from the shards, showing that high-density mana is still hanging around. It's solid proof that something powerful smashed into the glass from the outside and broke it, even though it's made of that super tough stuff. Taking all this into consideration, she thinks it's probably a planned terrorist attack. She suspects someone has been after the doppelgangers from the beginning. Barry looks pretty shaken by what she just said. Ronin, on the other hand, stays quiet, but his mind is racing. He believes the Grand Commander definitely earned her title. Her insight is spot on, and he agrees with her because without that explanation, nothing about this whole situation makes sense. He's felt uneasy ever since he stepped into the area. He says that if her theory is right, then this is a big deal. He looks around worried, his voice getting louder as he warns that there are dangerous criminals on campus. And if they don't do something fast, things could get really bad. He turns to Barry and asks if he agrees. Barry doesn't respond right away. Clearly intimidated and looking tense and unsure, Ronin insists they need to start investigating right now. He asks Barry to get some help from the knights at the entrance because trying to find the culprits on their own would be way too tough. But Barry just stands there looking puzzled as if confusion is all over his face. Adashan tells him to hang on after noticing some suspicious stuff related to this whole mess. Her focused look makes her seem like a detective who just stumbled upon a clue. Ronin motions for her to stop and says there's no need to stress. It won't take long. He waits for everyone to quiet down again and promises that if the knights pitch in, they'll be totally safe. He headed over to the knights looking ready to chat about how his school life is a mess. Even though everyone thinks he's a top student, he still feels like a lost kid just trying to get by. He mentions that being in the limelight during times like this is super draining. He asks the knights if they feel the same way. They just remain quiet. Ronin says the knights are all pretty quiet, looking serious and cool, but their actions tell a different story. With a sarcastic smile, he points out that their response is a mess, leaving the knights both angry and confused. One of them asks what he means. Ronin gives a sideways glance and explains that even after the assistant calls for them, they don't bother checking things out while students are already in the thick of it. What really bugs him is that none of the knights notice what Adashan is pointing out. Plus, they're acting like everything's fine. Even though this whole mess is on them for not doing their job, there's not even a hint of guilt on their faces. Ronin just doesn't get it. He flat out asks if they're getting paid so little that they've lost all motivation. One knight snaps back, saying that's nonsense and that it's just a freak accident. He questions whether they really need to explain themselves to a student, but Ronin cuts him off with his sarcastic grin, asking about the blood on their armor, the one thing they definitely don't want anyone to see. He points out that there's no reason for anyone to have blood on them in Filion. Fixing them with a hard stare, he demands to know who they really are. One knight hisses back, calling Ronin an idiot, and they all pull out their knives, saying the kid must have a death wish. Ronin tells them they'll see soon enough who actually has a death wish, suggesting that it'll all become clear in just a moment. Before he can finish, one of the knights in the back suddenly slits the throat of the knight in front of him. The others freeze in shock. Ronin looks just as stunned as everyone else, struggling to believe his eyes as blood sprays everywhere and the dying knight chokes. The remaining two knights yell at the attacker, calling him a traitor. The area immediately turns into a chaos of combat. Before the others can react, the attacker closes in, slashing one knight and then grabbing the other to slit his throat, too. He kicks both bodies aside and steps over them. The knight on the ground curses the attacker, but then freezes when he sees the blade raised again. He starts begging for his life. Ronin still doesn't have a clue about what's going on and watches quietly, trying to figure out who this guy is. Then the knight turns to him and Ronin feels a wave of danger gripping his sword as the knight approaches. But instead of attacking, the man stops and bows politely. He asks if Sir Ronin has seen how he handles those filthy criminals. Ronan stands there confused. The knight speaks calmly, insisting he's nothing like those guys, and doesn't want Ronan thinking they're on the same team. Still puzzled, Ronan asks what he means. But then, a memory suddenly hits him. He pauses, the voice sounding familiar. As the knight removes his helmet, recognition crashes over him like a wave, and he finally realizes who it is. He stares and asks if he's Belis. The man smiles, completely chill despite the chaos around them, saying, "It's been a while," and asking how Ronan has been. Our hero's on his knees and Ronan gives Balraz a playful look at his unexpected entrance. With a sharp tone, he tells Balra to get to the point and not twist his little act of kindness into something it's not. Just because he's showing a bit of mercy doesn't mean he's a pushover. Ronan makes it clear he's definitely not the soft type. Ballas in response assures him he'll fill him in on everything, not leaving out a single detail. He starts by saying he can never forget the moment he was saved because it was a total game share for him. That day wasn't just a shift. It reshaped who he was. He vividly remembers when Ronan handed him a new mission to stay in Calabaro, act as a spy, and team up with him to take down the organization from the inside. Balra talks about how hard he's worked since then, tackling all sorts of risky tasks to gather intel. His efforts start to pay off, and before long, he gets noticed by Calabaro's higher-ups, and he eventually earns the title of Wolf, a rank that's only given to the most trusted members. Because of his position, he gets the inside scoop on important secrets like where their headquarters are and what poaching operations are coming up. Following Ronan's lead, he passes all this info to a guy named Vaughn, making sure it gets to the right people without raising any eyebrows. Our hero remembers the professor talking about an unknown ally, someone who's been working behind the scenes to mess up Calabaro's plans. Balras admits looking a bit nervous that he's the one who takes the armor but has no clue where it's actually from since he's just in charge of communications. He doesn't know the source of the supplies. He really hopes Ronan will trust him. Ronan can't help but admire how hard Balus works, but he's curious about why he's keeping things under wraps. Calabaro might be reckless, but they're not dumb enough to go after Fion. So, what's really pushing them to make such a bold move? Balraz explains that lately Calabaro has become something of a joke. His spying has helped Vorin and the Imperial Guards take out almost half of Calabaro's branches. Plus, his efforts to mess up poaching operations have created a ton of chaos, leading to rumors that Calabaro is nearing its end. With a proud grin, Ballas admits he's the one who started those rumors. He thinks the higher-ups are starting to freak out and want to grab back their power. Their desperate plan is to hijack the 100 Beast Festival. Ronan finally gets it. With everyone focused on the festival, snatching the doppelgangers and the stars of the show would be Calabaro's way of saying they still matter. But then he sigh. It all just feels pointless now. He's about to wrap up the operation when Belra steps in. He tells everyone that the doppelgangers are just the beginning. The real deal is to take control of every species at the festival. To pull that off, Calabaro sends in its elite squad, Arundel. Just then, the door flies open and the enemy knights are already taken out. Balro looks shocked, but our guy stays chill. Adashan walks in grinning. She's glad to see Ronan and confirms what he suspected, that those guys aren't legit guards. After Ronan heads out, she and the team start questioning the captured guys and their real identities come to light. Since Adashan knocks them all out, getting answers won't be an issue. Ronan gives her props for a job well done and then turns to Barry with a worried expression, asking what's up. Adashan chimes in saying she's not sure, but Barry has looked a bit pale for a while now. Ronan is still trying to wrap his head around the fact that there are spies among them, which is not something easy to take in. On the other hand, Barry never expected to see the sweet and gentle Ashen unleash such a fierce side. She tackles all the guards single-handedly like a warrior. Once the dust settles, Ashen spots the guy standing behind Ronan and asks who he is. Ballas introduces himself politely, claiming to be a former henchman of the corrupt Calabaro. He talks with a sort of bold energy, saying he's been given a new lease on life. Then he calls himself Ronan's Blessing and drops his name. Adashan looks a bit confused at the mention of Blessing. Ronan tells her he'll fill her in later, but right now they've got bigger issues to tackle. Still shocked, Adashan asks if it's true that Calabaro didn't just put fake knights in one place, but has spread his influence all over. Ball agrees and explains that the doppelgangers are just a distraction. The real plan is to capture all the different species gathered for the 100 Beast Festival. Since the doppelgangers are the main attraction of the festival, if they go missing, it would create panic and divert everyone's attention. In that chaos, Calabaro plans to take advantage of the security lapses to grab the remaining species. He then drops an important detail. The whole operation kicks off once the full moon lines up with the top of Theo Hall's steeple, and that moment is now. He's pretty sure others are already in their spots. Ronan starts to think, now that they've got the plan down, taking out the enemy shouldn't be too tough. But rushing in isn't the way to go. It's smarter to let Calabaro think everything is going as planned. Let them get too comfy. The smaller threats don't stress him out. What he really can't ignore is Arundel. Werewolves are part of a tough group of war humans that's all about the fight. The Woolump tribe is particularly brutal and strong. 5 years back, Arundel, the deadliest weapon from Calabaro, wiped out the entire Woolump tribe in one night. After that massacre, Calabaro went from being a small-time poaching gang to a seriously feared crime organization with some serious muscle. With Arundel now in the mix, it's obvious that Calabaro is risking it all. Ronan notices this, and if they're all in, so is he. He tells Barry to quietly tip off the Imperial forces about what's going down. Without looking back, Ronan heads off, promising Barry they'll get the doppelgangers back no matter what happens. Ronan thinks Arundel is the kind who likes to show off, but knows what he's doing. If he's grabbed the doppelgangers, he must be feeling pretty cocky. That means if they can locate the doppelgangers first, Arundel will come running straight for them. Ronan is determined to seize that opportunity to finish this fight once and for all. As dusk falls, a guy sits there munching on meat like some wild beast. He has this primal vibe like a predator just waiting to pounce. Once he finishes eating, he tosses the leftovers away and grumbles about being bored. He's getting annoyed waiting for the prey to bite. Every second feels like a test of his patience. He grumbles that the Manticore and the doppelgangers are just distractions. What he really wants is for Vaughn to step out of the shadow so he can skin him alive. This time in the forest, 3 people are present and they all look familiar. Adashan captures the animals in the area. Belra expects her to be great since she's able to deal with the Calabaro gang by herself. But seeing her in action makes him think she is truly extraordinary. He turns to Ronan and asks what he plans to do with the nails. Our hero answers calmly that he is going to use the animals to find the doppelgangers. Let them sense their presence, track their trail, and lead the way. Beloyus is surprised to learn that it's even possible. Our hero is confident because the future commander, Adashan, is more than capable. While magic swirls around her hands, she thanks the animals as they listen to her. And the next moment, they take off into the forest, guided by instinct and her power. Deep in another part of the forest, a fox is sprinting away. But this is not an ordinary fox. It's the doppelganger Omega Fox. Above it, a bird filled with Odishan's magic flies, silently watching its target. Just as it swoops down to strike, the fox suddenly senses the danger. Its eyes glimmer and it changes shape. It looks like it's wrapped in a bubble of flesh. And when it comes out, a snake slithers out. The snake launches upward in an instant and attacks the bird. The bird sees it coming, but it is too late and is savagely eaten. That vision is related to Adashan. She quickly alerts our boy that she has found one and points in the direction. She tells them that it's a snake that the doppelganger transformed. Ronan nods and praises her good work. He says with a hint of pride in his voice. He says it has to be the Omega and moves to give the order, but before he can speak, Belus suddenly dashes forward. Leave it to me, he calls out. Ronan pauses, surprised by the sudden move. As he rushes toward the snake, Balra says his past might be shameful, but he's still a wolf of Calabaro, and Ronan doesn't need to waste his time on it because Belus believes he's enough to deal with it. And in an instant, this dude really does the job. He manages to grab it. The Omega writhes and twists, trying to escape, but it's no use. He holds its neck tightly and tells the snake to calm down since he's not planning to hurt it. Our hero gets annoyed and calls Belraus an idiot. Belra happily reports that he has resolved one problem, but our boy scolds him for making eye contact with it. He just told him that Omegas transform based on the target's negative emotions, which means fears and terrors included. The realization hits Bell and instantly his smile fades with a creeping fear. The snake begins to change form. Realizing the part about fears and terrors, Balra gets worried. The snake turns into Sita. Balra freezes as the bird lets out a cute sound. He tears up, remembering the agony he endured because of the bird. Then the creature flies away. It heads toward Ronin and grabs his face and looks directly into his eyes. Ronin flinches, surprised by the contact, but before he can react, the creature flies off. Ronin knows this is bad because he just made eye contact with it. He's worried it might transform into someone like a Hayuta, which will be annoying to deal with. He clenches his jaws as he needs to catch it. Before things spiral out of control, Ronin takes off running at full speed. Without looking back, he tells Adashan to take Ball Rouse and track down the Alpha. He'll deal with the Omega himself. Ronin races ahead, already expecting the doppelganger to have transformed, but he doesn't see anyone who resembles a Hayuta, and hiding should be impossible with its size. He also finds it strange that there are human footprints, but the mana traces are clearly those of a doppelganger. It makes him wonder who it transformed into. The closer Ronin gets, the stronger the killing intent he feels. He thinks of the guy who gave him the curses. He moves cautiously with one hand, ready to draw his sword at any moment. In his mind, he tells himself that no matter who it is, he'll deal with it. But he can't finish the thought. He freezes as he sees the figure the Omega has transformed into. The sight catches him completely off guard. Blood drips from the enemy's sword. The person speaks in a low voice saying he can't protect anyone. Our hero watches the guy repeat that again and again. He sees himself saying that he didn't protect anyone. This is Ronin before he traveled back in time. The version he's scared of more than anything else is the one who couldn't save the people he loved. The doppelganger slowly turns to face him and Ronin stops dead in his tracks. He can't believe what he's looking at. The figure in front of him isn't a Hayuta. It's him. The one person he's terrified of is himself. It hits him that maybe that's why there's this mindless killing vibe coming at him. The doppelganger says again that it can't protect anyone. Then it outright blames Ronin, saying he's the reason it couldn't save anyone. Out of nowhere, it lunges at him. Our hero is caught off guard. He quickly deflects the attack with his sword. It's a heavy hit, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. The force of the wind is intense. He remembers hearing that doppelgangers pick up some memories and skills from the people they copy. But this one, it's like he's looking at himself from the past. He realizes that if this version of him fought a Hayuta, things are going to get tough. He figures he'll need to create some distance and buy himself some time. Out of nowhere, the doppelganger suddenly lets go and tosses the sword aside. Ronin, completely caught off guard by the move, stumbles and loses his balance. He didn't expect it to let go, and that sudden shift throws him off. Then, the doppelganger grabs his hair and yanks his head back, holding a knife just inches from his throat, ready to slash. Luckily, he manages to block the blade. He scoffs, pointing out how this weak fighting style really is just like him. With a smirk, he tightens his grip, using just the sheath of his sword to fend off the attack. Weirdly, he's actually grateful to the doppelganger. It's making him remember something he thought he'd forgotten. He calls it a damn disciplined soldier, and as a thank you, he jabs it with the sheath. It doesn't go in deep, but it's enough to throw Omega Ronin off. The creature snarls in annoyance while our guy takes a quick step back, ready for whatever comes next. Even though he's keeping his guard up, he barely dodges a blow that almost takes his head off. He realizes that's just how he used to fight. A wild man isn't really different from an animal. Someone who just goes for an attack without thinking, with no real strategy, just trying to stay alive. No finesse, no control, just raw instinct and panic. Ronin knows he can't afford to mess up even once. One slow breath and he's out of the game. He keeps a close eye on the doppelganger as it moves. Suddenly, it drags its sword through the dirt, kicking up a cloud of dust right in his face. The doppelganger looks caught off guard. Ronin squints and asks what's so surprising. It should know what he's thinking. After all, they're basically the same. Their swords collide. Ronin realizes he didn't leave a serious mark, and he's shocked that it managed to dodge him. It glares at him like it's ready to kill. Then, using the momentum from dodging, it headbutts him hard. The impact is no joke. As Ronin stumbles back, blood spilling from his mouth as he coughs like crazy. He curses that tough bastard, but before he can even get his bearings, a sudden kick slams into him. Totally caught off guard, he gets sent flying through the air. When he crashes back down, he's groaning in pain. This wasn't just a simple push, he got launched. While Ronin was soaring through the air, it hit him all of a sudden, as if this doppelganger is really him. It's not going to stop at just one kick. If he's right, that other version is already gearing up to finish him off. He crashes hard into a boulder, pain shooting through him, but he grits his teeth and prepares for what's coming next. A loud explosion rattles the forest and smoke fills the air. A blade embeds itself in the stone next to him, barely missing him by inches. He can't help but stare at the blade and think about how close he just came to dying. Anger bubbles up inside him, realizing this Omega version of himself is just way too powerful. He starts to think about a risky move. Maybe if he can make eye contact with someone else, the doppelganger will switch again, and that version will be easier to deal with. But before he can act, someone else steps into view. The guy says their boy isn't the prey he was after. Ronin feels a surge of energy and hopes it's Vaughn, but he's let down to see it's just a kid causing chaos in his hunting grounds. The huge intimidating guy turns to the kid and asks, "Who are you?" "This is Arendelle, the guy we talked about earlier." Our hero picks up on this strong smell of blood coming from him along with this intense vibe that makes it feel like there's a wild beast right there. It hits him that Ball's description matches him perfectly. That's when he realizes this guy is Arendelle. Ronin doesn't see it coming at all. He always figured they'd run into each other someday, but not like this. The timing is just off. Arendelle asks if he's scared. When Ronin doesn't respond, Arendelle's smile starts to fade as he catches a whiff of something in the air. It's a scent that's faint but familiar, and he realizes he hadn't planned for this. Today was supposed to go perfectly, but now that he's picked up on it, he can't just let the kid walk away. He asks Ronin why he smells like the doppelganger Omega, and Ronin's heart drops. He mutters a curse under his breath. Without warning, Arendelle lunges at him, claiming everything is going just fine. Their blades clash, ringing out with a sharp sound. Arendelle boasts about catching the Alpha and now tracking down the Omega's scent. Ronin didn't see that coming. Arendelle steps closer, telling him he has the worst luck. Our hero manages to block the blow with his sword. He realizes that the buzz about Arendelle being Calabaro's toughest executive isn't just talk. Ronin can feel how hard his hits are. He knows that one solid blow could take him out, especially since he's in such rough shape. And there's still another issue. The Omega that was after him earlier, the one that should have finished him off, is now lurking around totally silent and hiding its intent to kill. That silence says it all. His past self is just waiting for the right moment to make a move, which means he's got to act fast. He needs to wrap this up now. In a flash, Ronin lunges forward as his blade catches Arendelle off guard, slicing a shallow cut across his neck. Arendelle winces and complains that it stings and oddly praises him. Out of nowhere, he throws a punch. Ronin quickly reacts, raising his sword just in time to parry the hit. Arendelle smirks and says that his intimidating vibe is so strong that just one look from him can suck the fight out of most people, so this is a good time. Ronin can't shake the feeling that his presence here is no accident. He is surprised at all the damage he managed to deal even with a clean hit. He questions what kind of body can shrug off hits like it's nothing. He asks if it's because of the aura. Arendelle gives a nod, confirming his suspicion, and explains that his aura has seeped into his muscles, basically turning his body into a weapon. It's way beyond typical mana boosting that this is peak body enhancement. Arendelle's words come with a menacing edge as he tells Ronin he's earned the title of a worthy opponent. From now on, he sees him as his prey. He lays it out that hunting is all about the strong going after the weak. And until Arendelle gets his fill, Ronin is going to be in for a rough time. With that, Arendelle strikes, sending Ronin flying back and dragging his sword along the ground to keep his balance. He barely manages to recover when another punch is already heading his way. He dodges just in the nick of time, narrowing his eyes and shifting into high gear. With fierce determination, he swings at Arendelle multiple times. Eventually, Arendelle blocks the blade with his arm. Ronin's sword digs in deep, but doesn't pierce flesh. They both take a step back. Seizing the moment, Arendelle grabs a nearby boulder and flings it at Ronin. Bracing for impact, our hero quickly slashes the boulder into pieces. In that brief moment, Arendelle charges in, throwing a punch toward Ronin's guard. He thinks he's got our hero trapped, but the tables turn as our hero is already ready to counter. My guy shoots back that he's the one who's got Arendelle. With his sword glowing with energy and a battle cry, he swings hard, challenging Arendelle to take the hit. Arendelle raises his arms to block, but the hit lands with a massive thud, and he groans in response. Suddenly, something changes in him. He shouts that it's awesome. Ronan's expression darkens as he lets out a frustrated curse. Ronan watches as Arundel starts to grow, his body swelling with power. With a sharp look in his eyes, Arundel mentions it's been a while since he's hunted with all his senses firing. He gives Ronan props, saying he's incredibly totally worth going all out against. As energy starts to crackle in his hands, he gears up for his biggest attack, the power building with deadly intent. But before he can finish saying it, he gets hit. Blood sprays into the air. And the worst part, it's the doppelganger that did it. Even scarier is the fact that the jerk still has his eyes closed. Arundel's arm gets chopped clean off and he lets out a scream so loud it could shake the whole forest. Blood pours everywhere and he just stands there in total shock. He thinks he had the upper hand by locking his aura in one spot. But now he's straight up confused how a freaking branch just took his arm like it was nothing. Arundel's eyes start racing around as he looks for who attacked him. He's got no clue where that jerk showed up from. Then he catches a familiar smell. It's the Omega. Now he sees it just standing there with a branch and the sight makes his blood boil with anger. Arundel bellows, refusing to fall for the same trick twice as the doppelganger charges forward. He blocks the strike with his remaining hand, calling the doppelganger a damn beast. Just as the words leave his lips, a bright orb of light appears. The world spins as they crash to the ground, but in the display of inhuman agility, the doppelganger lands on its feet. Arundel's struggles are evident, his one-handed defense faltering as the doppelganger closes in. His severed arm lies nearby the doppelganger and in a taunting gesture he kicks it like a discarded toy. Arundel gets distracted by the action and in that moment he gets struck. He roars at the doppelganger, calling it arrogant for toying with his severed limb. It fuels his rage. The doppelganger closes the distance and slashes Arundel repeatedly. Blow after blow lands, each one igniting a fresh spark of rage with every strike. His body battered but his spirit unbroken. Our hero watches in confusion. The doppelganger's bizarre combat tactics, fighting with a branch and eyes closed, raise more questions than answers. Ronan speculates that it might be doing this to maintain its current form during the fight with Arundel. But the real mystery lies in its sudden change of heart. Not long ago, the creature was desperate to kill him. So why is it turning its wrath toward Arundel? Now Arundel's rage is palpable. But Ronan's mind is racing with a new theory. He recalls Arundel's claim of capturing the Alpha, and a connection sparks. Maybe the Omega is now sharing senses with the Alpha that Arundel captured. Somewhere else, the Omega is running for its life, heart racing with each step until suddenly something sharp stabs into its foot. It goes down with a shout. Someone is coming closer, making fun of its cry. It's the Alpha. Arundel grabs it and says, "It's time to head back." Just thinking about that sends the Omega's nerves into overdrive. It lashes out at Arundel again. Ronan knows that Omegas are born from bad feelings like hate, fear, anger, and regret. That's why, unlike the more chill Alpha, they fight hard against being captured. Ronan kind of saw this coming, but it still blows his mind. The ground shakes from how hard they're clashing. Arundel squints, trying to figure things out. The creature looks like it's linked to Ronan, and the thought that it might be his brother sends chills down his spine. Even though it looks young, the doppelganger packs a serious punch. Arundel realizes if this kid were older, he'd be the one in danger right now. So, he reluctantly forgets his mission to catch the Omega and decides to focus on staying alive instead. The Omega charges at him again. Arundel braces himself, knowing that this time it really wants him dead. He sees that the doppelganger always keeps his eyes closed and thinks it's time to surprise him. He fires off a massive laser beam, leveling the whole forest. The reach is huge and the damage is complete. Once the blast clears, Arundel mutters that he's curious about the original form of this doppelganger. He can't believe how the creature managed to evade his attack. The doppelganger's true abilities remain shrouded in mystery, its closed eyes hiding secrets. The Omega hits Arundel's fist with the branch. Arundel growls that if it hadn't done that, it would have been toast, but he's actually relieved now that Omega's feeling the heat just like him. He's had his fun with the beast, but he's ready to wrap this up. Even without his weapon or his main arm, which was his biggest advantage, he says the hunt ends here and tells the Omega to die already. But before Arundel can strike, the Omega opens its mouth and speaks for the first time. It says it needs to be protected. Then it repeats that it has to protect. Arundel calls it a cunning bastard. He never expected it to be hiding a weapon all this time, just waiting for the right moment to strike. Suddenly, two fingers shoot forward and stab into his eye. Blood pours as pain explodes through his skull. The Omega grabs his hair and holds his head steady, forcing the fingers deeper. Arundel groans in pain and drops to his knees, yelling. The Omega stands tall now, pushing Arundel against a rock. One arm holds him down while the other clutches a dagger. Arundel begs it to stop waiting, but the knife doesn't hesitate. His screams become desperate as he can't believe this is how it all ends. Then the rock splits in two just like Arundel. It's messy, brutal, and harsh. Revenge for the Alpha is finally served. And finally, the doppelganger opens its eyes. The doppelganger is gasping for air with Arundel's head lying on the ground. It finally manages to catch its breath. Our hero is watching from a distance, fixated on the scene. He remembers that ever since Hei showed up, the whole empire has been filled with cries and chaos. In the middle of his thoughts, Ronin feels this heavy regret weighing him down. Like his past mistakes are just crushing him. He can't help but think about each moment and wonders what it would have been like if he hadn't lived such a wasted life. If only he had listened to his sister, who always said it's good to learn a little bit about everything. Maybe then he could have saved at least one more person. That thought just fills him with self-blame, and his eyes reflect the sadness woven into the maze of his regrets. The doppelganger keeps mumbling, "I need to protect," over and over like a broken record. Then out of nowhere, a string appears and freaks it out. Ronin narrows his eyes, taking in the scene and realizing the whole place is tangled with strings. One of them wraps around the doppelganger's leg, pinning it down. Ronin tells everyone to pay close attention. He grabs his sword and says, "This is me now." He unleashes a powerful slash wave aimed straight at the doppelganger, but it just splits the beam in two. That thing gives him a fierce glare. Ronin doesn't hold back. He keeps hitting it, making sure it stays stuck with the strings. They go at it hard. Even though it can't move its legs, the doppelganger is holding its own. Eventually, it manages to slice through the strings and break free. The doppelganger's senses kick in and it catches on to Ronin coming at it from above. His eyes light up in a bright yellow. Although Arundel's vibes seemed off at first glance, when they came face to face, he felt the real deal. It was definitely the same power as the professor's. Everything starts to click and Ronin's understanding gets way clearer. The pieces finally fall into place, showing him a bigger picture. Now he's got his sights set on the sword. The doppelganger braces for what's coming. Ronin's sword makes contact with the doppelganger's blade, and it forces the creature to its knees. It's trying hard to hold up against the pressure. Ronin remembers how he used to think that anything you could swing around was a weapon before he got to the academy. But then he thinks about Navarro's and how gracefully she drew her sword, and it hits him just how silly that belief was. Now he gets it. There's something special about a sword. Suddenly, the blade of the doppelganger starts to crack. With a burst of his aura, Ronin's weapon shatters the enemy's sword. His reflection shimmers in the broken pieces. The doppelganger feels something bad is coming. It lifts its hand to block, but the sword goes right through it. Ronin is shocked. Is it really going to give up its right hand? The doppelganger prepares its other hand. It grabs Ronin's face and slams him down, pinning him to the ground. Blood spills from his mouth. The doppelganger picks up Ronin's sword, ready to stab him. Our hero lets out a frustrated curse. He thinks to himself that if it comes down to this, he really has no choice but to step over that line. He gets ready to fight back. But just then, someone calls his name. The doppelganger freezes with a surprised look. It recognizes the voice and its focus wavers for a moment. Seeing that reaction, our hero thinks the timing couldn't be better. He smiles, glad the doppelganger responds to the sound. Ronin points out that at least this is still the Ronin from back in the day. He tells the doppelganger to take a good look at who's standing in front of this version of Ronin. He mentions the familiar faces. The Grand Commander's still amazing at what she does, even if her attitude has changed. Beloyus, who's traded in poaching for public service, he even managed to screw over Calabaro. He says Martin and the others are probably doing well somewhere too and adds that he's honestly living his best life. A sense of calm washes over him. He stays there still with the sword pointed at him, but the doppelganger isn't moving anymore. Ronin takes a deep breath and talks to it, saying things are going to be different from now on. He asks to trust him and let him handle everything. He's really talking to the version of himself that used to be a strict soldier. The doppelganger starts to glow softly. It whispers that it will look out for everyone, that it trusts him. Then it slowly fades away. Ronan exhales softly and hopes that 10 years from now they will both be able to smile. The market is alive with energy as students laugh and check out every part of the 100 Beast Festival. There are awesome displays of monsters, and amid all the excitement, Maria lets out a sigh of relief. She expresses that if Ronan doesn't figure out who the doppelgangers are, and if Professor Vaughn doesn't get the Calabaro gang under control, they won't be able to make the most of today. Maria turns to Assel and asks where Ronan is. Assel lets her know that Ronan is in a meeting with Professor Vaughn, so he'll be a bit late. He reassures her that Ronan promised he'd join them for the night parade. Watching Maria closely, Assel catches her slight letdown, and she admits it's a bummer because it would have been nice to hang out more with him. Assel is eager to lighten the mood and yells that they should have so much fun that Ronan ends up regretting missing out. Maria laughs at the thought, leans in with a playful tone. She calls Assel cutie, and asks if he's ready. His face turns bright red and he stutters out a nervous yes. Maria suggests they go check out the main event of the 100 Beast Festival. She's amazed at how big and beautiful the garden is, since it's really impressive. She realizes just how seriously they're taking the whole doppelganger situation. Assel agrees and explains that doppelgangers are super sensitive to their surroundings, which is why they've put so much effort into creating the garden. That sensitivity also explains the limited visitors and the strict security checks. Maria totally agrees, and as she scans the area, she points out something in the distance. She wonders if that creature is one of the doppelgangers. She looks a bit underwhelmed and asks who it's trying to mimic. Assel guesses that the form they're seeing might actually be its original shape. He mentions that he's heard doppelgangers revert to their original forms after a certain time limit on their transformations. He adds that the Omega is probably resting, so maybe this is the Alpha. But then something clicks for Assel and his eyes widen in realization as he forgot an important detail. The Alpha doppelganger doesn't just transform randomly. It reads minds and takes on the form of the person someone loves most. He suddenly feels super flustered. In a panic, Assel tells Maria he urgently needs to go and asks if he can excuse himself. Maria looks confused, but before she can respond, Assel bolts off. She watches him run off, her brows knitting together in confusion. Then a sneaky smile spreads across her face. It hits her as Assel is embarrassed. Clearly, the Alpha must have spilled something. She yells after him in a teasing tone that who's the cutie that's got your heart all fluttery. Assel shakes his head like crazy, trying to deny it, but Maria isn't letting up. She playfully pushes him toward the doppelganger, dying to see who the Alpha decided to turn into. The doppelganger locks eyes with Assel, and he stares right back. Slowly, the creature starts to shift and morph. Maria watches with bated breath. Right in front of them, the Alpha transforms into Maria. Silence hangs in the air. Maria is left speechless. Assel hides his face in his hands, utterly embarrassed. She doesn't see this coming at all. Her cheeks flush as she realizes what it means. She opens her mouth to say something, maybe to confirm it, but Assel cuts her off, his voice breaking as he mumbles that he really needs to leave now. Without waiting for her to respond, he takes off. A few days have passed since the 100 Beasts Festival wrapped up. During this quiet time, Ronan finds himself in a private meeting with Professor Secret. The professor who recently chatted with Jeridan brings up Ronan's recent struggles, especially how the curse inside him mixed with Bajura. Instead of disappearing, this fusion turned into a core-like energy source right in Ronan's chest. While that might sound good at first glance, the professor warns that the curse's fundamental seal is still in place. Combined with Bajura, the curse has morphed into something new that is harder to understand and way more unpredictable. Even though the professor stays calm, Ronan picks up on the underlying message. The core isn't dangerous yet and has some perks, but the curse's lingering presence is like a ticking time bomb. With quiet determination, Ronan reaffirms his strong wish to get rid of the curse for good. The professor notices a shift in him, since a newfound resolve that wasn't there before. Curious, he asks if something's happened to trigger this change. Ronan thinks back to his strange encounter with his older self. He doesn't spill all the details, but makes it clear. He has to become complete. He admits he's made a promise he can't break. His words are heavy with meaning, and Professor Secret can see the strength in them. With a faint smile, the professor shares that Ronan has come at just the right time. His research has finally progressed to the point where they can lift one of Ronan's curses. Ronan jumps up, excited to find out what he needs to do. The professor tells him to stay calm. He explains that the process will be similar to what they've done before. Ronan needs to delve into his inner world, uncover the curse, and discover its source. To cut it off, he has to face it head on. But this time, it's going to be tougher. Unlike the last curse, this one has grown and will try to shield itself at all costs. The danger is real, and to keep Ronan's inner world stable during the process, they'll need a lot of mana, and more importantly, a suitable catalyst. The professor reassures Ronan that managing the mana is doable. The bigger issue is finding the catalyst. Then he asks if Ronan knows about a place called Dinhar. Ronan, taken aback by the mention of that infamous spot, confirms he knows all about it. He describes it as a deadly desert filled with monsters and hostile locals that definitely is not a place any sane person would want to visit. Plus, it's rumored to be close to the demonic realm in the southwest. Ronan figures that what they need must be the legendary Black Stone, a highly rare resource even in that treacherous area. The professor is looking pretty relieved and tells Ronan that he's right. What they need is the Dinhar Mountain Magic Stone, that is a super rare and powerful magical material packed with dense mana. It also has a mysterious trait that makes it perfect as a catalyst. Whenever these stones show up at the Imperial auction, they sell for crazy high prices because they're so rare and powerful. Then, Professor Secret pulls out a tiny piece of one of those stones and admits that he spent years saving up just to get this little silver. Ronan is looking a bit worried and asks if they could just use what they already have. However, the professor explains that a piece this small won't suffice. For the procedure to actually work, they need a stone at least the size of a thumb. That's why he didn't call Ronan earlier. He was holding out hope for a substitute catalyst. Still, Ronan finds this plan hard to swallow. The thought of going into Dinhar, that is a place he promised never to visit, but is pretty daunting. But with no good alternatives, he realizes he might not have a choice. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Adashan. As she walks along, a vivid memory flashes through her mind. She remembers being in a hidden cave where she and Balus had faced off against Arendel's goons. They discovered this weird box covered in white cloth. Balus has asked if the creature known as the Alpha is really inside, and Adashan has confirmed it. Trusting the instincts of the animals she connects with. Feeling curious and a bit worried, she opens the box to see if the Alpha has been hurt during capture. To her surprise, a stunning bright blue light burst out. And then the real shocker means the Alpha comes out and starts to change shape. When the transformation is finished, both Adashan and Balus are left stunned to see that the creature has turned into Ronan. Embarrassed, Adashan quickly throws the cloth back over the doppelganger's face and hugs it tight, trying to hide what she just saw. Balus stands there frozen, not really knowing what to say. Before he can find the words, Adashan begs him not to tell anyone about this. Since then, that moment has replayed endlessly in her mind. She just couldn't bring herself to look Ronan in the eye. Deep down, she knew the Alpha had taken his form because of the trust and gratitude she felt toward him, since he was the only one who believed in her visions. She kept telling herself not to feel ashamed. From now on, she would face him without fear. Just as she resolves to do so, fate throws her a curveball. Ronan walks by the tree where she's standing, lost in thought. Panic hits her and she ducks behind it, hoping he won't see her. Ronan hears a noise and stops to investigate. With her heart racing, Adhan tries to calm down and step forward, but before she can move, Ronan spots her and asks what she's up to. Startled, Adashan lets out a scream. Ronan is equally taken aback and chuckles awkwardly and asks if she saw something she shouldn't have. She quickly shakes her head, her voice shaking. Grabbing her hand, Ronan tells her she's arrived at just the right time. He's got something to show her, like something important. With a grin, he invites her to come along and help him make a weapon. When she asks what he means, he doesn't say much. He just tells her he's been wanting to take her there and she should trust him. Holding up a piece of paper that feels kind of creepy, he promises to show her something worth risking it all for. As the two set off, the scene cuts away to a dark and ominous temple nestled high in the mountains. Inside, the atmosphere is chilling. From the ceiling hang numerous bodies. Their lower body parts are cut off. They are all dripping blood into a huge pool of blood. A woman wearing white clothes carries a scroll in her hands. She tells someone that a direct order has been issued by the leader himself. Immediately, someone rises out of the pool of blood. The man raises his hand and uses his energy to move his robe. He says that he is needed by the stern agent of the star. He tells the woman that the consecutive mission failures by Brigia and Varen have set their plans back. He put on his robe and told the woman that there is no room for the slightest mistake in this mission. He steps out of the pool and tells the woman whose name is Yura that they need to depart for Dinhar. As the man walked towards the exit, his robe poured blood on the ground. The scene shifts to the Empire's biggest smithy in the capital of Grand Cappadocia. After Nebula Clagier's attack, the forge has been completely rebuilt with a lot of help from the Grancia family. Ronan shows up and can't help but smile at Darren's new shop, thinking the old man didn't just spruce it up, but totally knocked it out of the park. As Ronan and Adashan get closer, Ditkan spots them and his face lights up with joy. The Beastman rushes over and gives Ronan a big hug, calling him the hero who saved Grand Cappadocia. Ronan returns the greeting, saying it's been a while and noting how pumped Ditkan looks. Ditkan grins, saying he's been working non-stop at the forge. He then mentions that he heard Ronan came to get a new weapon from Dawn, adding that the old man had stayed up all night preparing for him. Ditkan notices Adishan and smiles at her, but Adishan seems a bit confused about it. Moving closer to Ronan, Ditkan jokes around and asks if Adishan is the reason Ronan's been busy lately. He wonders if she's his girlfriend. Then Ditkan brings up Maria, teasing Ronan about being a bad boy. Ronan quickly tells him to drop it, warning that Asel would be upset if she were to hear that. He explains that he brought Adishan along to help pick out the right weapon and tells Ditkan not to get any wild ideas like last time. Ditkan is curious and asks for more details. Ronan remembers the first time he showed up at the forge, bragging about some trial before getting totally smashed by Ditkan. He warns that Adashan's powers can be unpredictable and if they kick in, she could get taken out in one hit. Ditkan gives her a careful look, fear creeping into his eyes. Ronan jokes that if he does end up dying, he'll make sure to throw him a proper funeral. Didite anxiously points out that they ditched old practices like that a long time ago and suggests they head inside since Darren is waiting. With a nervous smile, Ditkan asks Adashan if she wants to follow him in. She wonders why he's so nice all of a sudden. Trying to hide his nerves, Ditkan kicks the door open and announces their arrival to Darren, claiming it's the long-awaited return of Ronan. Before he finishes, a hammer gets chucked at his head by someone who angrily reminds him to stop kicking the door. Adashan asks Ronan if this is the guy he mentioned and Ronan confirms it with a smile. Dawn, who is the old blacksmith, gives Ronan a warm welcome and says he got the message and made all the necessary preparations. He lays a blueprint on the table, proudly claiming it came after countless sleepless nights. It's for a new weapon. Dunn goes on to explain that if they build it correctly, the weapon will have some impressive and innovative features. He emphasizes that the final product will depend a lot on the special materials they use. With a wild grin, he asks Ronan if he's thought about what materials to pick. Ronan tells him not to sweat that just yet. Then Dawn asks if Ronan brought more of that strange shell they used last time, noting the more they have, the better the weapon will be. Ronan admits they'd used up the last of the shells, but assures Darren he has something even better. He pulls out a sheet of paper that's giving off some seriously dark vibes. Darren's eyes go wide in disbelief. He can't believe Ronan thinks this is better than the rare eggshell from the dream bird. When he touches the paper, he's hit with a wave of terror. Hearing countless souls scream in agony, he feels as though the restless spirits are shrieking right in his ears. Horrified, he drops the paper. He asks Ronan where he even found something so dark and creepy, calling it endless evil power and saying he's never encountered anything so sinister before. Ronan compliments him as the greatest blacksmith around, admiring how he recognized the essence of the material with just one touch. Ronan admits it was a smart move to prioritize this visit and says he can't wait to see what kind of weapon they can make from such a material. But Dawn, now yelling at Ronan, insists there's no way they can use it. He acknowledges that the weapon could be amazing, but they have no clue what it would do to whoever wields it. Frustrated, Dawn says making a weapon from this feels like violating a blacksmith's conscience. Ronan tries to soothe him, saying the item won't harm him at all. Dur wants to know what he means, but Ronan says he'll explain later. Instead, he tells Darren to give him an answer first. Ronan points out that Darren's face is giving him away. Just thinking about crafting a masterpiece from this material is making him drool. Dunn quickly denies it, but Ronan waves the paper in front of his face, teasing him. With a cheeky grin, Ronan tells Dunn that it's better to just give in to his desires and admit that he's dying to turn this paper into a killer weapon. He even playfully tells Dawn to beg for it. Dunn yells in frustration at the request, but eventually Ronan heads out from the smithy. Didikin, who's been waiting outside, is surprised to hear his master scream and asks Ronan what he brought that made Dawn act like that. Ronan responds that it's something that will blow his mind when he sees it. Curious, Ronan asks Ditkin where Dawn is. Ditkin mentions she's surrounded by other blacksmiths who are trying to explain why a weapon other than a sword might work better for her. He adds that she's probably having a tough time right now. Ronan spots something hanging around Didikin's neck and asks about it. Didike proudly lifts up a device that looks like a camera and explains it's a space-time storage and playback device. He says it can capture any moment and play it back with just a button. He calls it a masterpiece and asks Ronan what he thinks, even offering to let him try it out. Ronan asks if it actually works, and when Didikin assures him it does, he grins and asks to borrow the device for a bit, mentioning it would be perfect for luring someone to Dinhar. Later that night, Schlieffen is walking somewhere when a figure pops out of the woods and asks if he's planning to train at this hour. Schlieffen wonders if something's up and then recognizes Ronan, teasing that he must be on a mission to catch up on all the sparring he missed. Ronan tells Schlieffen it's good to see him, but he's not there to spar. Instead, he raises his hand and asks if Schlien will team up with him, explaining he's heading somewhere pretty dangerous and he can only take Schlieffen with him. Schlieffen brushes it off, saying it's nonsense and that he's not interested unless it involves sparring. He adds he barely has time to train. Ronan pushes a bit harder, asking if he's sure he won't regret passing on this. Just then, a bright light suddenly shines from Ronan's clothes, and Schlieffen's eyes widen in shock. He asks if what he's seeing is what he thinks about him. The scene shifts to Carlisle, a rough desert area in the southwestern United States. Ronan and Schlieffen stand on a cliff, taking in the dry landscape below. Ronan comments on how scorching hot it is, and admits he never thought he'd come back to such a blistering place in his lifetime. He's brought Sita along for the trip and turns to Schlieffen, saying he's honored the kid chose to tag along. Clearing his throat, Schlieffen says Carol seems like a great spot to get some real combat practice. With a serious look, he asks Ronan if he's going to keep the promise he made and wants to know if he'll get something from him once their journey wraps up. Ronan grins and reassures him, pulling an item from his bag. He insists he's a man of his word and reveals a luxurious piece of bait, quickly correcting himself to call it a special gift. Schlieffen's jaw drops as he sees the photos of Ireel, struggling to believe Ronan has them. Ronan chuckles, his expression taking on a playful tone as he holds up the pictures. Schlieffen's heart races as he stares, begging to take a closer look. But Ronan tells him to hold off on the excitement until after their journey, reminding him that they still have a few days of travel ahead before they reach Dinhar. Then Schlieffen warns Ronan that Carol isn't as quiet and barren as it looks. He comments on the strong smell of blood in the air and the scattered remains of bodies around them. Ronan agrees, explaining that this place is where those who fail to grab the Dinhar Mountain's magic stone end up. Some try again, but most just settle down and become bandits. He tells Schlieffen that if they run into any bandits, it's best to wipe them out completely. Schlieffen asks if they'd be doing the world a favor by getting rid of these criminals. Ronan nods that they would. Suddenly, Schlieffen draws his sword and energizes it with his power. He tells Ronan he sees about 30 enemies nearby and swinging his sword. Releases his energy which rockets past Ronan straight towards their foes. Ronan wonders why Schlieffen is going all out with his sword. As he watches the energy stretch far away, it starts to fade and a brilliant blue light fills the air. To his surprise, a powerful tornado forms out of nowhere, slicing through the bandits who scream and cry out for help. Turning around anxiously, Ronan asks Schlieffen what just happened. Schlieffen explains that some bandits managed to slip past the initial attack, so they'll have to take care of the rest themselves. Ronan is all surprised and asks if Schlien really picked up on the bandits' movements from that far away and hit them first. He wonders if that's even a thing. Schlieffen clarifies that he simply stretches his senses using mana, describing it as a basic way to manipulate energy. He then asks Ronan if he can do something similar. Ronan doubts Schlieffen really gets what he's saying. He remembers that Schlieffen's attack seemed like normal swordki, but turned into a tornado right before it hit. Ronan finds it hard to believe that Schlieffen actually compressed the Stormblade into a concentrated sword chi and launched it like that, especially since Schlieffen had trouble with this technique the last time they went at it. He starts to wonder just how much better the kid has gotten. Even though he sometimes questions Shilin, moments like these make him think that this talented prodigy might one day reach the top of swordsmanship and become the legendary sword saint. Just 5 minutes before Schlieffen's swordstorm makes its move, a bandit is watching Ronin and Schlieffen from a distance through a telescope. This guy sees Ronin showing Schlieffen the photos and figures that the two are perfect targets for a heist. This bandit is known as Scout Pip and is part of the Red Desert Bandit gang. Pip pulls out a walkie-talkie to let his boss know that there are 2 armed boys up ahead who are alone. He asks what they should do. The leader, a large man named K, replies that it appears some noble young masters are out for some sword training. His crew smirks at this news. K thinks it would be a fitting welcome to chop off the boys' limbs and send them back to their families as ransom. He grimly adds that they'll drain the families dry before tossing them to the sandworms. As the Red Desert Chief, he tells his crew to gear up since it's time to get back to business. Just then, Kay notices a blue light in the air and feels a sharp energy rushing toward them. Looking up, he sees the sword chi turn into a wild storm. He quickly grabs his shield and tells his guys to take cover behind him. Despite their attempts to protect themselves, a few bandits get ripped apart by the sudden attack. Pip gets knocked back by the tornado and ends up on the ground. Stunned by what just happened, he raises his telescope again, hoping to figure out if the boys activated some magic scroll. But when he glances at the cliff, Ronin and Schlieffen seem to have vanished. Puzzled, Pip is pretty sure they were just there. Out of nowhere, Ronin pops up beside him and stabs him through the head. The boys are already standing over the fallen scout. Ronin pulls out his sword and beheads Pip. He tells Schlieffen he was right about there still being a lot of trash to deal with. Some of the remaining bandits shudder in fear at the sight of Ronin. He grabs a blade hanging from his waist and remarks that this might actually be a decent chance to test something out. Schlieffen wants to help out, but Ronin insists he can handle it. He figures the guys they're up against are the perfect test subjects for his new weapon. Schlieffen mentions he's been feeling something off for a while, asking Ronin if it's coming from his new gear. Ronin thinks Don must have really outdone himself this time. He's excited to see how it performs and jumps around saying Schlieffen is lucky to be his first audience. He smashes the ground during his landing, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. One of the bandits can't believe Ronin is actually approaching them despite their numbers. He yells that they need to take him down quickly. Just as he says that, Ronin swings his blade and the man suddenly has a hole in his chest. His buddies are frozen in shock. Before they can even react, Ronin launches his blade again. It severs someone's arm and pierces another guy right in the chest, crashing into a boulder afterwards. The guy who lost his arm hits the dirt, screaming in agony, while the others start trembling at the sight. While they're frozen in fear, Ronin strolls over to the boulder and comments on how great his first showing is. Pulling out his blade, he's surprised at how brutally effective it is. A quality weapon really makes all the difference, he notes. He lifts the sword named Amir and says he'll be relying on it. It emanates a creepy energy as he speaks. As he swings it around, he wonders why it feels so heavy, as maybe it's made from some unique materials. He figures it'll take him a bit to really get used to it. Turning back to the bandits, he dares them to come at him. One of them rallies the others to try to take Ronin down. They charge at him, but Ronin zips past the bald guy who's calling for the attack. With one clean slice, he rips the guy apart and feels totally pleased with how sharp his blade is. He exclaims that the thing's a beast. Just then, a bunch of men close in and swing their swords at him, but Ronin vanishes right in front of them. They're stunned when he reappears behind them, taking their heads off in an instant. One of the survivors shouts for everyone to pull themselves together, warning that they'll be toast if they lose focus. He urges the group to hold their ground and support one another nearby, claiming Ronin can't go on a rampage if they do that. But right after those words, Ronin shows up behind him to grab his hair and compliments his wise judgment. Ronin can tell this guy is no rookie at plundering. Scared out of his wits, the man stammers that who he is. Ronin just beheads the guy and his blood goes everywhere. The bandits are freaking out. Can't believe their vice captain just got taken down like that. Ronin disappears and then suddenly they're all losing their heads. Ronin's taking down bandits left and right, but then he senses something's off and dodges the leader's attack. The guy's got a huge shield and is clearly not happy about Ronin's presence. Ronin asks if he is the leader. Kan's all like that, which makes him think he can take on the Red Desert of Carlalel. He glares at Ronin and says he has messed with the wrong guy. He taps his shield and growls that people who step out of line get smashed into meatballs by his shield of blood. Ronan just shrugs it off and tells Kay to bring it on. And Kay's shield doesn't exactly hold up well. It shatters into pieces and Kay's left standing there looking stunned. Ronan asks if he's okay without his shield and Kay's still trying to wrap his head around what just happened. He trails off how he can even do this. Kay yells for his men to retreat and they take off. Ronan's a bit surprised Kay made the smart call to bail, but he knows they'll just go back to causing trouble if he lets them live. So, he's all like, it's time to clean up the trash for good. He's got one more trick up his sleeve that is Amir's ability. As Khan's running, he starts thinking about Ronan's origins and decides to gather more men for a full-on attack. But before he can get far, Amir lands in front of them. Kay's certain it's Ronan's dagger and wonders if it was an accident. Suddenly, the dagger's aura kicks in, called as the spiderweb, and it immobilizes the bandits. They're stuck, unsure what's happening. Ronan strolls up, saying, "Darren's the best man." The bandits see this creepy spider image and Ronan gets ready to finish them off. Kay tries to beg for mercy, but Ronan's not having it. He takes them down, no questions asked. After the battle ends and the bandits are all taken down, Schlieffen asks Ronan about his weapon, Amir, and comments on how impressive its features seem. Ronan accepts the compliment and explains that Amir is capable of channeling different mana techniques for long-range attacks, which helps add unpredictability in battle. As he looks at the fallen enemies, Schlieffen wonders aloud if a weapon like that needs some rare materials to function. Ronan remains tight-lipped, mentioning that it's a top trade secret he can't share. Though he hints that the weapon holds several fascinating components, what happens next takes a strange turn. All the blood from the dead bodies flows towards Sita, who drinks it all at once. Ronan acknowledges Sita's rapid growth and notes that his vampire powers are clearly evolving. He jokes that Sita must be doing more than just enjoying his time with Oilia and guesses he might even surpass Ronan if he keeps this pace. Just as Ronan prepares to continue speaking, Schlieffen cuts in with another question and catches him slightly off guard. He brings up a restraint technique he sensed earlier during the fight, remarking that it felt unlike the usual battlefield energies. He expresses his certainty that the aura resembled the traitor Dolan's and questions why Ronan would possess something so similar. He pushes for answers, clearly troubled by what that might mean. Ronan is not thrilled by Schlieffen's perceptiveness and jokes that he doesn't appreciate how sharp the kid's instincts are. He then tells him that they have a long journey ahead and promises to explain everything along the way. That night, they sat in silence by a fire. Schlieffen reflects on what Ronan must have gone through in his fight with Bajura and says the situation sounds even worse than what Shaun described. Ronan agrees and gives credit to Dawn for helping him develop the skills that ended up saving his life. The topic shifts when Ronan asks about Schlieffen's sister, curious to know if she has recovered. Schlien says the experts from Grancia have checked on her and assured him she is stable. He grits his teeth slightly and admits that to his sister, Ronan and Elizabeth are like heroes for saving her. He adds that his sister sees Akalucia as a real sister now, although it seems to be a one-sided feeling. Still, he hopes that this might help mend the rift between the two families. Schley hesitates as if he wants to say something else. Ronan notices and asks him directly. Schlien mutters with a bit of embarrassment that it's nothing much, just a simple thank you for saving his sister. Ronan smiles and says the gratitude means a lot. But right after, he grins mischievously and pulls out some pictures of a girl. In a teasing tone, he says that he still isn't ready to hand them over. Caught off guard, Schlieffen grows flustered and demands to know what Ronan thinks of him, insisting he's not someone who goes back on promises. He accuses Ronan of being playful, even in emotionally heavy moments. Before Ronan can respond, a sharp cry from an eagle rings out that shatters the quiet night. The bird crashes nearby, prompting Schlien to ask whether this is the start of a monster attack. Ronan doubts that and suspects it might simply be a fallen bird. So, he moves in to take a closer look. As they approach the downed creature, Ronan wonders if it might be a rock bird that is the type used for transportation in Dinhar. He finds it strange that such a bird would appear injured out here. Schlieffen steps closer and says he senses a child nearby. Sita quickly responds, channeling healing magic into both the rock bird and the child. A soft blue glow surrounds them as the magic takes effect. Slowly, both the bird and the child begin to stir. The child is still half unconscious and starts recalling traumatic memories. He remembers being on a battlefield in flames with his older brother who was yelling at him to escape. His brother says that this rockbird is the last one left. The child's name is Thunder, who hears his brother urging him to help fight back, but the older sibling insists that he must be smart and survive instead. Tears stream down Thunder's face, but his brother keeps urging him to flee as enemies approach. A sudden explosion rocks the area and the brother becomes aware of how close the attackers are. Out of the firestorm emerges a monstrous beast. And on top of it stands a woman who calls them insects leeching off the land of stars. She vows to exterminate them and wears a belt soaked in blood. One of Thunder's comrades cries out for him to run. But before he can escape, the woman slays the comrade on the spot. The older brother tells Thunder to hang on, saying they'll try to stall the enemy while the rockbird flies him away. As the bird lifts off, Thunder screams for his brother. As the pain of separation hits hard, despite the chaos around him, Thunder suddenly snaps awake, panicked and disoriented. He looks around in confusion and alarmed. When Ronin and Schlieffen approach to check on him, he becomes terrified. He yells at them to stay away and calls them monsters, demanding his brother back. He swings his arms wildly in desperation. Ronin gently catches Thunder's hands and assures him in a calm voice that they aren't his enemies and mean him no harm. Thunder's eyes fill with fresh tears as he asks who they are. Ronin quietly tells him that it's safe to talk now and that they won't hurt him. Deep down, Ronin senses that whatever path lies ahead, this boy is about to drag them right into the thick of it. Our hero sits with the kid just waiting. Finally, the kid speaks up. He tells a wild story about how 2 nights ago, monsters crawled out of the ground. He can't shake the image of those huge creatures from his mind. He explains that on his family's land, the villagers are gearing up to face a cloaked figure. The warriors step up, sensing something's off. But when the monsters charge in, a cloaked woman with a strap and a fierce look joins the fight, and the villagers don't stand a chance. She slices through them with brutal ease. They all go down, drenched in blood, without even putting a scratch on her. Ronin is stunned. He can't believe they went down so easily. He's always thought of the warriors here as tough fighters raised in the harsh desert to protect their tribe. People say their strength rivals the elite knights of the empire. He remembers his past life, how he struggled against them. What should have been a 3-day mission turned into months because of their skills, but now they're up against an enemy they can't even touch. He asks what those intruders are, and Thunder replies that they never had the chance to find out. They were taken down before they could do anything. All he knows is that the creatures are wrapped in white linen, which leaves both of them shocked. Thunder explains that these things have strange powers that make them nearly impossible to fight. They call themselves the ones who welcome the arrival of the stars. Shellner and Ronin get super serious, their minds both jumping to one name, Nebula Clagier. Thunder thanks them for patching him up and promises to repay them if he makes it out alive. He says he's going to rescue his brother and warns them to turn back if they don't want to get killed. Our hero tries to step in, asking if he's really going back to Danhar alone, but the kid just shrugs his hand off his shoulder and insists he is. He's a warrior of Danhar. He won't back down and refuses to drag others into this mess. Then he adds, honestly, both of them look way too skinny and weak. If they follow him, they'll definitely end up dead. That comment gets under the skin of both our hero and Shellner. The kid continues saying he doesn't want them to die for no reason. He tells them to head back to their own land before they get caught up in something that's way over their heads. Just then, a huge lizard monster pops up behind him, ready to attack. As its claws swing down, Shelfner jumps in and blocks the blow. In that split second, our hero grabs the kid and yanks him out of danger. Things get real. The monster lets out a low growl, its body looking heavy and armored. In the swirling desert, they realize it's a beast made of iron. Shellner squints, saying he might not be strong enough, but he still pulls out his sword. The kid freezes up. He recognizes this creature as one that followed the cloaked woman, and he can't figure out why it's here now. Our hero takes a quick look at the monster and comments that it seems to be after the kid. He grumbles that those cultist jerks really deserve some credit for sending something like this. The kid panics, insisting they need to get out of there. That monster single-handedly took out dozens of warriors. Then suddenly, the beast disappears. It starts zipping around at crazy speed, leaving behind blinding streaks of light. Our hero watches closely and realizes the monster definitely isn't going to let them off the hook that easily. The kid feels bad knowing he got them into this mess. Shelfner keeps an eye on the monster's moves and casually comments that its footwork is pretty basic but really strong. It reminds him of Ronin during the midterms. Ronan stays quiet, noticing the serious look on Shellner's face. Shellner admits that back then he didn't really know what he was doing. He couldn't figure out how to handle that kind of footwork and ended up going for the worst option, taking them both out. Then the monster makes its final turn and charges right at Shellner with full force. But Shellner is ready for it. He says that might have been true before, but not anymore. He slams his sword into the ground and a huge wave of energy blasts out, buzzing through the air. The monster stumbles, caught off guard by the sudden pressure. It gets sucked right into a swirling tornado of mana that Shellner unleashes. The monster lets out a roar that gets louder as the tornado slams into it harder. Thunder watches in shock as the creature's iron shell starts cracking like old chips and its body begins to fall apart. Just when it looks like it's done for, the monster opens its mouth and shows off a hidden weapon. It fires without realizing our hero is already above it. With cool confidence, our hero comments that the monster put on quite the show. But he's not here to play around. With one clean move, he slices through the creature's neck. The beast falls and ends up in a crumpled heap, while the beam it fired shoots into the sky and explodes with a loud bang. Thunder can hardly believe his eyes. Our hero lands standing strong and asks if Thunder still thinks he looks weak. Now the scene shifts to some cloaked figures. One of them turns to a woman and asks, "What's up?" The woman, Yuria, clearly the leader, replies that the connection with her runaway pet has been totally cut off. It shouldn't have been lost to some local kid or a desert wanderer. That means the guest they talked about earlier has entered the scene. The man says it's probably for the best. Now, they'll soon find out if that kid is really worthy of the baptism of the starlight.